last night to the Mavs. The Pistons' first pick, not last night. That'll happen tonight in the second round, number 37 overall. And the first round of the Rocket Classic begins this morning at Detroit Golf Club. The first players tee off at 6:45. Colin Morikawa is the favorite. Then Patrick Cantley, Keegan Bradley, and Ben Griffin. The defending champ Cam Davis has won this tournament 2 times. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We are hanging out Shanty Creek the next couple days. Gov and Greg behind the glass. We've got Evan Jenkins on site working through some stuff right now. We got Luke Sloan on the updates.
Yeah.
Ready to go.
Home, we're here early. Evan's here early. I know it's he's got the baby at home, so he's got to be used to being up a little bit.
He's
early.
probably looking to get away for a couple days.
Yeah, full night of sleep.
He's
all
pumped.
the way through. Yeah, but it was a beautiful night. A little cloudy today. I don't know what it is downstate. I know that they're supposed to be getting. I know they got some heavy rains last night. Mm-hmm. Baseball was canceled. A lot of things were canceled last night. A lot of flooding down in southeast Michigan, but. Wouldn't know that because we had a beautiful evening up here, and it's going to be a pretty crazy day. But
it's going to be a fun day.
It is going to be a lot of fun.
2 Grand Slam, AJ Hinch, Dear John, all of that.
Well, that's fun. I was thinking about the wine tour later.
Oh,
but
yeah, well, that too.
yeah.
Heather, our folks on the
Wine,
show,
yeah,
we just started here.
Wine tour, a little golf for
Yes.
those of us that are golfing today. So
You're not going on the wine tour, John?
No.
Well, you know me. I love to wine, so that's where I'll be.
I figured as much, and I'm curious how many dudes.
You think I might be the only guy on the wine tour?
He's not.
Oh, he's not.
I did look at the list.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
that's right. Yeah, because all of the stations are here this morning. We're
Yeah.
lined up. It's tight quarters.
Sardined in.
And I know Joanne Purton, her husband, is going on the wine tour.
Well, because he just had Tommy John surgery.
Yes, he did.
So we
Yes.
can't golf.
So
It's
we
forced
can't
to
golf,
wine.
yes.
Him and Jackson Job in the same spot.
Yes.
No golf for Jackson.
Yes. It sounds like his recovery is going to be 12 to 18 months.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll
I do have an update on the rat, not mouse, situation. We'll get to it at 6:18. I want to address something Heather texted us this morning. And this is an innocent request, but I have to ask a question.
Okay.
Are you hungover?
Not at all.
Not
I didn't drink it all
yeah.
last night.
Really?
I didn't have a sip.
Because we had a
of
little
alcohol.
cocktail hour.
Oh,
and
really? You didn't have anything?
No.
I had water all night.
Wow. That wasn't vodka?
Responsible.
Well, I don't know. Responsible. I mean, there's no kids here. There's
I know,
no.
but it's the alarm clock that goes off at 4:30
Yeah,
that it's
yeah.
like,
But
ugh.
when she's
and
asking about Advil
unfortunately,
this morning, I'm going, well, maybe she had a little too much.
I kind of feel hungover, though. I woke up with this killer headache. My back hurt. Like, it's just, I think it's the way I slept.
Mattresses
Maybe?
weren't great.
No.
So I get that, and it's but yeah, I have to apologize publicly to Heather because I sent a text this morning thinking because I'd been up for a while, I was going to run over to, since we're here at Shanty Creek, Mansalona, right over on 131. Gas station was open over there. I needed some coffee. I thought, you know what, I'll just send a text and say, hey, good morning, everyone. Would you like me to pick you something up?
A really nice text, you would think.
Yes.
But it woke
Apparently
you
I
up.
woke her
me
up.
I
I can't believe a text woke you up, though.
Well, it goes through my watch. So the watch vibrates, and I was like, who is this? And I look over one eye, like prying it open. John
Jansen.
Before my alarm clock.
Uh-huh.
How dare he?
Were you able to go back to sleep? Or
Oh, no, but I laid there quietly.
Made the most of it.
I pretended to sleep. I had a weird dream. You were in it. So
Oh,
was Tom.
I made the list.
But this wasn't this. We were in a plane crash.
Oh, you're trying to kill me in your dream.
Tom
way to start
was
the
the
show.
pilot. So
It wasn't a Sully situation? He couldn't get you in the
well,
Hudson?
we didn't die. So
Oh, okay, so he did a good
Okay.
we
job.
crashed into the water, and the
water landing.
plane filled with water, and we had to break a window and swim out.
Okay, all right.
I don't know what that means.
Tom, do you think you could land a plane in an emergency situation?
No.
No. Not even
I
in
have
the
zero
water.
experience.
Hey, pull up. That's it, right? I mean, keep the nose
Sure,
up.
it's as easy
Careful.
as that.
Yeah, keep the nose up. Land on the belly.
Heather, did you think the
common
text
sense.
was maybe from Jim that time of night?
Oh,
Oh,
God.
Yeah. Good
Speaking of that
morning.
time
that
of
time
night.
of night. That time of morning. No.
That time of night applies to John. What time were you up?
I got up around 2:30.
What? Why?
Well,
Why would you do that?
because a little insight into This is the environment that I would love to live in. And when I lived up here, it's absolutely where I was. And so I try and take advantage of every minute while I'm here. So at 2:30, I wake up and I'm like, you know what? We got this beautiful surrounding. Yes, it's dark, and it had started to sprinkle a little bit, but I'm going to go for a walk. There is something very peaceful, and I know Jimmy will understand this, when it's pitch black because there's no moonlight, it's cloud cover, and you are just walking through the woods. And I'm on the road, but it's lined by pines, and whether it's the smell, it's absolutely silent, and you can hear everything because you can't see anything.
Yeah.
It is absolutely beautiful, and it's like when I go on to fishing, there's a lot because I don't get a chance to do it a lot. I will literally fish for 24 or 48 hours in a row because I feel like I want to maximize the opportunity that I have, because as soon as tomorrow's show is over, I'm back and I'm picking up Ellie to go to softball, and Jack's got baseball, and
John sleeps good, though.
It's quiet there, dark, peaceful.
Where?
Sleeping.
Yes, I know, but I'm missing out. I have FOMO. I totally think I'm going to miss out, and I just want to take advantage of being able to be up here. It's a beautiful surrounding. It's even more beautiful in the daylight, but I just don't want to miss a moment.
Yeah, we got Lake
yeah.
Bel Air over our shoulder over there.
Yeah.
Tiger game?
Yeah, I could have missed that one last night.
Yeah.
Not a lot going on there. The bats were, let's just say, inactive. So
When Flaherty left the game, they had one hit. Not great.
no, not a lot of. And so we've been hard on Jack Flaherty, and I know it's been a roller coaster. It was kind of a mixed bag last night. Obviously, the 3-run home run, which kind of felt like it should have been a 2-run home run. Dylan Dingler, another great throw. If
the tag's better.
Tag is a little bit better, it's probably out. But in the end, it doesn't matter because
There's a 2-run versus a 3-run homer, and they lose either way.
Yeah, you lose 2-0 or 3-0 because there's no run scored.
But clean first inning for Jack. Quick first inning for Jack.
Did you see the between the legs?
Little nutmeg. Yeah. And he was getting swing and miss.
Yeah.
Ton of whiffs, 7 strikeouts. I know the walks may concern people. Velo's there, swing and miss is there, and it's a quality start. 6 innings, 3 or fewer runs. They got to score more.
Yeah.
I don't have a big Jack issue after last night.
No, and I mean that's just what you want to see, and that's why the win-loss. And I know there was an article written about Paul Skeens yesterday about you were probably not going to see a 30-win pitcher ever again.
No.
Because it's just the way baseball is right now, the length that these guys pitch or don't pitch, and the strikeouts are so much higher. And I know we've been on Riley Green, and Spencer Torkelson struck out again yesterday.
Is that 103 on the gun by Mason Miller? By the way, if he wants to stay in Detroit, if we can just work out a deal today, that'd be great.
Be happy to have him in the bullpen. But, yeah, I mean, it was – and you could tell it was late, but it's a 103 heater. But it's just – It's hard on pitchers when you get absolutely no run support and no hits. Like there wasn't even a chance for, you would hope maybe there's a couple of walks, a stolen base. You can play a little small ball and squeeze out a run. They just didn't even have that opportunity yesterday.
Nights like that, they don't happen often, but nights like that bring back the PTSD of Cleveland, because if you don't put the ball in play, ton of strikeouts. This team is among the leaders in all of baseball in strikeouts. That's one thing we don't spend a lot of time on. It petrifies me a little bit, the idea that if you get in postseason baseball and you need to win a 3-2 ball game and you're not getting contact, if you're not giving your athletic base runners a chance to get somewhere because you just go back to the dugout, balls in the catcher's mitt.
Well, and so one of the things that we didn't highlight yesterday when we talked about the first team to 50, they're also the first team to 400 runs.
Yep.
So it's not like they're not getting run support. It's and I think yesterday, I didn't check it out today, yesterday they were tied for second in run differential. So they've been really good at being able to support the pitchers for the most part. I mean, it's still best record in Major League Baseball. So it's hard to sit there and complain about one game. Now, if, like the Yankees had those 3 games in a row, if they get to 3 games and there's no runs scored, now all of a sudden we talk a little bit more about the issues. But, it's a one-off. I'm not going to hammer them for having a bad day at the plate.
AJ Hinch is going to join us today, 8:02. Day game for the Tigers, 110. Finish up the series. Look to win the series against the Athletics.
Yeah, and who was telling me yesterday? I think maybe it was Tom had the stat that out of the series that they've had what they're like 20-4.
They always win the first game.
In the first game, and it gives them a chance. Like AJ Hinch has always harped on, hey, let's just take this series. We'll win this series. And they've been really good at winning series, and part of that is because they've been able to win the first game. They split the next two, and all of a sudden, hey, you win another series, and they've been really good at that.
248-539-9797. Open lines. I got an update on the rat situation. Got that coming up next.
I can't wait to hear this.
Hey, Dan Campbell's probably the most beloved figure in Detroit sports right now. Was he served a batch of disrespect? We'll get to that at 6:35 this morning. It's 97.1.
first thing we do.
Yeah, nothing Parker Meadows could have done on that one. Dan Dickerson on the call. Tigers blanked last night. Try to win the series later today at 1:10. We're hanging out live at Shanty Creek, having a good time. 6:35. Dan Campbell, the most beloved sports figure in our city. Where does he rank among his peers? We'll get into that. John, I promised you guys an update.
Oh, I can't wait to hear about this one. Do we have capture live or terminated?
What?
So I got home yesterday.
Yeah.
Kelsey's still on the porch, won't go inside. There's a rat or a mouse or some kind of rodent in there. We brought this up, and I go, I have a shovel in hand. I'm ready to just scoop it up, right?
Or whack it.
Whatever needs to happen.
Yeah.
I walk in, I go, where is it? You said it was right here in the kitchen. Where is it? So now I'm playing hide and seek.
Is she pointing from outside the window?
Yes. She's still outside. I crack open a little screen on the window so I can communicate with her. And I'm on a hunt, shovel in hand, searching, waiting. And we have one of those couches, the modular sofas. So I'm taking apart the modules one by one
This
by
is the one that you're not allowed to eat on.
You can eat on it now.
Oh,
It's been over
It's
a
been
year.
broken in.
And I pick up one, and there it goes.
Oh.
And it's not a mouse. It's a hairy brown rat.
Oh.
And it's running in the kitchen. Our cat's on the case. I'm like, get it, let's go. And he lands a blow, and they're going at it, and I'm rooting him on. But it jumps in our Lazy Susan.
Just spin it.
Well, John, I did. I'm like, get out of here. I'm jamming a broom in there.
Make it dizzy.
He's sniffing and pawing, and I go, so now I got to play a waiting game. We have a standoff. Well, we got a time crunch. I got to get some stuff ready to go. Kelsey's not going to come back in the house. I spent 2 hours. I'm starting to take apart the Lazy Susan. And I said, okay, it's a rat. I'm just going to call somebody. So I'm on the road. Someone stops by. They put out a lot of those rat traps in the Lazy Susan, in the basement, in some other key spots. And as of now, I don't know if we've caught this
She
rat.
hasn't texted you?
Well, I've talked to her. She
What did
did
she-
not
she's not-
sleep well last
Did
night.
she
Right.
spend the night in the house, though?
She did. I did offer as a Hail Mary. I don't like spending money to pay for both the service and a hotel, but I said, if you can't sleep,
It's so cheap.
it's not so cheap.
I would. Trust me, Kelsey, I get where she's at. My wife, if she saw a rat in the house, there is absolutely no chance, and I would be paying for a hotel
Well, I
room.
offered it. I said, look, I know it's not ideal, so if you need to. She goes, no, I'm going to try to sleep. So as of now, we may or may not have caught this rat.
But I don't see her going and inspecting the traps. Like, she's probably just running past the kitchen.
Yeah.
So you might not know until you get
Until
home.
we get home.
The visions I have of you walking around your house with the shovel on your shoulder. And I can't reply on Twitch right now, but I can see we are live on Twitch, and I can see the comments. And the best one so far this morning is Elmer Fudd Costa.
Yeah.
You can see him with the shovel walking around the house.
Hunting wats.
Oh, my goodness, yes. The next one is this is like a Tom and Jerry episode.
John,
Very much.
I'm calling. Some places wouldn't get rats at all. They would only do mice or they do little bugs. So I'm like, okay, next,
wouldn't do
next.
rats.
No, I know. And then my big thing was you got to be able to come out today. If you're booked, I get it. I'm just going to need to go to the next phone call. I got one place that goes, we don't do it, but we'll refer to you to somebody else. Pick up the
Okay.
phone, great. I'm talking to them, and they're like, if you know where it is, I'd try to get it yourself. Do you have a gun?
You should have said no, but I know somebody.
Can you explain how a gun would help me get the rat, John?
Yeah, you shoot it. It's so there are different shells that you can use. There is a snake load that you could shoot at it, and it's a finer one. It may leave a little mark, but not as big as it would if you had buckshot. Now it depends on the level of splatter that you're
we could
looking
do-
at.
Time
And
for a
the Lazy
kitchen
Susan,
remodel.
they'll
yeah.
never use that
Yeah,
again.
No kidding.
Right. That's easy to replace.
What's
though.
this hair?
But this was the worst case scenario. Oh,
Why is this so curly?
No, you said that, not me.
I love it up here. I absolutely love it up here. This is great. Oh, well.
So how's this going to end? One of these traps is going to catch this stupid rat, and then we're going to get it out of the house and be done with it.
You're going to get it out of the house.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. I'm going to take the trap out.
Yes,
of the house.
Kelsey will not do that.
Yeah, no.
I would not do that.
Now, they weren't live traps, right? They were. The mission was seek and destroy.
I'm not sure what type of traps
Oh, can
these
you
are.
imagine if it's a live trap?
You get little things hissing at you. It's going to flip you the bird.
He's brought in mice before. Mice are no big deal. He's brought them in, and they're still alive, and he's playing around with them. And I can get a mouse out of the house. A rat's a different animal, so we called the professionals.
Oh, boy. Life and times of Jim Costa
Never a
and
dull
his
moment.
wife.
Never a
Yes,
dull moment.
No. So, yeah, hopefully by the time Kelsey wakes up, we will be able to have a new update.
Yeah, but then she'd have to check the trap, to Heather's point.
Yeah, but sometimes if it's –
Maybe she'll just peek in there.
or if it's not dead yet, it could be,
It
flopping
might be.
around, which you would hear.
that was it.
I was trying to, stress to her, I'm like, look, we've got the traps, you've got the guard cat. We can't be doing anything.
The guard cat. Please stop with the guard cat.
We can't be doing anything else.
What?
The guard cat who actually brought the vermin in.
She's not happy with him right now.
Yeah.
But I go, hey, he's your best defense right now. Anyway, we'll get to Dan Campbell, 6:35. First, Heather with the news.
A guard cat.
Yes.
Every home should have one.
This is cool. 2 cities in Michigan are ranked in the top 15 in the entire country for best small cities to live in for 2025 and 2026. And one of them happens to be my old stomping grounds.
Oh.
Yes.
EL?
What'd you say?
EL, East Lansing.
Oh, no.
No?
That
Yeah.
was my old stomping ground. But
Yes.
my
Yeah.
old
Not surprised that's not
stomping
on this
ground,
list.
Rochester Hills, came in
Oh,
at
okay.
number 4.
All right.
Troy came in at number 5.
Oh, wow.
This is all according to U.S. News and World Report, and they looked at things like desirability, quality of life, job market, crime rates, cost of living, quality education, things like that. So
That's cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Out of the entire country, right here in our own backyards.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty neat. Police are still searching for the person responsible for shooting 2 people before the Ford fireworks. And there is now a $1,000 reward being offered for any information leading to this guy's arrest, right? So according to authorities, a young man was in a fight with a 17-year-old boy when he pulled out a gun and shot the teen. They also say an innocent bystander, only identified as a 22-year-old woman, was also hit. Both victims hospitalized with serious injuries. Like I said, when this first broke, there's photos. They've released pictures of this person and also a person of interest. Their photos are online. You can check them out. If you know anything, you can call Crime Stoppers. You can call the police department. Give them some tips there. This was nice. You might have seen this on social media. Sam Laporta recently got married,
Yes.
and he and his new wife, Callahan, were blessed by the Pope.
Super Bowl incoming.
Yeah, hey. It's now ordained, or it's religious. They've been touched.
They
It
have
is-
been. They got married on June 14th, then traveled to the Vatican shortly afterward. He posted photos on Instagram. You can see them with the Pope, and he put the caption, "Thank you to a very busy man for blessing me and my bride."
That's really cool. That's really cool. First of all, that they're
I thought
in Rome for
at first when I saw it, that's
the
where they got
Vatican City,
married.
yeah.
Like I was like, oh, they just got married right there, but no, they just.
They
Got
went
the
there on their
blessing.
honeymoon and
Yeah.
they got blessed.
Are you
pretty
aware of the
cool.
rumors? Everybody knows the Pope's a White Sox fan.
Yeah.
But he spent some time in West Michigan.
Oh.
There were some people who thought
Is he
there's
a
a
Lions
chance. Is this confirmation?
Oh.
I mean,
The
I don't
papacy's
know.
on our side.
Yeah.
Do you think the Pope knew who he was?
Well, that'd be great. He's talking about the big catch in the playoff game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if he. We've seen him with the pictures at the White Sox game, so you got to believe
He's a
he
sports fan.
is a sports fan. Sure.
But then he also is seeing so many people every day. Would you really know?
I don't know. He looked up and said, "Oh, Sam Laporta." And the thing about the football players, right, is every time you see them, and Sam's very unassuming. You got your helmet on.
Yeah.
So face recognition for him is very much different than it is for, Goff or Gibbs or some of these other guys where the camera's on them on the sidelines all the time.
Yep. You might have heard about this story. There was a fan who taunted, I guess you could say, Arizona Diamondbacks Ketel Marte, yelling out something about his late mother. This was during Tuesday night's game. I don't know what he yelled. I don't know what the heckle was.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody really knows except those who heard it. But this guy has now been banned indefinitely from every MLB ballpark. He can no longer attend any game. The taunting occurred in the 7th inning while Marte was at bat, and it brought him to tears. So whatever he said to him was bad enough to bring this man to tears. His mother actually passed away in a car accident several years ago. I believe it was 2017 in the Dominican Republic. Sources say the heckling could be heard by the Diamondbacks manager, who basically said, hey, this fan's got to go.
Yeah.
He's got to be ejected. And he was. The fan did later say, hey, you know what? I am remorseful. I'm sorry I crossed the line. But is he sorry that he crossed the line, or is he sorry that he got caught and is now banned from every
Well, yeah, I mean
ballpark?
that's the
I mean,
question.
that's right.
And did he know that his mom was he taking a generic shot?
Yo mama type thing.
Yeah,
only to
or did he
learn.
know? Yeah,
We
did he know
talked-
ahead of time?
It's got to be worse than.
I know.
than
I'm sure it
that.
was
To
much
bring
worse. I'm
somebody
saying.
to tears. It can't be like.
Well,
oh.
I understand why, because
Yeah.
his mother tragically passed away. Did the fan know that? I don't know. That could
Right.
be part of why he feels remorseful. Still not okay. We
Never.
talked about crossing the line
yeah.
with fans getting tossed last week, and we said, what, if it's something racist, if it's
Yeah.
a threat, let's add,
Right.
if you're going to bring up someone's mom who died tragically, clearly over the line.
Yes. Yes.
Speaking of tragedy, there was a gruesome scene that unfolded on the Jersey Shore Wednesday. A lifeguard was impaled by a beach umbrella.
Ooh.
Not just like, I'm talking, those like
Yeah.
6
The bit-
foot
yeah.
long beach
Yeah.
umbrellas.
Was it caught by the wind?
I think so.
That would
And
make
it sounds
sense.
like what they believe is that she was chasing after it because it got blown away, and then they think she might have tripped and then got impaled. It went through like under her shoulder blade, through her shoulder, out the back. And they said that they actually had to get a saw and cut it apart before they could even get her to the hospital. But overall, they said she was conscious and in good spirits for.
For
The
for what she
situation.
was going through, I guess. Jeez, oh Pete.
Can you imagine that?
No.
No. I mean, it's. I've seen it in some windstorms. I've seen those things fly around, and they do look like spears.
Well,
That's too
she's lucky
bad.
to be alive.
Yeah.
Which
She
she
is.
is. I think she is.
Yeah.
I don't have an update yet, but
Yeah.
she was alive when it happened, so that's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
All right, Heather with the news. Coming up next, where does Dan Campbell rank among his peers? It's 97.1. Dan Campbell, we love him. We're very protective of him. We think he's a damn good coach.
Very protective of all of our athletes, and now coaches fill that bill as well.
Pro Football Focus put out their list, ranking all the coaches in the NFL. And look, last year we thought, hey, Dan Campbell should be the coach of the year. Look at the job he's done turning around the Detroit Lions. We know what this franchise has been, and we know where they are right now, and he gets a lot of the credit. So where does he stack up among his peers? Well, it's not 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8. Dan Campbell checks in 9th on Pro Football Focus's list. John, did they get it right?
Yeah, I think they did, and here's why. Every coach ahead of him has either appeared in a Super Bowl or won a Super Bowl. And the number one coach, which I think is not even up for debate, is Andy Reid.
Yep.
He's been unbelievable at a couple of steps, and it took him a long time to win his first Super Bowl. But obviously, I mean, I played against his teams when he was in Philly, and now all of a sudden in Kansas City, he's got Patrick Mahomes. And whether or not he's past Patrick Mahomes, he's an unbelievable coach, a great offensive mind. Sean Payton comes in at number 2, which surprised me a little bit. Having been back in the league for only 1 year, I know he's got a Super Bowl under his belt, and what he did with Bo Nix was remarkable. I would like to see more, and I do think that he still belongs ahead of Dan. But there's, Kyle Shanahan is ahead of him, Nick Sirianni.
We'll go in order just so people get kind of the sense. So number 1's Reid, 2 is Payton, 3 is Sean McVay.
Mm-hmm.
Super Bowl. And quickly flip them back around with a reboot. Like last year back in the playoffs. John Harbaugh's number 4, Super Bowl winner. Mike Tomlin's number 5. We're getting further and further away from that Super Bowl, but Super Bowl winner.
And never had a losing season.
Never. Jim Harbaugh's 6th. Doesn't have the Super Bowl win, but has a Super Bowl appearance. Kyle Shanahan is 7th with a bunch of Super Bowl appearances. Nick Sirianni, probably too low at 8, having won a Super Bowl, and then Dan Campbell at 9.
Yeah, I probably would have put Nick Sirianni ahead of Kyle Shanahan. You're splitting hairs at 7 or 8 there. And obviously we don't really care where those guys are ranked. We're just concerned with Dan Campbell. But as soon as Dan Campbell gets a team to the Super Bowl, he wins a Super Bowl. Now all of a sudden, it opens the conversation of where is he in the top 5. But I believe
2.
you got to get there.
I think he'd be as high as 2.
Could be.
I mean, to do it for this organization,
right? Well, yes.
I mean,
to
Reid's got multiple, so he'd stay 1. But I think Campbell would be 2.
Most likely,
because he'd be matching Payton and McVay and Harbaugh. I mean, these guys all have 1. It's not like there's guys.
Right. So and then you go, okay, well, how far away are they? Obviously, Sean McVay's is recent. Sean Payton's is long ago. John Harbaugh's, Mike Tomlin's all long ago. Jim Harbaugh, no Super Bowl winner, but what he did in San Francisco. And I think he's on this list because of what he did in his first stint in the NFL with San Francisco. So, yeah, I think if he wins a Super Bowl, he rockets up this list, and we could argue 2, 3, 4, whatever it is. But I'm curious to our listeners, do they believe Dan Campbell is appropriately ranked? And I think the follow-up question is, can Dan Campbell ultimately win a Super Bowl here in Detroit? With him, not can the Lions win a Super Bowl? We know the roster. We know it's young. We talk about windows, all this stuff. But can Dan Campbell win a Super Bowl as head coach of the Detroit Lions? And put into that everything that we know about Dan Campbell. Now, it wasn't him that dropped the pass on 4th down against San Francisco, but he does bear a little bit of responsibility for everything that happens on the field. He wasn't, with Jahmyr Gibbs when he fumbled the ball. He wasn't out there when the ball bounced off a face mask into the arms of Brandon Ayuk. But he does bear responsibility for putting these guys in position, calling their number, and everything that goes into it, as well as, and you brought up a great point, as much as we say this is Dan Campbell's offense, we also then have to say, well, the calls that were made against Washington, offensive calls that were made against Washington,
were Dan Campbell calls.
Right, we can't just say, well, it's Ben Johnson, he's no longer here.
When it's good, it's Campbell. When it's bad, it's Ben Johnson. Guys,
Right.
I know that's convenient as a fan to do, but you can point to last year losing at home as a 15-win 1 seed, a 9.5-point favorite.
Right.
Losing that game is a blemish on Dan Campbell.
And
so
his
I get why
nickname-
you ask.
His nickname, Dan Gamble.
And I get why you ask. He invites this criticism with the gambles. Now, I have said, and I believe you're with me on this, those gambles have paid off more often than not. I don't even mean statistically. I mean they have elevated the franchise and won them more games than if they had played it safe. Because that's the other side of the coin. It's not just did it work or didn't it work. It's, well, if we never went for 2 and if we never went for it on 4th down, how many of those possessions you end up with empty drives?
Fake punts.
Right.
You know, I mean, the fake punt against – everybody forgets about the fake punt against Kansas City to start the season off a couple of years ago. Like, that was huge. That was in the Lions' territory. It was the 30, 35-yard line. If they don't convert that, you give Patrick Mahomes in the first quarter the ball right there. So, I mean, it's all of it goes into, do you believe Dan Campbell can ultimately win a Super Bowl here in Detroit?
248-539-9797. John, my answer, unequivocally, is yes. I think we've seen people follow the leader. I mean, we watched in that Vikings game last year, end of the season, we watched Kevin O'Connell try to keep up with Dan Campbell and force it in some of those red zone possessions because he knew what Dan Campbell was going to do. We've seen other coaches say, hey, it's 4th down. We got to keep the ball.
Right.
We got to maximize our offense. We have to go for it. I think he's not the first coach to be aggressive on 4th down. He's taken it to the extreme, and he's dragged other coaches into the modern era with him. I think it's winning football. I think it's aggressive football, and I think that does win.
I think it does as well. And, I mean, you look, John Harbaugh, before Dan Campbell, he's probably been the one that's been most, I don't want to say a gambler in regards, but aggressive in regards to going for it on 4th down. And he's got the clout that it works because he's got the Super Bowl. He's been able to win one, and they've had the parade in Baltimore. They've done all of the celebrating, and now it's a matter of will it work in Detroit? And will it work this year? Will it work next year? Like, what is the window? And I say that with the idea that the number one coach on this list is Andy Reid. Unequivocally and unquestioned the best coach in all of football right now. He's on his second team, and it took him 20 years before he won a Super Bowl, his first Super Bowl in Kansas City. And he had a couple of trips to the Super Bowl as an Eagles coach, Donovan McNabb, he had Terrell Owens, had all that stuff, but couldn't get it done in Philly.
Well, one great thing that Andy Reid has done, everybody knows about offensive play design and what he's done to elevate quarterbacks, then you pair him with Mahomes. How about hiring Steve Spagnuolo?
Yeah.
That's a huge part of being a head coach is dealing with turnover, and they hired a hell of a DC. That's a question for Dan Campbell going into this season is replacing both of his coordinators. Did he appropriately replace them?
Right, and it feels like other than the Anthony Lynn hire, and he's made some changes, obviously, with position coaches, but his coordinators since then were good hires. And he's developed now 2 coaches that are going to be NFL head coaches in Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. Now, we'll see how they do, but we could be looking about, because we talk about all of the coaches that have coached for Bill Belichick, and have they been able to go out and win? Well, not really, apart from where Bill has been. And we'll see what Vrabel can do. But, he coached with him a little bit, but he played for him for a long time. So he's all part of that tree. Will we eventually be talking about the Dan Campbell tree?
You brought up the window idea here, and the roster's going to be intact contractually for the next 2 seasons. Beyond that, we don't know. Salary cap is real, even with the cap games that teams play. We've talked and discussed about it. You're not keeping everybody forever. Next 2 years, they should. They should keep everybody together the next 2 seasons and have a real shot at this. And I think Dan Campbell has proven that he elevates rosters. So, yeah, I think he can take them to the Super Bowl and win it.
Yeah, and it will be a matter of being able to shepherd his coaches, Kelvin Shepherd being one of them. Little play on words there. And obviously John Morton. And I don't think you go from a guy that has done a good job of hiring coaches, or at least recognizing and not wasting any time with a bad hire, making a change, that you all of a sudden are going to be a coach that can't evaluate the guys that you want to work for you or work under you.
Dan Campbell ranked 9th among NFL head coaches. We love the guy. Do you take it as disrespect, or do you see it? As much as I'd love to come on today and fight for our guy, if all 8 guys ahead of him have played in or coached in or won a Super Bowl, I kind of get where he's placed. Let's get to Greg and Shelby. Greg, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, you guys. Mr. Positive. Boom shakalaka. I think Dan Campbell has the ability to win, but it's weird. It's a zeitgeist. It's a spirit that, can you really honestly say Detroit Lions Super Bowl champions? I believe that it's so hard and improbable that there's something otherworldly that says, no, it's not going to happen. Yeah, we got Dan Campbell. We've lost a couple pieces in our coaching staff. But it's just weird, you guys. It's something that I can't it's ephemeral. It's ethereal, if you will. That it's just telling you that it's not going to happen. We'll get so close, but yet it just won't happen.
And
I'm
this is
sad
the phone
to
call
say
from
that.
Mr. Positive?
Yeah, I mean, that's not a very positive take. You think that the universe just won't allow the Lions, no matter who the head coach is, the universe won't allow the Lions to win a Super Bowl.
John, you're spot on. Yes, and I don't know why, but it's weird. We say it and we want to believe it, but it just feels like it can't. It's not going to happen. You just nailed it. You just nailed it. And
no, I don't
mean,
think he's
we're
nailing
gonna
it. I
get
think
there.
he's perplexed, Greg. I
yeah.
appreciate the phone call. I don't think there's any better idea of what Lions fandom is than a guy who calls himself Mr. Positive
with
saying
a
he can't
not positive
fathom
take.
the
Yeah.
Lions, and that's the torturous history of the Lions. But I thought we had put a lot of this in the rearview mirror. And I thought Dan Campbell was at the forefront of burying a lot of the SOL stuff.
I mean, he did that for his first couple of years, and all of the antics and the pants with the dirt and shaking them out, all that stuff. Like, I don't believe that there is some greater force that is keeping the Detroit Lions organization from winning a Super Bowl.
You know what's kept him from winning a Super Bowl is
execution.
Gibbs fumble,
Yeah.
Reynolds drop, blowing a 17-point lead in the NFC title game,
Goff's
Goff's turnovers.
And I don't believe that there's some eternal force that caused a rash of injuries. Like, there is such a thing just as, hey, bad luck, sorry, try again next year, which they will do.
A ghost-like figure possessed J-Mo, and he threw the interception.
Right, yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Anyway, 248-539-9797. Try to do better. It's 97.1.
Thank you, Han.
Dan Campbell, 9th among NFL coaches, Pro Football Focus. We asked you guys, is he ranked properly? And as much as I'd like to rally and cry and rally the troops, the 8 coaches ahead of him have either won or appeared in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He's appropriately ranked, which then begs the question, can he join them as a coach to win the Super Bowl? 248-539-9797. Heads up, 725. We got the 2 Grand Slam. John Jansen has played it off air and won $2,000.
Yes, this is one that I believe somebody should get.
You can do the same.
We'll set that bar at 10.
Oh, boy. Let's do it, though. Let's give away some money. 725 today. Dear John at 735. Talk a little road trips in the 7 o'clock hour as well. Phone call to get to, 248-539-9797. Patrick in Sterling Heights waiting patiently. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, you asked if he can. I guess that's the question. Can he win one here? Can Dan Campbell win a Super Bowl? Yeah, my take on that is basically I think he's got a better chance than most coaches. Now, let me premise this real quick by saying I'm a Saints fan, so we just, like all the other loser teams, hired a new coach. And if you think Kellen Moore, I mean, he's probably in line to have a Dan Campbell first year where he wins 2 or 3 games. And that's expected. But if he doesn't win 7 or 8 games by year at least 3, he's out the door. Like, that's what they do. So Campbell, I think, has earned, because of his successes, I think he's had, as opposed to the carousel, I think he has the cachet to, you mentioned windows. So this is window 1. I think he's had a chance to have a window 2, unlike many coaches. I think if he has a couple down years, if something bad happens, and, well, I have no skin in the game on the Lions.
No, but it's pro football. Like Patrick, you're right. I mean,
is.
there's a world where they get a couple cracks at this, and then there's a reset, and he'll survive a reset because of the cachet he's built up.
Like what we've seen in L.A.
I think so, and I think so. You know, he'll have a second chance. I'm certain the ownership would give him that at this point. So unlike many coaches, I think he's at least got a good chance of taking 2 cracks at it, whatever happens this time. And if it doesn't work out, then I think, 4 or 5 years down the road, he'd probably have another chance. So,
Patrick, I like this phone call because that's an underrated point. Like, we're very focused on the next couple years with these guys, and I think the answer is yes in the next couple years. But an even better part of the argument is he's going to have longevity here in Detroit. And we watched him show he could drag a roster last year to new heights at 15 wins. And it's better when you got all pros, but we've watched him drag rosters up since he's been here in Detroit.
And that'll be the interesting part is how much cachet has he built up? Will he continue to build up? Does he get back to the NFC Championship game? Does he ultimately take this team to a Super Bowl, win a Super Bowl? That gives you as much cachet as you're going to have. And then as you rebuild, and we've seen it with the Rams. That's why I referenced the Rams. And you did it in terms of in this list. When you watch Sean McVay, they've been able to rebuild on the run. And the question will be, if you're talking about that second window, that second wave, are they going to have to make a change at quarterback? Or will they be forced to?
Right.
Because they've been able to do it with the Rams with the same quarterback, Matthew Stafford.
Ding,
and
ding,
now
ding,
we all
John.
know he's – go ahead.
I was going to say ding, ding, ding. That's and you look at the top guy on the list, Andy Reid. He had Donovan McNabb. I mean, that was a Super Bowl caliber type quarterback, but they still couldn't get it done when they were together there. But Andy Reid got a second QB chance in Philly before he even came to KC. He got a second QB chance in KC with Smith and then to Mahomes. So ultimately, it's kind of tied to, is Jared Goff good enough to win a Super Bowl? But Dan Campbell will probably get a second opportunity if it becomes clear that Goff is the reason he's not winning.
Well, if you ask me the biggest reason they didn't win the Super Bowl last year, the biggest reason they lost that playoff game, it's Goff.
Right.
But the year
before, the biggest reason they were there and were in position to win it was Goff.
But if you ask me the year before why they lost the NFC title game, like Campbell bears responsibility in both. He's the bleeping head coach.
Right.
But the bigger issue to me was drops and fumbles and execution and player mistakes. So I don't put Dan Campbell as the biggest reason they lost either of their playoff games the
No.
last 2 seasons.
No, just talk about the cachet. Where was this team when he took over? Where was this organization? Where was the Ford family when he took over? And now all of a sudden we're talking about Super Bowl windows. We're arguing about QB2 or who's going to be the kicker. And we're talking about now having won the division 2 years in a row. We expect him to win it this year. And we all ultimately, the regular season's going to be fun. It'll probably be a roller coaster, but what will happen in the playoffs?
Charlie in Brighton, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. Dan Campbell's done a great job building cultures. The players believe in him. But the difference between a coach that wins a Super Bowl is a coach that also educates the team saying, look, there will come a time where I may not go for it. And at the NFC Championship game in San Francisco, I think that cost him dearly. He needs to be able to make that decision and make a change, and that's what a leader does. And he has a team that understands that decision, that they'll continue to have a strong culture.
So let me ask you this. In that NFC Championship game, when he was not supposed to go for it, are you referring to the 4th and 2 drop? Because that had been a catch all season long. If it's a catch, they're more than likely going to be playing in the Super Bowl.
It's a fair point. It's a fair point, but he still decided to take a risk in those decisions to go for it versus just take the points.
Right, but those risks are what had elevated the team. Those risks are why they were in that position in the first place. Those risks were the right decisions and would have won them the game.
Now, we don't know if that catch is caught by Josh Reynolds. Do they win this? Do they go to the Super Bowl? It feels like it. On the flip side, if they don't go for it on 4th and 2 and they punt the ball, or there's an argument to be made. Yeah, they could be playing in the Super Bowl as well.
The point is you got to keep scoring. The other team ended up scoring more points. So keep your offense on the field for short yardage.
Right.
When
I'm
you're
just trying to
but some of this is personnel based. It's personnel based. If you've got an elite line, if you've got a quarterback that can get the ball out in timing, if you've got good quality receivers and pass catchers. Reynolds, that's the crazy thing, was so clutch all season that's going to be his lingering legacy. That was not the player he was all season.
And on Twitch, I think Dynasty Dan puts it perfectly. Just because it didn't work doesn't make it the wrong choice.
We hear that from AJ Hinch all the time.
Yeah.
AJ will join us coming up in an hour, 8:02. Hey, if you have a middle school-aged athlete, we've got this event coming up, 97.1 The Ticket and Detroit Pal, 5th through 8th graders, part of a junior NFL-style combine. It's going to take place coming up in July on the 16th. It's going to be at the corner ballpark where the old Tiger Stadium was. If you want information, if you want to register, there's prizes. You go to 971theticket.com or detroitpal.org/events. 2 Grand Slam, Dear John, road trips, and more coming up next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers shut out for the 5th time this season, 3-0 last night, as the Athletics tie up the series and set up a rubber match this afternoon at Comerica Park. All the A's runs on one swing, 3rd inning, the rookie Nick Kurtz off Jack Flaherty. Dan Dickerson on the call there. The Tigers had just 4 hits and no answers for ace starter Jacob Lopez. He went 7 scoreless, 6 strikeouts. Flaherty gave up those 3 with 7 strikeouts, but 4 walks over 6 innings. The Tigers go for the series win at Comerica Park this afternoon. Round 1 of the Rocket Classic officially underway this morning at Detroit Golf Club. The first golfer is teeing off at 6:45. Plenty of local names in the field, including former Michigan State golfer and U.S. Amateur winner James Pyatt, Pinckney High School grad Otto Black, and Detroit native Joe Hooks. Hooks is is making his first PGA start after growing up playing the course and later winning the John Shippen there. And Michigan State guard Jace Richardson and Michigan forward Danny Wolf both going in the first round of the NBA draft last night. Richardson to the Magic at 25, Wolf to the Nets at 27. Jace's father, Jason Richardson, also a first-round pick, also a Spartan, also played for the Magic. Wolf becomes the 12th Wolverine to be picked in the first round since 2013. Of course, the number 1 overall pick, Dupes Cooper Flagg to the Mavs, and the Pistons they'll pick for the first time at number 37 in the second round tonight. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We're out live today up northern Michigan area territory. We are in Bel Air, Michigan. We're at Shanty Creek, and we're hanging out today and tomorrow.
Yeah, just outside Traverse City.
Yeah.
A little bit south of where I lived for a long time when I got out of the NFL up at Petoskey. It's a great area. Obviously, it's very much unlike southeast Michigan because there's we're at the golf course here, but it's heavily wooded. We got a look at Bel Air Lake. It's a beautiful view. And I got to thinking on the way up, because I love the drive. Once you get north of, Saginaw, Flint area, all of a sudden it feels like there's 3 stages to the state of Michigan, right? There's the southern part, and then once you get, some people will say West Branch, but I think it happens even further south of that. But once you get north of Saginaw, it feels like a completely different state. Once you cross the bridge, Heather, I know you do this all the time. Yep. It feels like it's a completely different world as well. But this is kind of the first time we've taken a road trip. Now, we didn't drive up together.
That would have been fun.
It would have been. It would have. If we didn't have different things that we had to get to on Friday on our way back, we could have stopped at some sites along the way.
Could have.
Maybe
Bronner's.
Maybe Bronner's. Yeah. Maybe we would have stopped on the way up, but it got me to thinking about some of the road trips that I've taken throughout my life and how much fun they are. Whether it was before I had kids and it was just, hey, a bunch of dudes going fishing, or with the kids and we've got the camper, the boat, and we're going on a road trip. What is the best road trip that you've been on? Because there's a great feeling when you leave your driveway knowing you're going on a road trip.
And what makes a great road trip?
Yes.
248-539-9797.
Yeah, and on Twitch it says the road trip would have been great, just not in the EV.
You guys could have all fit.
Well, he didn't drive the EV.
No, because it wouldn't have made it.
They have a charger here, by the way. I
didn't
realize
that.
I
actually parked right next to it just because.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's actually nobody in the EV spots.
I don't think anybody will be there.
Yeah, we would have had to stop along the way to supercharge.
To push it.
To push it.
Yes. Yes. Would you have made Heather and I push, or would you have shown a little chivalry?
Well,
and
Heather
let
could go behind the wheel.
drive?
You and I would be able to push it further.
Hey.
I think we could. I might disagree with that. I might choose to have Heather push with me versus you.
Rude, mean, unnecessary. So you've done a bunch of these road trips.
Yeah, I've done a bunch of road trips, and I mean, before ones without the kids. I've taken off. We did an Eric Church concert at Ford Field. The next morning, left from there, drove up through the UP. Went up through the Sioux, Northeast Canada, the place I talked about before with all the mosquitoes and everything, and spent a week to 8 days fishing. And I love the car ride almost as much as I love, being there, because it's the conversations that you have in the car that that you're going to have with the guys that you don't have with the family. It's the stops that you make and the stupid jokes that you have. It's somebody, who's got an issue, and
that's the time to talk through it.
They drive. Oh, no. I'm not talking about issues in your life. No one cares about those on a road trip. It is someone has a bowel issue and drops a bomb in the car, and you're going to make you walk. All of those different things, but it's all of those things that happen spontaneously on a road trip.
That was the word I was going to use. That is what makes a great road trip. It has to be spontaneous. You have a loose plan. We're going to go from A to B. But along the way, and even when we get there, we're just kind of figuring it out.
Yeah.
Like for me, it would have been post-college. We had one friend who moved away to Blacksburg, Virginia. So we did the trip from West Michigan, where most of us were home-based, got the rental car, loaded her up, stops along the way. We get to the town. We're bar hopping. We're at a Waffle House. You make no plans. You just go out and do it.
I've been on a lot of road trips.
Yeah.
Obviously, just driving to the UP, most of my road trips are within Michigan. But I think some of the best road trips probably happened in college or right after college or even in high school. End of high school when you're going up north, you just pack the car with your friends and you're, like you said, it's you just kind of drive. You got snacks. It's all about the snacks, the music, and the people. It's been a long time since I've done a road trip, if you consider this road trip, by yourself. Like, it was an interesting drive, this 3.5-hour drive up here by yourself. I didn't enjoy it nearly as much.
How did you feel it?
A lot of music and snacks. The same thing, but I had no conversation, so I was singing to myself. Or I was getting tired, actually, so I was like, stay awake.
Yeah, I downloaded an audiobook.
Did you?
Yeah, SEAL Team 6. So I was listening to that one on the way up. But it was kind of one of those things, too, where I'm like, you know what, I want to stop for a cup of coffee. So I just stopped. Probably not something I would do with the kids.
You know where I almost stopped? A cemetery.
We passed a bunch of them.
We did. And they looked enticing.
Just to look
Take
at
it
the
all
headstones. Yeah.
Look for baby number 3.
Yeah. Look for, yes.
That's not on the way, by the way.
Yep. Gertrude. All right.
No, Gertie.
Beatrice is beautiful.
Marge. Large Marge.
Okay.
Anyway, we don't have to get off on that topic, but we'd love to hear from you. Like, we're on a road trip, first road trip that we've had as a show. What are some of the great road trips that you've had and some of the spontaneous stops along the way? 248-539-9797.
Most important thing for a road trip on the ticket text: good vehicle, good people. You got to be able to get there.
Yeah, you don't want to be stuck in a car with someone that you don't really want to be around.
It's true.
That makes a terrible road trip.
Takes a what is a 5 or 10-hour drive. It makes it feel like a 20-hour drive.
20-hour drive, yeah. And that's a great thing about a road trip too. Is like I mentioned the drive. If you are having conversation, and sometimes it's just no conversation, but you're just enjoying the company of the people you're with. It takes that. On the flip side, it takes that 10-hour drive and it makes it feel like it was half as long.
Flies by. You're not officially up north till you cross the Zilwaukee Bridge. We crossed it on the way up here.
We did. Yep.
Those of us who have visited Bronner's know this.
Yes.
How many billboards do you think there are? Because I counted at least 6 Bronner's billboards.
You know what? I didn't even think about it until I got to the Birch Run exit, and I thought, man, we should have scheduled a meeting at Bronner's just to take a show pic. But we actually have somebody in the local area on hold right now. Let's go to
Santa?
Adam. Santa, is that you? Adam in Frankenmuth. Good morning, Adam. How you doing?
Good morning, my friends. How are you? On my way to umpire some good old softball today, so it's going to be a good weekend.
Where are you going?
Davison, Michigan. Davison. It's not a big road trip,
all right.
but the road trip I'm talking about. My brother was fortunate enough to get drafted by the Tigers. Was traded for Brad Osmus. Well, his first start was in Round Rock, and me and my buddy, I was 21 at the time, and I was a young buck. We loaded up an S10. We put a mattress in the back, and both of us took an S10 from Frankenmuth all the way down to Austin, Texas.
Oh, wow.
My buddy, he's sleeping in the back, and when we get into Dallas and we hit a traffic jam, and the semi honks and wakes him right out, and I'm looking in the mirror, and it might have been the funniest thing I've ever seen in my whole life. Probably wasn't the safest move, but we stopped along the way, and hit some places. But that was one heck of a road trip I'll never forget.
Adam, I don't want to get off topic here, but you're in Davison. Are you going to Abernathy Regional Park?
I am, sir.
All right. Well, I tell you what, I will see you there over the weekend because my daughter is actually on her way up right now. She's got an 8 o'clock start. Actually, she's probably there. So you're going to be umping. She's in a 14U bracket.
Yep, I have 14U today. I might have her today.
All right, she's at 8 and 9:30. She plays for the Firecrackers, so we'll take all the calls we can get.
Absolutely. Hey, I like Michigan tickets. I'd above a bribe.
This is bribery. This is
Wait a
no.
minute.
Hey, that's all right.
Absolutely
Yes.
not.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, hey, and we're hosting the Ohio State game this year, so if they're good, hey, might be able to make something happen.
I will see you this week. I will see you this weekend, guys. Thank you, man. Love you guys. Love listening to you.
Thanks for
All
calling
right,
in.
thanks, Adam. Drive safe.
Easily bought. All right, Matt and Flint, wrap us up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up? So I work for Google, so I travel for my job a lot. I had to travel to Orlando to pick up a vehicle and then drive it to California, which is a very long way. But I took a lot of back roads, so I was able to see a lot of towns and just like beautiful scenery, and it was great. I had a great time just taking my time seeing the country. That's my favorite road trip. It's not exciting, but I got to see a lot of the country.
But you're hitting on something big, too. We said what makes a great road trip? Not being in a hurry.
Yeah.
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 And it's also funny because I'm being sent to West Branch Wednesday because I have to map the area over there. Because I drive the Google car with the camera on it, and we take pictures of the streets. So I'm actually going to be in West Branch for like 2 weeks starting next week.
What has been so everybody sees the Google car, and then all of a sudden, like they think they're on camera, they want to do something. Have you witnessed anybody do something just because they think they're going to be on Google Earth?
Yes, my very first day, I was mapping in Ann Arbor, and there was these 3 girls, and you can just imagine what they did. And of course, they didn't make it on camera, but it made me happy. So.
Well said.
Oh, my God.
Hey, John,
That's
go blue,
amazing.
man.
Go blue.
Thanks for the phone call
Yeah.
and the story.
Yeah.
Heather, you were joking, but you were like, did they
I
flash?
did the flash.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
guessing that's what they did.
And there you go.
Yes. We'll take your ticket, text, your calls.
We got 2 Grand Slam. We got Dear John. We got AJ Hinch at 8:02. We're having a blast. It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends and yourself are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Maybe it's baseball under the stadium lights, golf on a pristine green fairway, or soccer matches with world-class goals. All the action-packed moments in between. You are going to spend the day all day at your favorite, watching your favorite sports on your phone. So why not make it more thrilling with FanDuel? Open the app today to see the daily promotions. There's something new every single day. And if you're new to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today, or you can visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to get started. You must be 21 or over and present, Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Talking about hitting the road for road trips, now's the time to hit the road in style with a deal from Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer in 2024. If you need a truck to keep up with your summer at Moran, you can lease the 2025 Silverado 4x4 LT Crew Cab for $249 a month. 0 down, 24-month low-mileage lease, strength, style, savings, all in one. Only at Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride fast, MoranExpress.com, or stop in. Brian Moran and the crew will take care of you. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Heather with the news.
Oh, yeah. Well, after 6 years in business, there's a restaurant in Royal Oak that's closing its doors for good. Pinky's Rooftop Lounge will be open through Saturday, June 28th. And then, like I said, it's going to be gone.
Good
doors
riddance.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
R.I.P.
Awful service. It's a great location. It's a rooftop bar right in downtown Royal Oak. Awful service. And it's very, John, you'd hate it. It's like designed for sorority girls' Instagrams. They need to do something better with the space.
Oh, I've never actually seen it. I mean, I read about it.
Yeah.
We went when we first moved here to check it out one more time to give it a chance.
Was
We
it
were
really
waiting
just the
forever.
service?
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad.
But it's a great location.
Well, then something else will
That's
take
I'm
its
excited.
place.
Something could be better there.
Yeah, they didn't give a reasoning for the closure, but perhaps it just
Wasn't doing well enough.
wasn't doing that well. A former Oakland County teacher has been charged for having a sexual relationship with a student. The 26-year-old former Oakside Prep Academy teacher allegedly engaged in this sexual relationship with a 16-year-old student in 2023. And this teacher, she decided to go and tell another teacher what she was up to. And that other teacher went and told authorities. That's how she was caught. The teacher was charged with third-degree criminal sexual conduct, which is punishable by up to 15 years in prison. Oh, the fan who taunted Arizona Diamondbacks Ketel Marte, yelling something about his late mother during Tuesday night's game, has been banned indefinitely from every single MLB ballpark. He can never go and attend a game anywhere. We don't know what he was yelling, what his heckle was, what he was taunting him, but it actually brought Marte to tears.
Yeah.
That whatever he was saying was powerful enough to bring this man to tears, very emotional. His mother did pass away in a car accident in 2017 in the Dominican Republic. And sources say, we don't know what he said, but the manager heard, and he was like, you got to get this guy out. He's got to be ejected. And he was. Afterward, he was remorseful. He did say, you know what, I'm sorry, I did cross the line. So. Hey, it's almost time to play the 2 Grand Slam. So give us a call, 248-539-9797. Your chance to win $2,000. Hey, listen to this. A U.S. sprinter experienced a wardrobe malfunction during a race on Tuesday and exposed himself live on air.
Oh.
Yeah, he was running the 400-meter hurdles. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
It just fell out?
Well, the short slipped up a little bit higher on the left side and out. Yes, everything slipped out. So he was
He didn't
running.
get stuck on a hurdle, did he?
No. In fact, he won the race, so it didn't slow him down, but you could see him running, adjusting,
Well, you want to
jumping.
know why he won the race? He's being extra cautious down there. He made it get
Yeah.
high in the air.
Very embarrassed. He hasn't discussed the incident, but I'm sure
At some point he's
going
gonna
to
have to.
that.
Yeah.
No shock here, you guys. We spend a ton of time on our phones, especially in the bathroom when we're sitting on the toilet. There's a new study that reveals Americans scroll on their phones on the toilet for 49 hours every year. That's just over 2 full days each year. And Gen Z,
More.
They're always on their phones. They're scrolling social media, streaming videos, responding to messages, and some of them even take video calls.
Okay, that's too much.
Whoa. They take video calls while they're...
Yes, indeed. And most of us admit that we just hang out in the bathroom a little bit longer to whether just finish a video we're watching, scroll a little longer.
I won't even take an audio call.
Well, of course, I'm not taking any call, but we're all using our phone in the bathroom, right?
I've definitely taken a call.
What's the alternative? Sit there and with your own thoughts?
Colin, I'll talk to Colin. Sure, why not?
Yeah, I mean, if there's an emergency, Yeah, I don't know. I know.
The bad part about this is doctors are warning everyone, you need to treat your phone like your hands because we're not cleaning our screens after we're in the bathroom. And they say phones harbor more bacteria than toilet seats. So remember that the next time you got your phone plastered to your face.
After our Stoney experience, can you imagine what his phone...
I can't get over that. I can't get over that.
It's haunting stuff.
It really was haunting.
Yeah.
That's the right word, without a doubt. Let's give away some money.
Let's do it.
All right, this is going to be fun. We've already set the bar high because when John took the 2 Grand Slam, he got all of them right. So we're hoping our contestant can do the same. The rules are simple. 60 seconds, 10 questions. Contestant's going to get $2,000 if they get them all right.
The contestant is Brian in Huntington Woods. Good morning, Brian.
Hello.
How you doing?
How you doing? I'm doing great.
All right. You excited to be on the 2 Grand Slam?
Yeah, ready to win a little bit of money.
Let's do it. All right, Brian, I'm going to start right now, and your time is going to begin. If you don't know one, say pass, and we'll get back to it if there's enough time. Here we go. Who wears jersey number 31 for the Detroit Tigers?
Riley Green.
Who is the defensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions?
Pass.
What day of the week is the 4th of July on this year?
Friday.
Eastern Michigan University is located in this city.
Ypsilanti.
The Rocket Mortgage Classic is played at this golf course.
Pass.
Alex Anzalone played for the NFL on this team before the Lions.
New Orleans Saints.
This artist had the 2015 hit Can't Feel My Face.
Oh, come on, pass.
What is the nickname of Ball State University?
Ball State. Cardinals.
This team won the President's Trophy in the NHL this past season.
Florida.
We got you with 5.
Not bad, Brian.
No, that's a pretty good showing.
And you didn't even get to number 10. So
Yeah.
5 out of 9.
5 out of 9.
You sound disappointed.
Yeah, you're batting over 500.
I'm disappointed. Usually get 8 or 9. You know.
Well, hey, when that clock is ticking on your phone, it's a little bit different, isn't it?
Oh, it's much more difficult playing it than listening. No doubt about it.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, good job, Brian.
Thanks, Brian. Stay on hold.
We'll put you on hold. $125 for 5 correct answers.
2 Grand Slam is brought to you by Femininio Law.
John, you want to go through this because you aced it.
I did, and the one that he slipped up on the end, I don't remember why I remembered it. But
I didn't think there's any world that you would know that the Winnipeg Jets had the President's Trophy.
Well, a little pat on my back. Not a hockey guy, but I did get that. And again, it was one of those things that just kind of stuck out in my mind because it was either something you said or something we said on the show, and it just kind of stuck with me. But, yeah, so I was able to get that one. But let's go from one down. He got Riley Green, wears number 31 for the Detroit Tigers. Did not get Calvin Shepard as the defensive coordinator for the Detroit Lions. The 4th of July is on Friday this year. That'll be next week, a week from tomorrow. Eastern Michigan is in Ypsilanti. The Detroit Golf Club. That's where the Rocket Mortgage Classic is going to be played. Alex Anzalone played for the Saints before he came to the Lions. Can't Feel My Face.
What do you call him?
2015. That's the jockstrap guy. I mean, that's the relationship I have with his music. Is I can't unsee the Super Bowl halftime, and so it was the weekend. Ball State is the Cardinals. He got that one.
Would we have accepted Testicle Tech as a nickname?
that's the one thing that comes to mind every time. Which actually, I probably would have been disqualified because it's the first thing I said.
Oh,
I said it jokingly. And then I went to the Cardinals. But and then the last one, the President's Trophy, which he did not get with the NHL last season, was the Winnipeg Jets.
Your next chance to win with us, $725 on Tuesday. 2 Grand Slam on Tuesdays and Thursdays, just like Dear John every Thursday. We'll get to that coming up next. AJ Hinch at 8:02. It's 97.1.
Hey, you wait for summer all year long, and it's that feeling of freedom, trading work for sunshine and getting back to what you love. Summer is all about making memories. At Verizon, we're celebrating you. You deserve to kick summer off feeling refreshed, connected, and ready for anything. This year, summer starts early with incredible value only at Verizon. Amplify your summer with amazing deals on the latest phones, smartwatches, and accessories to keep you connected wherever you go. Verizon has you covered with the network America relies on. And to make that summer feeling even sweeter, just for walking in, you'll receive free summer essentials. That's right, simply visit any Verizon location across the country and pick up your complimentary summer goodie, our way of saying thanks. But don't wait, these in-store freebies are only available through June 30th or while supplies last. So before you hit the beach or fire up that grill, make your first stop your nearest Verizon store in Detroit today. Discover amazing deals, get connected on the network you can trust, and grab your free summer essential. That's Verizon.
A man of unquestioned integrity, John Jansen, will solve the problems of the people. You can send yours in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. The conversations today: neighbors Airbnb, sleeping with my wife, setting up friends, and a rodent.
I have no idea what that's about.
And rodent problems.
Oh,
We'll get to all of it. We'll start with the neighbor with the Airbnb. Dear John, my neighbors have recently started renting out their home on the weekends as an Airbnb. They leave town for vacations or whatever. Random people show up. They're blasting their music, inviting over people. It's a party almost every other week. I don't want to be a Karen and call the police on the dang kids and their music. How do I handle the situation?
Well, it depends on the time of it all. If it's before 10 o'clock, and if you have children, if it's this is an issue. It's something that you have to discuss with your neighbors. Now, they have all the right in the world to rent their house out. It sounds like it would be at a place that would be fun to rent out, a destination, but there needs to be a matter of respect, and there needs to be some house rules. And if it's happening after 10, maybe even 10:30 at night, there needs to be a discussion about how loud the music is, and if that discussion with the owners doesn't go well or doesn't solve the issue, then it does require a phone call at some point. If they're keeping you up to all hours of the night and it's party central, like that's an unlivable situation.
Yeah, communication is key.
Yeah.
Have a conversation with your neighbor. They can maybe contact Airbnb, because there are rules with Airbnb about parties, about noise, about music, or walk over there and politely. That normally doesn't go well. When someone tells you don't do something, they want to do something even more. But I do think open communication is the right thing.
Yeah, walking over while the renters are there,
Yeah.
they're going to be like, okay, thanks a lot, but
I know.
please
I'll turn
go
that
home.
up just a little more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is about the communication.
Yep. All right, the next one. This is the sleeping with my wife topic.
Oh.
Dear John, and honestly Heather too.
Okay.
Interesting. My wife and I have one son who is 5 years old. We put him to bed in his own room, but most nights he comes in during the night and wants to sleep with us. My wife caves every time. How old is too old for our child to be sleeping in the same room as us? How do you handle it?
It's not going to last forever, and when it no longer is, in the moment, there may be some. You may not want it. But when it's all done, you're going to look back and be like, I wish I had some of those times back where your son or your daughter gets in and they snuggle up next to you. And you may lose a little bit of sleep. Maybe you got a hard time going back to sleep. But the kids will decide. They're not going to be coming into your room forever.
Oh,
so
no.
enjoy the moments that you do have, because when they're gone, it's just they're gone. You're never going to get those moments back.
That is true. I've never had an experience with this yet, because my kids have been great sleepers and they've been in their own room basically since birth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love the idea of my child sleeping in bed with me. However, if they've been sleeping well in their own room and she or he comes in, maybe they've had a nightmare or something happens, I will welcome them into the bedroom, let them sleep in there. But I think if it goes on too long, you got to suck it up and just deal with a couple nights of crying and getting them back into their room. I'm a big believer they should be in their own room.
They didn't write to me. This does feel excessive at 5 years old every single night. A nightmare, I kind of feel like there's a grace period.
Yeah, I don't know, but I guess now on my fifth, it's not going to last forever. And when it's done, it's done. And I think about those moments now that Lucy is now entering her second year at college.
Mm-hmm.
Ruby is going to be a freshman at college next year. Ellie and Jack, obviously, they're at an age where they're not going to do it. You miss those moments, so enjoy them while they last. It won't last forever, and like I said, when it's done, and you'll look back fondly on those moments. In the moment, in the heat of the moment, it's not gonna feel great. But
developmentally, is there any harm to the
No.
kid to be like, hey, you got to learn how to
there's
sleep in your own
not.
bed?
No.
Well, okay, but let's take it to the extreme. They said how old? If you're 12 and you're still sleeping in mommy and daddy's bed, like
that's a problem.
yeah,
but
but
They're
5,
not-
no issues.
I don't love it. I
Okay.
would not have. It's not acceptable to me every night, but every once in a while it would be fine.
yeah.
Next one is setting up friends. Dear John, I have a good friend who's currently single. He's in shape, good sense of humor, said no trouble picking up women, but just hasn't found the right one. Mm-hmm. His relationships typically fizzle out on his end. He said he wants to get more established in his career before he settles down. Anyway, a girl at the gym just got out of a relationship with a loser guy, and I think they would be compatible. Same age, in each other's leagues. I worry that if it backfires.
In each other's appropriate hotness.
Right. Says, I worry if it backfires, it impacts my friendship with either or both. Is it better to just stay out of other people's love lives?
I'm of the mindset that, yeah, I'd stay out of it. However, it doesn't have to impact your relationship with either party if it doesn't work out. And it could be one of those things where, I mean, again, some of it depends on how it ends. But I don't think if both of them are adults, they're not going to look at you and say, well, you're the reason.
And they weren't in the same friend group before.
To begin with, yeah.
They hung out separately. So if it doesn't work out, it's not really impacting your friend group, your tight circle. I say, yeah, I mean, at least mention, hey, there's a girl at the gym I think you'd be a great fit with. I think you should definitely do that.
And I think it's refreshing in today's world where everything is on the apps, and a lot of people are frustrated with the apps. The idea that someone might be able to help you out, extend an olive branch, connect you.
Yeah.
I'd be
Don't
more
be afraid of what could go wrong. What if it goes right?
Right, and I mean, it could be huge too. Like you mentioned, like everything feels so impersonal these days, where it's swipe left, swipe right, whichever way you're going. But when you have the opportunity to have somebody that says, "Hey, I know this individual.
Right.
They seem like a good guy, and I know this girl. She seems very nice as well. You might hit it off." And maybe you don't, but it's up to the pair. If it doesn't work out, it's not on the individual that set them out.
So, like, I met Kelsey on the app, so I know it can work. But I hear from people who go, this is like landmines everywhere. The idea that someone would vet someone for you be a great service.
Have you guys ever been set up like that? Like a friend's hooking you up with somebody like, hey, go meet this girl. She's great.
No.
I had once a parent at the school I used to teach at.
Oh, yeah?
He's like, hey, I know someone you should. So it was like a blind date, and it was one blind date, and it
did not
that
go
bad?
well.
It wasn't that bad, but it wasn't.
You guys weren't
very
compatible.
Good. No.
Were they as advertised? Was he in your league?
That's
no,
a no.
John.
That's a no.
No, he wasn't? Yeah. Well,
No, I'm joking. He was fine. Just wasn't for me. All right, the next one, rat problem. Dear John, my cat brought in a rat yesterday. May have been from a catio. Not a mouse, but this big, brown, hairy rat. And I'm out of town, and my wife is terrified. Should she stay with friends, and I'll deal with it when I get back in a couple days? What's the best way to flush it out? Or, because it's a rat, should I call a professional? How should I solve this problem, and how much should I spend?
It's an opportunity. Yeah, I mean, if she wants to stay with friends, yes. If she wants to stay in a hotel, hey, set her up at a nice hotel. If you're going to be gone, maybe it's a hotel with a spa. Make it a nice weekend for her. Spend a little money. Just let her enjoy it while the rat problem is taken care of. You hire somebody to come in. If you can't take care of it yourself, then yes, you hire somebody, come on in, and make sure that they can come back to dispose of the rat as well. So when you get home, you don't have to do it. But you could have done it yourself as well. And I'm not saying anyone in particular.
Whoever wrote this in.
Whoever sent this in, but there are rat traps that you can set. There's a lot of things that you could take care of this yourself.
Sounds like he had a time constraint, though, that it didn't have a lot of time to catch
It's a
said
simple
rat.
trip to the hardware store.
It is.
Set up some traps, leave. And it's actually the perfect way to do it because you can put those traps around the house. Your wife doesn't have to worry about walking downstairs and seeing a dead rat in a trap. Just spend a little bit of money, set her up at a hotel. If she wants to go spend the weekend with friends, then do that.
That's really nice. I mean, I might see a rat when I get home.
Just to get taken out of the house in a
Here,
hotel.
go get a hotel, Heather. You're fine.
Yes.
You just text Colin. Rat problem.
Yeah, I think I need a hotel room.
I've checked in at the hotel.
Sorry, you keep the kids. I'll go.
Yeah, that person may or may not have been on their way to Shanty Creek and may or may not have had to handle the situation on the fly. I think your advice is great.
We'll get an update on the rat issue soon.
Today, I hope. This morning,
hope so,
maybe,
yeah.
when she comes downstairs and sees that dead rat in a trap.
We'd love to put this behind us.
Yes.
Or, hypothetically, in this situation, if it came up, you'd love to put this behind you.
Yes, as quickly as possible.
Dear John, you can send him in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. It's 97.1.
Hey, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it is personal, and the same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who is going to make it personal. That someone is David Femininio. I've mentioned his slogan. He talks about it. It's get David, get paid. It's not just a slogan. It's a promise from him to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Tigers shut out yesterday. Try to win the series 110 today against the Athletics. AJ Hinch at 8:02. We'll get some of the thoughts from the Tiger manager. Jack Flaherty, John, I know we were making a big deal about trying to get him back mixed bag, walked 4, costly in that inning where he gave up the straightaway center field homer. Did have 7 strikeouts. Velo's up. He was getting some swing and miss. Somewhere between the Cubs start and his lousy start to start before that was somewhere in the middle.
It was a quality start, and I mean, you would expect with the way that this team has been offensively, been consistent throughout the course of the year for the most part, that if your starter only gives up 3 runs and you only give up 3 runs throughout the course of the game, that at some point you're going to score more than them and should come away with a win. But I think for where the Tigers are right now and looking at, as we discussed, right, who's your number 2 in the rotation? When are they going to get Reese Olson back? What's Casey Mize going to be? I was encouraged by what I saw, just the nuts and bolts, what I saw from Jack Flaherty yesterday.
Got some ticket texts on Dear John, and then I was told I needed to get your reaction to something Deontay Johnson said.
Oh.
Wide receiver, NFL, kind of bounced around a little bit last year. He's with Cleveland now. We need to get your, in-the-moment reaction to those quotes from yesterday. First, the reactions to Dear John. Ticket texters, 248-539-9797. Some towns and cities prohibit renting your house as an Airbnb in the ordinance.
Yeah.
Might not even be allowed to do it that way.
Ordinances or homeowners associations.
Yep. I agree with John. My son is 8, and he'll still come to sleep in our bed occasionally. Our bed is not big, and I get shoulder pains because of trying to snuggle her. Mom will put her back in her bed if she wakes her, but I'm a sucker.
Yeah.
I'll even have to go sleep on the couch sometimes. I want my babies to feel like it's okay to climb into our bed.
I mean, I agree. It's eventually they won't do it. And
but 8 years old, don't you have to grow up a little bit?
But once in a while, it is okay. It's the kids that are constantly, like, that's their night. Like, I go to sleep in mom and dad's bed. I'm not a fan of that.
Right. No, and it's different if they will only go to sleep in your bed.
Right.
It's different if it's occasionally coming in to your room. Maybe they did have a nightmare. Maybe they heard a noise. Maybe there was something that was going on. I always wanted my kids to feel safe coming to see me, and not that they were going to get chastised for doing that. So
Texter says, highly recommend you stop letting your kids sleep with you ASAP. My aunt and uncle let their daughter sleep with them from the time she was really little. Fast forward 18 years, she still can't sleep anywhere else.
Oh, you stop.
That's
you
extreme.
Stop that. That's wild.
Sleep anywhere else, like she can only sleep at home or
cannot sleep anywhere else. I don't know.
Yeah,
in bed with mom and dad.
Daddy's bed.
Nope.
Nope.
Not at 18. No, that's a little awkward.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Got to do some sleep training at 18 years old. It's awkward.
I'll be moving out of the house.
Cry it
not
out.
just out of the
Cry
bed.
it out. You'll be fine.
Yes.
I met my wife on a blind date. I'm 45. She's 30. We hit it off from day one. Signed, Chad.
Hey.
There you go.
Success stories.
Mm-hmm.
I never dated during the time of the worldwide interwebs, so setting people up feels normal. My mother set me up with a younger coworker, and we've been married 28 years.
There you go.
This is how it used to be.
Mm-hmm. And you kind of, when it happens, my wife and I weren't set up, but we met through friends.
Okay.
And you kind of always, this is from a perspective of when it did work out, you always have that conversation of who was there when you met. And Doug was there, Doug Karsh.
Yeah.
Some former Michigan football players that maybe didn't play at the same time, but there's always that connection. And so you kind of always have that conversation the rest of your life. And when you start talking about the moments that you met, it's all part of the story.
Did the cat bring a live rat in the house and let it go, and now it's running around, or was it dead?
Oh, no. Live cat. Live cat, yes. Live rat came in
So
and
my wife
took off.
watched the cat bring it in from our catio. She told the story to me when I got off the air yesterday that he jumped from the top of the catio and pounced on this rat and
Attack
obviously
mode.
attacked it to the degree where it was incapacitated or it was easy enough for him to put in his mouth, climbed all the way back up the catio, and presented it as a gift. Kelsey ran out of the house. She was out of the house when I showed up. And I'm thinking, well, maybe it's dead. I'll just scoop it up. No, it was very much alive. And when I started picking up the modules of the sofa, we sprang it free, and it started running, and so did the cat. And now I'm in the corner rooting for the cat. Get him. Go for it. You got this. And he ended up in our Lazy Susan, where that's the last we've seen of that rat. And it was a brown, hairy rat.
And you forgot the aspect of shovel on shoulder.
Yeah, like Elmer Fudd walking around the house.
Yes, ready to scoop
looking for
or
wats.
take a swing. Was there enough room there for if it came out that you were going to be able to take a swing?
Yeah, would have. I mean, they moved quickly. I would have tried.
Sure.
Because the alternative is what we're living now, which is hell. That there is a rat somewhere in the
Well,
house.
she is.
The house or with something going on when you are supposed to leave.
I thought your advice was great. I did tell her, if you need a hotel because you can't sleep, get a hotel. I'll be back, and I'll take over the shift from there.
Yes.
I would hope these traps have done their thing by a couple 48 hours.
They will. They will.
All right. Deontay Johnson.
Yeah.
So
you guys have teased me with this. I have no idea what he did.
You were not allowed to look this up.
Yeah.
Because Evan Jenkins said we got to get John Jansen's live reaction, and Evan's doing double duty. He's
Where's
bright
Deontay
early.
Johnson now? He's in Cleveland, right? Okay.
But he was in Baltimore briefly last year, and it didn't go well.
He's been in Pittsburgh. Isn't that where he started? I guess it doesn't matter.
Pittsburgh, Carolina, Baltimore, and now Cleveland.
Okay.
And last year he had some issues with his participation in Baltimore. Quote, I wasn't getting into no run plays, no passing plays, no nothing. It was cold. I'm on the sideline standing there, just going to the heater and back and forth, waiting for my name to be called. End of the third, going to the fourth, they're like, Tay, we need you. I'm like, nah, I don't think that's a good idea for me. I was already thinking about my legs. I don't want to go out there and put bad stuff on film. It's not that I didn't want to go into the game, but leading up to this point, I'd already been through so much. Deontay Johnson also said he was checked out mentally, John.
So they asked him to go into the game, and he said no?
Yes.
Get him off the team. I don't want that guy to be a part of my team at all. This is ridiculous. And it was because he didn't play until the third quarter?
Fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter? I don't care. I mean, this blows my mind. It blows my mind that he's even on a roster now. That's a huge character flaw.
Huge red flag.
And if I got to imagine coaches are going to talk, and general managers are going to talk. This is probably not a secret in NFL circles. If this happens, why is he making it public? Why is he even saying this out loud?
It's a great question. He was on a podcast, the Sport and Suits podcast, saying he was checked out mentally because he had not played before the team asked him to enter in the fourth quarter.
Problem there, checked out mentally. He's active. Of the 53 guys, he is active. If you are active, you could go in the first quarter, first play. You could go in last quarter, last play. And if they need you to go in and make a play, you better know what the circumstances are. If he's checked out mentally and he decides to go in, what's the down and distance? Are we up? Are we down? What's going on? If you're checked out mentally, you can't even if you wanted to go in and perform like you need to for your team.
And by the way, it shouldn't matter. You should show up as a professional if the team's bad. He was on a good team. He was playing in Baltimore. They don't have 4 or 5 elite receivers. The idea that you might make a big catch in that fourth quarter to help your team win or earn more playing time the next week in a playoff game down the road somewhere, you're on a good team. You shouldn't need any extra motivation.
This is a guy with a bad attitude, and you don't need – that's a cancer in the locker room. And, I mean, so correct me if I'm wrong, right? He's been in Pittsburgh. He's been in Baltimore. He's now in Cleveland. He played at Toledo. So he's never been in a warm weather team. Now, I know, you start the season and it's warm, but by the end of the year in Toledo, he's played in cold weather. Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Cleveland. This is not new to him. You know how to stay warm. You know how to stay ready.
This will be his 5th team in 2 seasons. 2023, he was in Pittsburgh. 2024, Carolina, Baltimore, and Houston briefly at the end. And now
guys are available for a reason. Yeah. And sometimes it's just financial. Other times there are character flaws. This is a huge red flag for any team that he is on.
Get to AJ Hinch after the update. Reminder, we have an event coming up in July. It's our middle school combine at the Corner Ballpark, the old Tiger Stadium site. You want information, 971theticket.com, DetroitPal.org/events. 5th through 8th graders, combine style, cool prizes. Get registered. The event is coming up in July 16th. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Tigers bats shut out for just the 5th time this season, 3-0 last night, with the Athletics tying the series up at a game apiece and setting up a rubber match this afternoon downtown. A 3-run home run off Jack Flaherty from the rookie Nick Kurtz in the 3rd inning, all the scoring the A's needed, and the Tigers couldn't figure out Athletics starter Jacob Lopez. He went 7 scoreless with 6 strikeouts. Flaherty gave up those 3 earned runs with 7 strikeouts but 4 walks over 6 innings. The Tigers only 4 hits. They go for the series win this afternoon at Comerica Park. Here the game right here on 97.1. Michigan State guard Jace Richardson and Michigan forward Danny Wolf both going in the first round of the NBA draft last night. The Magic taking Richardson at 25, Wolf to the Nets at 27. The 21-year-old Wolf becomes the 32nd first-round pick in Michigan history. This is also the 10th time the last 13 years a Wolverine's been chosen in the draft. Wolverine says he waited in the green room a little longer than he thought last night and now plans to use that for motivation.
A's, we're hanging out at Shanty Creek where it's kind of gloomy. I think the weather's a little better in southeast Michigan. AJ, are you becoming a Doppler expert? I hope it's looking better down there.
You know, it looks good now. You learn to read your own radar, and then you debate it with like 5 other people. You call the league. And my favorite is when there are people outside of the area that are telling you what the weather is. Because you're like, no, they're saying it's not raining out. No, it is. I'm standing here in the rain. Like I can tell you because I'm on property. So this rain has been brutal, but it's part of it in the summer.
It is, and how do you handle it with the guys, with the players, especially the pitchers who they're amped up, they're ready to go, and we saw Scoobel do it last week against the Pirates, where at some point, hey, you may actually have to start pitching in the rain. How do you prepare them mentally to attack that situation?
Yeah, it's hard because you make a judgment call around 6 o'clock for a 6:40, and because guys usually need about 40 minutes in their routine and get their warm-ups in. You want to be fair to the other team. So there's a cutoff about 6 o'clock if you're going to start on time. Once you go into a delay, that's when the dilemmas start. And that's what happened with the Scoobel start a couple times ago. And you do have the league weighing in. You have both teams represented. We're all weather experts. And you're trying to hit a mark where, like, hey, it's not going to rain. And if it circles back and rains during the warm-up, that's when it's the worst. So yesterday was a good example. We almost delayed it at 6 o'clock. It never rained, but there were storms all around us. The lake always kind of tends to play some games with the weather pattern, and the key is to try to just communicate with our guys to make sure they know when the start time is. The minute you delay it, it's sort of dilemma for the position players and the pitchers. Like, do they just hang out and kind of stop their pregame routine, or do they continue? That's the dilemma competitively.
Good time to have you on. I like how this lined up. 81 games in, midpoint of the regular season. The way you guys finished last year, how strong you guys have been this season, and people are wondering about World Series. I know you're a day-by-day guy, but how would you assess how you guys stack up at this midpoint? If you could try to zoom out for us. I know it's against your nature.
Yeah, I love the question that ends with it, but I'm going to ask you anyway. I am very, very proud of where we're at the midpoint of the season. It is funny to think of, but we feel like we've been playing forever, and we're just at the 82-game mark. So I can do 2 things. I definitely can be proud of how we've built the foundation of the season and the things that we're doing. We're going to have a ton of things to get better over the course of the next 81 games. But I think – when you go day by day, series by series, when you stack up against, we've seen the Cubs. I think it is probably the best National League team that we've faced. We've still got the Phillies on the docket, and the Mets we're going to see. The Giants are pretty good. Like, you start looking at the series you've won, the series you've lost. There's a lot more that we've won than we've lost. So I think we're in a good position to have a very special summer. We just have to do a lot of work to get there, and we'll see what the teams look like. Down the stretch, who stays healthy, how things change during the trade deadline. There's just a lot of moving parts to be this, predictor of the next 81 games. And there's too many variables, but we have a good team, and we have a winning team, and we have a team that I feel we can stack up against anybody. And that to me is a good start when you're trying to win big series.
First team to 50 wins. First team to 400 runs, run differential. Everything says that this team is operating at high efficiency. And then last night you have a game where there's only 4 hits. How do you get the guys to refocus, bounce back? What's the conversation to get the bats going on the day after where you only have 4 hits?
Yeah, you just play the game. I mean, listen, we're going to have like plenty of losing streaks. I mean, I'm not like I don't want to be on the negative side, but even if we have like a remarkable season, we're going to lose a lot more games between now and the end of the season. So you can't get too reactive to one game. I mean, Jacob Lopez was deceptive. We couldn't really pick it up. We didn't barrel him up very well. You move on to the next day, and today's outcome has nothing to do with whether we had 4 hits or 14 hits. I mean, we bounced back to try to win the series, which was the goal, and get the guys ready. We don't have to refocus because we're always focused. We're just always going to play the game that's in front of us, and it doesn't matter kind of what happened yesterday, good or bad. So we don't ride the roller coaster that I think a lot of fans have to, because that we have to get ready for the next day, and anything, you either adding something to your preparation or you're taking something away, and we're just always going to choose to reset and get to the next game. Doesn't mean we don't care. Doesn't mean we don't address like bad mistakes or things that we do wrong. But we have nothing to do with last night, rolling into today.
Wenceel Perez, let's just talk about him for a second, because and obviously in the media we're always talking about, hey, right-handed bat, are they going to add something at the trade deadline? That's not where I want to go with this, but how impactful has Wenceel Perez been at the plate? But also, we saw the 2 assists that he had in the same inning. That was, gosh, it was so much fun to hear Dan Dickerson and then to see it, on the TV. How impactful has Wenceel Perez been on both sides for your team?
I'm glad you brought him up, because he is pretty understated and very underrated. I think if you look back now, like when we start looking at his time in the big leagues, number one, he's playing at a position that he never played until the upper levels of the minor leagues. He was always an infielder. We moved him to the outfield. He started, kind of dabbling in center field. Then we moved him over to right field, and he's become more and more comfortable. And he looks like someone who has played outfield his whole life, which is great job of development by both our PD people and our outfield coaches here in the big leagues. The other part is, like, he hit in like the 1 hole last year, hit in the 2 hole, he hit in the 3 hole. He hit kind of mid range of the order. He's been an instrumental part of the lineup construction that I've put out there, because we really believe in the bat. We think he can move the ball forward. He puts the ball in play. He is a switch hitter who's predominantly been better left-handed. He's done some work on his right-handed swing, and we're seeing better production. So, he's not the name that everybody recognizes, or he's not the guy that everybody thinks is a key cog, but having a switch hitter who I can move up and down the lineup, and I can play in any outfield position, and the production that comes with it has been needed during this time where we've watched Riley Green go up and down. We've seen Kerry Carpenter have a good stretch and a bad stretch. Because everybody does, and you need somebody else to pick up the pieces when other guys are scuffling. And Wenzel's been that guy for us, and is a huge part of how our lineup is tough to get through by the starter or the reliever.
Yeah, you mentioned a guy stepping up. I mean, Riley Green's put the team on his back in the month of June, helping pick up for some other guys who maybe aren't contributing right now. Torkelson for the month of June. Is this just a normal slump, or are you seeing anything that has you concerned? What would you make of Tork's month of June?
Yeah, he's had a tough month. I mean, it's, I've seen it with a couple guys that, as they get, they get, beat up a little bit, or if they start seeing some offers, they start to expand the strike zone a little bit. Tork's been okay with his swing decisions and his at-bats. But he hasn't really put it together for, those 8, 10, 12, 15 at-bat series, recently. But we're hoping that, I gave him a day off in Tampa. I ended up giving him a day off coming back here, just trying to reset him and get him back into the flow of, like, just contribute against the guys that you can. So he's back in there today in the 4 hole. We believe in him. We know he's good. And you got to ride some of these, peaks and valleys throughout the season. In a season where he's going to get 650 at bats or 600 at bats, these little 20, 30, 40, 50 at bat times are just part of the grind.
What are you seeing from or hearing about the rehab for Matt Vierling?
Vierling's been good. he feels about as good as he's felt through this whole stretch. He had a little bit of a scare when he came back the first time, and we got him checked out. Structurally, everything's fine. So we were able to do a little bit more strengthening and then get him out there. And then as soon as we got him in games, he got sick for about a 72-hour period. So we had to shut him down for the last few days, and then just got back in there. He'll be in there again. I think today, I think he's either playing or off, or tomorrow, one of the two he's playing, and we've got to make some decisions as we get to, series by series. But health-wise, he's throwing the ball well, which is key. He's also someone who is feeling physically like he's close. So that we should get him back at some time in the near future. It's just a matter of series by series, and once he's checked off a few boxes to have the confidence to go out and just play and not guard himself if he's got to make a throw from center or throw from right or a throw from third. We've got to test it maybe a little bit more until we're ready.
Reese Olson last night pitched. Do you feel like he's ready now for a call-up?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see him, but I haven't talked to him yet. I want to see him, and Fett's going to have him throw a bullpen in the next couple days. But on paper, he's done everything that we wanted. We wanted him to incorporate his changeup at a high level. I think he threw 17 of 74 pitches were changeups. That's a little bit more like what his normal game is. We need to talk to him and see him throw a little bit. But we're anticipating that the next thing for him is to come back into our rotation. But confirming it's premature until the next 4 or 5 days.
Talking to Tiger manager AJ Hinch, playing the A's today at 1:10. Series against a team that drafted you. You spent time in California. As an insightful guy that you are, do you have any thoughts just on what's gone on with them moving out of Oakland and now the journey they are on right now?
Yeah, I've had to separate two things, and I was just talking to Mark Kotze, their manager, and I came up together and we played together as amateurs, and I want to separate the two topics, one being Oakland, which I'm incredibly bummed. I love Oakland. I loved playing there. There's a special fan base there. It's part of the history, certainly my history in the game. It sucks that there's not baseball in the Bay Area over on that side of the bridge. The other part is like Vegas will be cool. Like Vegas will be interesting. They're going to build a state-of-the-art stadium. It's a new fan base. You see other teams that have gone there and the love of sports and the transitional, kind of fan base. I mean, a ton of people come in and out of Vegas. It's going to be a very interesting place. So that's cool, while I'm still sad that Oakland doesn't have a team. So I think the A's are stuck. We're going to go to Sacramento. Ironically, I played in the first ever game in Sacramento when the AAA stadium was built in 2000, and that's a beautiful place as well. So I just wish that they hadn't had to leave Oakland, and maybe we could have expanded to Vegas, or you could get other ways to keep the A's in the Bay Area and create the buzz that's going on in Vegas the same.
Purely selfish question I want to end with. Any chance I get two CMU guys in the game today? I was there at Central when Dietrich Enns was pitching for the Chippewas. You got McKinstry playing today too?
We do. Yeah, we do have both. Yeah, just
Here
for
we
you.
Go. Yes.
Yeah, just for you.
Thank you, AJ.
They'll be in there. No problem. I mean, you probably should have told me before I put the lineup out last night, but generally speaking, you're not one to tell me who to play, so I'll do anything for you right now.
Well, hey, fire up Chips, and AJ, we always appreciate checking in with you.
You got it. Appreciate you guys.
Yep. He's Tiger manager AJ Hinch. It's 97.1. All right, tell you about KG Law. If you find yourself in a car accident, you need a law firm that cares about you. It's KG Law. Lawrence KG and his team, good people, not your stuffy lawyer types. They're down-to-earth, approachable people that truly care about getting you the best results. 98% success rate. They win. Phone number is 877-KG-CARES. Online at kgcares.com. That's K-A-J-Y. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call KG Law now. kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com. Dan Campbell's the man. Everybody loves Dan Campbell. We would fight people on his behalf. Where does he rank among his peers? We'll get to that at 8:35. John, we had AJ Hinch on, and the people love AJ. Texter saying he's fair, he's diplomatic. Love when AJ Hinch is on. He says, a small part of me does still miss the passive-aggressive, food-filled mouth of Jim Leland, but always a great time with AJ. That's from Johnny.
Yeah, and, I mean, he always gives us a little bit. He is very honest. He's not going to throw any guys under the bus, and he always tells us, when you ask about torque, right? Yeah, okay, yeah, he's not going to sit there and say, well, all of the speed off of the bat and the hard contact. At times he'll talk about some of those things, but when it's just, hey, it's a bad month, he says, yeah, it's a bad month. There's a lot of guys that have had bad months, and they need him to pull out of it. They need him to be a part of this lineup and be a productive part of the lineup.
Yeah. I mean, last night, 9 strikeouts. Strikeouts continue to be an issue with this team. Got to put the ball in play. I have like PTSD of Cleveland. It wasn't just failing with runners in scoring position. It was they weren't even putting the ball in play. Just something to keep in mind with this team, because it's really all about playoff baseball at this point. I mean, 1st to 50, big cushion in the division. They're going to add at the trade deadline. So it's just going to be about bullpen and ball in play and the things that win in playoff baseball.
And the fact that Wenzel Perez, and I did like when AJ, because we've talked about this, where, hey, if it's not torque, or if Green's going through a down spout, or you have different guys that are struggling. He brought up Carp has had times during this season where he hasn't put bat on ball. You have other guys that step up. Wenzel Perez has been a guy that has stepped up, and we played the 2 assists that he had in the same inning yesterday, and that was fun. It was great, but what he has done at the plate this year has been really good. It's been really productive, and right now in the month of June, he's over 1 for his OPS. His average it's actually in June, he's a little bit down because there was a small sample size in May, but he's still over 300. And he's been that guy that has just been able to, whether it's, because he can hit from both sides, but that right-handed bat, I know that we always talk about them adding one at the trade deadline and still would love to see him, but the best way to make an addition is from within. And he has been that guy that has stepped up to this point through the month of June and the last part of May that has really been able to put some juice in this lineup.
It's funny you talk about adding a right-handed bat. Bob Nightingale, USA Today, you're going to hear his name a lot between now and the trade deadline. He wrote yesterday this headline.
Tigers expected to go all in on Alex Bregman if he becomes available. I'm just reading the headline. I would not be surprised. They were all in on him in the offseason.
That's what he connects the dots.
Right. If he does become because he has the opt-out after this year, he is a guy that you would be foolish not to make calls on if Boston, and I didn't look this morning in regards to the standings as to where everybody is, but they're a team that is still in the hunt for a wild card chase.
Yeah, I think they're 4th in their division last I saw, but that division's all kind of bunched up. Yeah, still 4th place.
Yeah, they're 7 behind New York,
but wild card.
Yeah. They're right now they're 2.5 back. And this is something we talked about.
Yes, they need to dip a little further. He needs to be healthy, but it's a connecting of the dots. We were interested in him before, and Nightingale also writes, the fact that Skubal has a clock ticking, there's a reason to go for it this year if he's available.
Yeah, and if you liked him in the offseason, I don't care he didn't pick you. He picked what he thought was a better contract for him at the time. If you were interested in him then, why wouldn't you be interested if he was available now?
Yep.
Conferences, come for business, come for events, and stay there. And some are saying that they're causing too much noise, are being too, I guess, invasive for these residential areas. Obviously, there's people who have a bunch of different properties that they use as rentals. There's one man who has 3 properties within the residential area, which would then lose out. He says, I've never had an issue. My tenants have always been great. And now you're telling me I'm going to lose out on probably a big portion of his income or a way that he's able to have 3 properties by helping pay the mortgage for each of them. So nothing is set in stone. It's just being discussed. They do say voting will take place on July 15th.
Is there, last questions that
Sure.
probably there are no answers to, provisions for any of these properties to be grandfathered in?
Oh, it didn't say anything
Yeah.
about that. It sounds like, no, if you have a property within the zone, the residential limit,
Yeah.
you
and
cannot make it a rental.
What are they terming short term? Anything less than 30 days or?
Again, that wasn't
Yeah.
in the article. I'm sure.
Well, because there is a clear
Yes, yes.
difference
Yes.
in Airbnbs for weekends versus
2
regular
weeks,
tenants
yeah.
who live there for the year as a
That's a
rented
rental.
tenant.
Yes, that's a long-term rental.
Yes.
A short-term rental to me is
Yeah. Less than a week?
couple weeks.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. That.
if you're only staying for 2 weeks, you're not a long-term rental.
No, you're
but
not.
I don't know. I'm sure they have that in all of their
They'll have
ordinances,
Legalese.
right? Yes,
Yep.
without a doubt. The Red Wings just unveiled their new 100th anniversary logo, as well as a whole bunch of different activities that are slated for next season.
Yeah,
So,
Jim, I know you were excited about the logo.
do you like the logo? Why? What was that sarcastic look?
I'm frustrated with the team. The logo's actually kind of cool, John.
I know. I'm just trolling
He's
you.
just trying to set me off. Did you see all the original 6 teams did their 100-year logos?
Oh, I didn't see them all.
And by far, I mean, the Red
Wings
Wings
the
is the
best?
best one. If I could pull them up for you at some
So
point, you'd see
the
'em.
Red Wings, it has the winged wheel,
Yeah.
like as the number 0
One of the zeros,
within
yeah.
the number 100. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a basic concept, but it's nice. I haven't seen the others, but it looks good. They're going to release a Centennial jersey set to go on sale in September. There are some other products. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The Wings
Well-
is the best of that group, right? Heather, do you have a
It's
preference?
the best of the group. Yeah. I mean,
They're all
they're all pretty
good.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all good. I mean, of course, I'm partial to the Red Wings.
What's the worst one?
What's the one in the middle of the maple leaves? What's that?
Yeah, that's the Maple
Yeah,
Leafs.
I don't like that.
We don't like them either, so it's all good.
Yeah.
That's the right answer.
That's the worst one.
Yeah, they could have put a jar of maple syrup on there.
But I did
That would have been better.
would have been. So I'm sorry, I was only half listening. So they're doing like some events at one of the casinos.
So I haven't gotten there yet. But
Okay.
yeah, they're going to do 2 special events during Fan Fest. One's a 4-day celebration at Motor City Casino. That's November 6th through the 9th. And then they're also doing a one-night music and video celebration at the Fox Theater. Have not released that date, but of course there'll be guest appearances,
I thought I
autographs,
saw the date.
things like
I
that.
thought it was November 8th.
Well, my article said the date has not been
Oh.
released, so maybe you saw it somewhere else.
He might have the special in because
The season
Yeah,
ticket
exactly.
holder.
Season ticket holder.
It's the same night as
Exactly.
LSU Alabama. I was already looking into it.
All right. Finally, the season finale of The Simpsons caused quite a stir because they killed off Marge.
Oh no.
Yeah, well, sort of. I mean, they did, but they also
It's a soap opera,
didn't.
so they can always bring her
So
back.
the episode was called "A Stranger Things," and it starts with Marge telling Bart and Lisa, you always need to remain close. You always have to have a close bond because, one day she and Homer won't be around, right? And then it flashes forward 35 years, and Bart and Lisa have drifted apart, and Marge is no longer with us. They show her tombstone, which does have a little message about her, beloved wife, mother, and pork chop seasoner. And then the thing is because this was a flash forward by 35 years, right, into
They
the
still
future.
have 34 more seasons that they could make.
Yeah, don't
People
expect
actually
next.
mad about this?
Yes, people were outraged.
First of all, the fact that they've done this many seasons, it's amazing they haven't run out of ideas or killed her several times already.
Yeah.
It is like a soap opera. You can kill them and they come right
Rewrite
back.
them in.
Uh-huh.
I've never watched an episode.
You've never seen a single episode
No,
of The Simpsons?
I've seen, obviously I know what they are and
Yeah.
the cartoon that it is, but I've never watched a full episode. I've seen some highlights.
I don't know who's still watching them.
Apparently,
But,
people, because they're
a
outraged.
lot of people who are outraged.
I'm not into the adult cartoons.
Like the Family Guy, South Park.
South Park. Yeah, I'm not into any of that. Doesn't
Nope,
do it
I'm
for
a
me.
fan.
Beavis and Butthead.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, you're going to fight for Dan Campbell. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather, and you've probably heard me rave about my new hot tub from Beninati Pool and Spa. And if you've been thinking about getting one, this is your moment. You got to go check them out because they're going to make the entire process super easy. They're going to walk you through all of the options, and they have a ton, and they're going to help you get the perfect tub for you and your family. That's exactly what they did for me. Plus, they delivered it, they installed it, and they helped with the maintenance as well. They're going to handle everything, and I'm telling you, it's a total breeze. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica, next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township, right off M59 and I-94. And no matter which location you go to, you'll be met with Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience and help you find the right hot tub. And get this, if you mention my name, they're going to take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
We're hanging out live. Shanty Creek, little show road trip. Hanging out together, and later today, John, you're going golfing?
I am, and I'm curious as well, and we're going to get to talking about Dan Campbell in just a moment, but when you go on road trips, you learn a little bit about each other, maybe, because we're going to be around each other. That you and Heather are going on the wine, and Heather, the task is I need to know something new about Jim Costa. Something that we haven't learned, because there'll be something that comes up in conversation. And so I feel like I'm setting you up as a spy.
You're saying this in front of me. I'm hearing this conversation.
Well, I do think it will be interesting because
you're here?
We've never hung out outside of the show.
Right.
I mean,
and I want to clarify, Heather and I are not going on a wine date. There's going to be a bunch of people here from the trip.
We had to find something for you to do.
Well, I love to wine, so this is a natural fit. So, yeah, we're hanging out. We're having a good time up here. We want to get into this Campbell conversation because I know the people of Detroit will go to war for Dan Campbell.
Yep.
They will fight for this man. Pro Football Focus put out their list of the 10 best coaches in the NFL. Good news, Dan Campbell's on the list.
Top 10.
He wasn't 1 or 2, 3, 4, or 5. 6, 7, or 8.
Okay.
He checked in at number 9. John, will people fight for this? Does this feel like an injustice to you?
Well, okay, so the context of this is, he's the top 10 coach in the NFL. He has proven that over the last couple of years. To be able to get into that top tier, and we always rank quarterbacks, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, where's Jared Goff, all of these different things. But for Dan Campbell to move up this list, he's got to get to a Super Bowl. Because everyone on this list has either won a Super Bowl or played in the Super Bowl. And so numbers 1 and 2 both have Super Bowl rings. Number 1 is Andy Reid, and I don't think there's any question that he is currently the best coach in the NFL, also with the best quarterback in the NFL. So that makes, good players make coaches good as well. We saw that with Bill Belichick. Number 2 is Sean Payton. Now, it's been a while since he's had his Super Bowl, and he's actually been gone from the NFL for a little bit. Came back to Denver. But what he did with Bo Nix, and, Bo Nix was the last quarterback that was drafted in the first round last year. I don't want to say it was a miracle, it was remarkable, but it was good.
They won 10 games.
Yes, and so there's reasons for him to be there. Sean McVay, John Harbaugh, 3 and 4. Both of them, obviously, with Super Bowls. John's much longer ago, and we're very aware that Sean McVay won a Super Bowl with Matthew Stafford. Mike Tomlin is at 5. Also has a Super Bowl, but it's been a long time.
They haven't won a playoff game since 2016, but kind of grandfathered in as a Super Bowl champion.
As a Super Bowl champ, but also as a guy that's never had a losing season since he's been in Pittsburgh. Jim Harbaugh comes in at number 6, and this is where you could start to debate whether Jim Harbaugh should be 6, 7, 8, whatever it is. This probably goes back to his time in San Francisco.
But immediately also made an impact last year with the Chargers.
He did, but he also inherited Justin Herbert.
Yeah, well,
but they also didn't win a playoff game last year,
sure.
So more work to be done. But he has obviously played in the Super Bowl, played against his brother. They lost it, but he was, maybe a first down away from winning his first Super Bowl. So that's why he is there. Kyle Shanahan, Nick Sirianni are 7 and 8. Kyle Shanahan has been to the Super Bowl. He's done a terrific job in San Francisco, and we always talk about his offense and especially what he's done with the quarterback position. Being able to construct an offense where you take Mr. Irrelevant, Brock Purdy, and you make him a household name in the NFL. And now one of the richest quarterbacks in the NFL. So there's no question about him being there as well. And Nick Sirianni, hey, been to the Super Bowl, won a Super Bowl.
He probably has the biggest gripe on this list being 8. I mean, you could say he should be ahead of Tomlin. They both have a Super Bowl, and he's done it this decade.
Well, he's done it this decade, but it's also it's Kyle Shanahan. Why is he behind Kyle Shanahan? Kyle Shanahan has not won a Super Bowl.
And neither has Jim. I mean, you could really bump Sirianni up. The key, though, is then that's the cutoff. Dan Campbell's the best coach on this list who has not coached in or won a Super Bowl, which I can't fire up the outrage machine for. I'd love to do the whole disrespect and I got your back and they don't like our guy. This is more than fair to him until the Lions take the next step. And that was your other question for people.
Yeah. I mean, can he win a Super Bowl? Will he win a Super Bowl here in Detroit? Now, okay, those are two different questions. Will he? I think he can. I think he will. But there's a lot that goes into it. Could he have won a Super Bowl 2 years ago if Josh Reynolds catches a ball? I mean, possibly. Could he have won a Super Bowl if Jahmyr Gibbs doesn't fumble the ball coming out of halftime? Yeah, possibly. But we don't know the answer to that question. The thing is, he hasn't been to a Super Bowl. And I heard Doug and Gator, when this came out yesterday, talking about this. And I was fairly shocked at the response that they were getting on the midday show. And a lot of it was, well, yeah, Dan Campbell's done a great job with the culture, but he's a rah-rah guy. And I think, again, Dan, I don't think Dan gives, I don't think he cares. I almost had to have Greg hit the dump button there. I don't think he cares what people think about him, nor should he. But the question is there for the fan base.
Do you think there are people that are doubting Dan Campbell based on the calls you heard yesterday in the midday show? Because I don't understand that. I mean, look.
And maybe it was the vocal minority, but certainly there are.
Oh, well, they're out there. Then they're welcome to come to the table here. 248-539-9797. Look, when you're the head coach, you do bear some responsibility for the playoff exits the last 2 years. But if we really want to break this thing down, and what else are we here for?
Right.
But breaking this thing down, the NFC title game, Gibbs fumble, Reynolds drop, Vildor face mask, Dan Campbell made the right aggressive decisions that elevated the franchise to that spot. I will forever feel like he made the right calls in that NFC title game, and the players' execution let him down.
The coach's responsibility, head coach, position coach, coordinator, is to put your team in position to be successful. And I think against San Francisco in that NFC Championship game, coaches put their players, and obviously it all goes back to Dan Campbell, in position to be successful.
Look, if you want to say you're up 17 points at the half, you're the coach, you can't lose that game, I'm fine with he has to have some blame, but to me the biggest thing was player execution. Last year, their loss, I mean, people want to blame it on the injuries. It was Jared Goff's turnover fest.
But it's also putting your players in position to be successful. And if we're going to talk about that as, yeah, okay, he did it against San Francisco, I think that's where the coaching staff did not put this team in position to be successful because you threw the ball too many times. And, yeah, the game gets away, and then you got to start making calls to be able to score points, get back in the game. But
the best example is that 3rd and 1 where they threw it.
What are the lessons that we have learned about this offense over the last couple of years? Against Tampa early, in week 2 last year, you throw the ball more than 50 times, you're not going to win. And when we asked them about it on the Tuesday after that game, yeah, that's not the recipe for us to win. They threw the ball way too many times in that game, and they put Jared Goff in a position where he's not at his best.
Fine. And I think we have to do a good job of –
And it does come down to player execution.
Yeah, and that's the thing is Jared Goff's turnover problems with so many of them in that game, they just couldn't overcome it. I know the defense was going to be a problem. They should have still won that game. They were 9.5-point favorites at home as a 15-win 1 seed. I'm not letting Dan Campbell off the hook, but I just think that even that they were there is because of Dan Campbell. And they're going to continue to be there because of Dan Campbell. And if his quarterback can get his head out of his rear end and not have multiple turnovers, they win that game. If his team can catch footballs thrown into their hands in the NFC title game, they're in the Super Bowl. So to answer your question, I don't have these doubts about Dan Campbell. I don't care that he's 9th on this list. I expect him to move up on this list because I do expect him to win a Super Bowl here in Detroit.
And the question will be, and we'll get to calls here in just a moment, is, okay, he's been a guy that has gotten his team to the postseason. He's been able to put his team in position to win the division. But what has he done? What has his teams done when they've been in the playoffs? They haven't ultimately gotten it done.
248-539-9797. We got phone calls to get to. Will you fight for Dan Campbell? Do you feel like it's an injustice that he's 9th on this list? Or we tap into the other section of the fan base that says, I have some real doubts over whether he can be the coach that wins the Super Bowl. It's 97-1.
Oh,
it's you.
Yeah, that one's me. I need to tell you about First Merchants Bank and the fact that they're a company, they're a bank that is going to rely on building relationships.
We were doing that last night. They're here.
Yeah, Tim McKay, love when we get a chance to talk to him, and they've done a great job at First Merchants Bank for me and my family. They have a new branch in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, and First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app make everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, build that relationship so that they can provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me and my family over the years, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit them on the web at firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Dan Campbell, ranked 9th among NFL head coaches. He's a guy we thought could have won Coach of the Year, should have won Coach of the Year a year ago. So how the hell does he check in at number 9? Well, before you get all fired up and outraged, the 8 guys ahead of him have all coached in or won the Super Bowl. In many cases, won the Super Bowl. Guys like McVay and
Tomlin,
Harbaugh,
Sirianni.
And Andy Reid with a couple of them.
John, not Jim.
Right. But Jim is ahead of him, too, because he's coached in a Super Bowl. And it's just then becomes a question about, all right, that's his lot in life right now. He's number 9. Do you trust that he can get him over the hump and get it done here? And I would have thought this would have been a silly question. Like, I think we're all behind Dan Campbell. He's dragged the roster injuries and all to 15 wins a year ago. His quarterback laid an egg. The year before, his team couldn't stop screwing up on these fumbles and drops and execution errors, but he's going to have him right back in the thick of it every single season. The question is, can he get him over the hump? And you had some calls yesterday in the midday show that were poking holes in Dan Campbell's resume. We have a ticket texter today calling him James Franklin 2.0.
Ooh, those are fighting words. Fighting words, calling him James Franklin.
Can he get over the hump? All right, let's get to Greg in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
I'm so incensed and so outraged that I'm going to go get into bed with my parents tonight.
Okay, Greg.
Console you.
This is beyond ridiculous. Dan Campbell has changed the mindset of the NFL. Now you have other teams going for it on 4th down. It's not even a second thought. It sounds like it's going to be a career decision. If I make this decision, am I going to be fired Monday morning? No, Dan Campbell has brought that out. He's shown the reality of this can be done. It's not even a second thought. Now you got conservative coaches like McVay who will actually go for it on 4th down. And Washington, is going for it on 4th down, imitating everything that Dan Campbell's done.
And those coaches were previously more conservative coaches, like Dan Quinn, previously more of a conservative.
Beyond conservative.
Yes. Sean McVay, we watched a lot of him when Stafford was first traded over there. He was afraid to go for it. Now these coaches feel compelled to go for it. This is a good phone call because he wasn't the first to, like, John Harbaugh started doing this
a long time
but
ago.
Dan Campbell took it to another level. People thought he was reckless and aggressive and did too much. A lot of them were short yardage based on the personnel, and they converted a hell of a lot of them. They are aggressive decisions, but they're winning decisions. It's a really good point.
You hit it on the head.
And I remember having Dan on last season, and we asked him, I go, why don't these coaches do this? And he alluded to it. He goes, well, they don't want to have to pack up and move.
Right.
He's not afraid of that. And they're going to have a few cracks at this with Dan Campbell. I also wonder, too, because of the cachet he's built up, the roster's here for the next couple years. If they don't get it done and there has a reset, he's going to go and survive a down year because of the cachet he's built up. He'll get a second wave, a second crack at this.
Yeah, but they have so many young players that are under contract, so many impactful players. We talked about them yesterday, or we were going to the amount of guys that they have that are under the age of 25 that are among the best in the NFL. They've got, 4 of them in the top 10, depending on which list you're looking at. And they're all young. They're all going to be around. And I know, Goff's contract, all that stuff, we could talk about that, but that'll get restructured. He's going to be here. They've got the nuts and bolts. They've got everything that they need. Now it's a matter of going out and doing it in the biggest moments. It's doing it in an NFC Championship game. It's doing it if you have to go to Philly. And I know they're going to be in Philly this year. It's in Washington. It's in Kansas City. It's in Baltimore. He's going to have plenty of opportunity to show that he can be that coach that not only gets them into the playoffs but gets them over the hump.
248-539-9797. Bobby in Westland, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, gentlemen, if I can make a few quick points. John hit on a few things. Listen, man, if I can just say this. I was so disappointed with the championship game because we went into the game because Gibbs got us there with 4 TDs. And check this out. How in the heck in the championship game we go in there with maybe our entire defense on injury, and you take the ball out of Gibbs' hand?
Yeah.
Dude, John, I literally almost kicked my nephew's TV in. Okay, Washington could not touch this guy. And then you turn the ball over to Goff and say, oh, here you go, Goff. Let's throw the ball down the field. That's not his game. Why did they do that? You know why they did it? Because that idiot that's over in Chicago now, he had his mind on the damn job before he got it. Okay?
Now, Bobby.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to defend Ben Johnson,
Let me
but I
just
think we
quickly-
got to
can
be
I just
fair.
quickly just make this point before you say that. Hold on.
Yeah,
Let
go
me
ahead,
just
make your other
this
point.
Okay, listen. You changed the game plan. You put Montgomery in the game as a starter, coming off an injury. Seriously? I blame it on that coach that's in Chicago.
Now, but hold
Do
on.
not do
The
that.
only thing I'll say is we can't talk out of both sides of our mouth. We can't go, this is
Go
Dan
ahead,
Campbell's
go ahead.
offense. We're
You
going to be
make your
just
point.
fine. But at the same time, when it goes poorly or doesn't work, it's not Dan Campbell's offense. It's Ben Johnson's fault. We got to be careful with that.
Listen. You're not getting my point. My point is the game plan overall. No matter who was calling the plays, you had no defense. How did Philadelphia win the Super Bowl? By
Oh, yeah, their
running the
D-line
darn
was
ball.
dangerous. Yeah. But, Bobby, what
They
I'm
ran the
saying is
ball.
Dan Campbell, that's Dan Campbell's game plan. He okayed it. He
Okay.
met with them all week long. I mean, he's the head coach of the football team.
So you don't agree
it's not
with
like Ben
nothing I
Johnson
said?
slipped a fast one on him.
Right. You don't agree with anything I just said.
No, I
I'm
agree with a
talking
lot
about
of what
the
you
overall
said.
game plan.
I just think we got to be. I think it's hypocritical or talking out of both sides of your mouth to
What
go,
is
when it doesn't work, it's
hypocritical, man?
Ben
I'm saying
Johnson's
they
fault, and when it
cannot
does
win
work, it's
without
Dan.
running. All I'm saying is they cannot win without running the ball. That's
And
all
I agree with
said.
you. Bobby, no, I agree with you. And I think Dan Campbell's game plan should have been to run the ball more in that playoff game.
And with Gibbs.
Yes, and with Gibbs specifically. You and
Right.
I have the same read, Bobby. I'm actually not fighting you on this. I'm just making the point because I've heard a lot of Lions fans do this, like it's Ben Johnson's fault. Well, then our offense is in trouble because it was all Ben Johnson, and we lost him. But if you think it's Dan Campbell's offense and we're going to be just fine,
He was a part of that.
then it was Dan Campbell's offense in the playoff game that we're criticizing.
He must be gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
And I mean that's why I talk about the fact that it's about putting your players in position to be successful. And Dan knows, that coaching staff knows, Jared Goff throwing the ball 50 times a game, that's not a recipe. I know 2 years ago in Tampa when you had all of your – Montgomery was out with injury, Gibbs was out with injury, you were down to, what was it?
Craig Reynolds.
He had a
And
big block
yeah,
in that
okay.
game. He did throw a big block in that game. It was a Monroe St. Brown touchdown,
Yes.
wasn't it? Yeah, and so that was a unique situation where you're in the game, and because of injury, Jared Goff was going to have to throw the ball more. But in large part, the sample size says if Jared Goff has to throw the ball more than 50 times in a game, that's not a recipe to win.
It's not.
Time and time again, that's what has happened. Last year against Tampa, over 50 throws. They lost, and it was a game
Well, and by the way, that
they
was a game
shouldn't have.
Vita Vea was not healthy at the end of that
Right.
game. It's like, dude, the big dude in the middle's
Run
gone.
the
Run
ball.
the ball. And last year, part of our bravado, part of our disco was the idea that they had a juicy run matchup that they could exploit on the ground.
Against a team that was in the playoffs, ranked the last defending the run.
Yeah. So that is on Dan Campbell.
Right. And so
Goff's turnovers aren't, and I think that's the bigger reason they lost that game. I mean, the idea that they could not lean on a $50 million quarterback.
But here's the other thing about Dan that why I think he will eventually and can win a Super Bowl in Detroit is he's not willing, or he is willing to say, yeah, that one's on me, or that was a mistake. He's willing to learn. He's willing to change and modify what he is doing because of the players that he has. Who's available? Who's injured? Who's going to be impactful in this game? How do we set them up to be successful? And it doesn't work every time. And you go to this top of this list, Andy Reid coached for 20 years before he won a Super Bowl. Now, he was in the Super Bowl, which is something Dan Campbell hasn't been able to do, but it took him 20 years as a head coach before he got his first Super Bowl championship.
9 o'clock hour, we'll check in with AJ Hinch, Tiger manager. That's at 9:35. Dear John, a Thursday staple. We'll get to that after the update. If you've got a middle school-aged athlete, you need to listen up because the Ticket and Detroit Pal have a middle school combine going on, 5th through 8th graders. It's at the Corner Ballpark, the old Tiger Stadium site, and it's on July 16th. You want to get involved? Sounds interesting. Check it out at DetroitPal.org/events or go to our website, 971theticket.com.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers shut out for the 5th time this season, 3-0 last night, as the Athletics tied the series up and set up a rubber match this afternoon at Comerica Park. All the A's runs came on one swing, 3rd inning. The rookie Nick Kurtz off Jack Flaherty. Dan Dickerson on the call there. The Tigers had just 4 hits and no answers for A's starter Jacob Lopez. He went 7 scoreless, 6 strikeouts. Flaherty gave up those 3 with 7 strikeouts, but 4 walks over 6 innings. Tigers go for the series win at Comerica Park this afternoon with Dietrich Enns of CMU on the mound. Michigan State guard Jace Richardson and Michigan forward Danny Wolf both going the first round of the NBA draft last night. Richardson to the Magic at 25 and Wolf to the Nets at 27. Jace's father, Jason Richardson, was also a first-round pick and also played for Orlando. Wolf becomes the 12th Wolverine to be picked in the first round since 2013. Cooper Flagg went number 1 overall to the Mavs. The Pistons' first pick was not last night. That'll happen tonight in the second round at number 37. And first-round play this morning at the Rocket Classic at Detroit Golf Club. The leaders are at 3 under, including Adam Hadwin, Lee Hodges, and Alex Noren. Colin Morikawa was the favorite. Plenty of local names in the field, including former Michigan State golfer and U.S. Amateur winner James Pyatt, Pinckney High School grad Otto Black, and Detroit native Joe Hooks. Hooks is making his first PGA start after growing up playing the course and later winning the John Shippen there. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
A man of unquestioned integrity, John Jansen, will solve the problems of the people. You can send yours in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. The conversations today: neighbors Airbnb, sleeping with my wife, setting up friends, and a rodent.
I have no idea what that's about.
And rodent problems.
Oh,
we'll get to all of it. We'll start with the neighbor with the Airbnb. Dear John, my neighbors have recently started renting out their home on the weekends as an Airbnb. They leave town for vacations or whatever. Random people show up. They're blasting their music, inviting over people. It's a party almost every other week. I don't want to be a Karen and call the police on the dang kids and their music. How do I handle the situation?
Well, it depends on the time of it all. If it's, before 10 o'clock, and if you have children, if it's this is an issue. It's something that you have to discuss with your neighbors. Now, they have all the right in the world to rent their house out. It sounds like it would be at a place that, would be fun to rent out, a destination. But there needs to be a matter of respect, and there needs to be some house rules. And if it's happening after 10, maybe even 10:30 at night, there needs to be a discussion about how loud the music is. And if that discussion with the owners doesn't go well or doesn't solve the issue, then it does require a phone call at some point. If they're keeping you up to all hours of the night and it's party central, like that's an unlivable situation.
Yeah, communication is key.
Yeah.
Have a conversation with your neighbor. They can maybe contact Airbnb, because there are rules with Airbnb about parties, about noise, about music, or walk over there and politely, that normally doesn't go well. When someone tells you don't do something, they want to do something even more. But I do think open communication is the right thing.
Yeah, walking over while the renters are there,
Yeah.
they're going to be like, yeah, okay, thanks a lot, but
I know.
please
I'll turn
go
that
home.
up just a little more.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it is about the communication.
Yep. All right, the next one. This is the sleeping with my wife topic.
Oh.
Dear John, and honestly Heather too.
Okay.
Interesting. My wife and I have one son who is 5 years old. We put him to bed in his own room, but most nights he comes in during the night and wants to sleep with us. My wife caves every time. How old is too old for our child to be sleeping in the same room as us? How do you handle it?
It's not going to last forever, and when it no longer is, in the moment, there may be some. You may not want it. But when it's all done, you're going to look back and be like, I wish I had some of those times back where your son or your daughter gets in and they snuggle up next to you. And yeah, you may lose a little bit of sleep. Maybe you got a hard time going back to sleep. But the kids will decide. They're not going to be coming into your room forever.
Oh,
so
no.
enjoy the moments that you do have, because when they're gone, it's just they're gone. You're never going to get those moments back.
That is true. I've never had an experience with this yet because my kids have been great sleepers and they've been in their own room basically since birth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't love the idea of my child sleeping in bed with me. However, if they've been sleeping well in their own room and she or he comes in, maybe they've had a nightmare or something happens, I will welcome them into the bedroom and let them sleep in there. But I think if it goes on too long, you got to suck it up and just deal with a couple nights of crying and getting them back into their room. I'm a big believer they should be in their own room.
It didn't write to me. This does feel excessive at 5 years old every single night. A nightmare, I kind of feel like there's a grace period.
Yeah, I don't know, but I guess now on my fifth, it's not going to last forever. And when it's done, it's done. And I think about those moments now that Lucy is now entering her second year at college.
Mm-hmm.
Ruby is going to be a freshman at college next year. Ellie and Jack, obviously, they're at an age where they're not going to do it. You miss those moments, so enjoy them while they last. It won't last forever, and like I said, when it's done, and you'll look back fondly on those moments. In the moment, in the heat of the moment, it's not gonna feel great. But
developmentally, is there any harm to the
No.
kid to be like, hey, you got to
No,
learn how to
there's
sleep in your own
not.
bed?
No.
Well, okay, but let's take it to the extreme. They said how old? If you're 12 and you're still sleeping in mommy and daddy's bed, like
that's a problem.
yeah,
but
They're
5,
not-
no issues.
I don't love it. I
Okay.
would not have. It's not acceptable to me every night, but every once in a while it would be fine.
Next one is setting up friends. Dear John, I have a good friend who's currently single. He's in shape, good sense of humor, said no trouble picking up women, but just hasn't found the right one.
Mm-hmm.
His relationships typically fizzle out on his end. He said he wants to get more established in his career before he settles down. Anyway, a girl at the gym just got out of a relationship with a loser guy, and I think they would be compatible. Same age, in each other's leagues. I worry that if it backfires...
in each other's appropriate hotness.
Right. Says, I worry if it backfires, it impacts my friendship with either or both. Is it better to just stay out of other people's love lives?
I'm of the mindset that, I'd stay out of it. However, it doesn't have to impact your relationship with either party if it doesn't work out. And it could be one of those things where, again, some of it depends on how it ends. But I don't think if both of them are adults, they're not going to look at you and say, well, you're the reason.
And they weren't in the same friend group before.
To begin with, yeah.
They hung out separately. So if it doesn't work out, it's not really impacting your friend group, your tight circle. I say, at least mention, hey, there's a girl at the gym I think you'd be a great fit with. I think you should definitely do that.
And I think it's refreshing in today's world where everything is on the apps, and a lot of people are frustrated with the apps. The idea that someone might be able to help you out, extend an olive branch, connect you.
Yeah.
I'd be
Don't
more
be afraid of what could go wrong. What if it goes right?
Right, and it could be huge too. Like you mentioned, like everything feels so impersonal these days, where it's swipe left, swipe right, whichever way you're going. But when you have the opportunity to have somebody that says, "Hey, I know this individual.
Right.
They seem like a good guy, and I know this girl. She seems very nice as well. You might hit it off." And maybe you don't, but it's up to the pair. If it doesn't work out, it's not on the individual that set them out.
So, I met Kelsey on the app, so I know it can work. But I hear from people who go, this is like landmines everywhere. The idea that someone would vet someone for you be a great service.
Have you guys ever been set up like that? Like a friend's hooking you up with somebody, like, hey, go meet this girl. She's great.
No.
No.
No. No.
I had
What about
once a parent at the school I used to teach at.
Oh, yeah?
He's like, hey, I know someone you should. So it was like a blind date, and it was one blind date, and it
did not
that
go
bad?
well.
It wasn't that bad, but it wasn't.
You guys weren't
very
compatible.
Good. No.
Were they as advertised? Was he in your league?
That's
no,
a no.
John.
That's a no.
No, he wasn't? Yeah. Well,
No,
hey.
I'm joking. He was fine. Just wasn't for me. All right, the next one, rat problem. Dear John, my cat brought in a rat yesterday. May have been from a catio. Not a mouse, but this big, brown, hairy rat. And I'm out of town, and my wife is terrified. Should she stay with friends, and I'll deal with it when I get back in a couple days? What's the best way to flush it out? Or, because it's a rat, should I call a professional? How should I solve this problem, and how much should I spend?
It's an opportunity. Yeah, I mean, if she wants to stay with friends, yes. If she wants to stay in a hotel, hey, set her up at a nice hotel. If you're going to be gone, maybe it's a hotel with a spa. Make it a nice weekend for her. Spend a little money. Just let her enjoy it while the rat problem is taken care of. You hire somebody to come in. If you can't take care of it yourself, then yes, you hire somebody, come on in, and make sure that they can come back to dispose of the rat as well. So when you get home, you don't have to do it. But you could have done it yourself as well. And I'm not saying you, anyone in particular.
Whoever wrote this in.
Whoever sent this in, but there are rat traps that you can set. There's a lot of things that you could take care of this yourself.
Sounds like he had a time constraint, though, that it didn't have a lot of time to catch
It's a simple
said rat.
trip to the hardware store.
It is.
Set up some traps, leave. And it's actually the perfect way to do it because you can put those traps around the house. Your wife doesn't have to worry about walking downstairs and seeing a dead rat in a trap. Just spend a little bit of money, set her up at a hotel. If she wants to go spend the weekend with friends, then do that.
That's really nice. I mean, I might see a rat when I get home.
Just to get taken out of the house in a
Here,
hotel.
go get a hotel, Heather. You're fine.
Yes.
You just text Colin. Rat problem.
Yeah, I think I need a hotel room.
I've checked in at the hotel.
Sorry, you keep the kids. I'll go.
Yeah, that person may or may not have been on their way to Shanty Creek and may or may not have had to handle the situation on the fly. I think your advice is great.
We'll get an update on the rat issue soon.
Today, I hope. This
I
morning,
hope so,
maybe,
yeah.
when she comes downstairs and sees that dead rat in a trap.
We'd love to put this behind us.
Yes.
Or, hypothetically, in this situation, if it came up, you'd love to put this behind you.
Yes, as quickly as possible.
Dear John, you can send him in, dearjohnjansen@gmail.com. It's 97.1. That's why yesterday we said we're going to make the big declaration based on how Jack Flaherty looks. Well, what do you say? It was kind of a middle-of-the-road game. It's quality start. He walked 4.
That's it, quality start.
Struck out 7, which was good, yeah.
And you would think that if a guy we saw Scooble give up a home run, and we saw him give up a couple of runs, but there's run support there for him. And it's not always going to – like last year, Reese Olson. He had some great outings, just no run support, and he would lose a game 1-0, and it's not on him. So, yeah, do you want a pitcher to give up a home run? No. It's going to happen. When it happens, you need more than 4 hits. You need more than 0 runs. It seems obvious, but it's just action, and it's congestion on the base pass, and they just didn't have any of that yesterday.
Yeah, that was my bigger takeaway. I mean, it wasn't a referendum game for Jack. I mean, it was – after 2 lousy outings, a good bounce back. To me, it's about the fact that they scored 0 runs.
Right.
And the 9 strikeouts. I mean, you got to put the ball in play. That was an issue last year in the postseason. And that's how everything is viewed for this baseball team is you need another arm or 2 for the postseason because you're going to lean on a bullpen. That's playoff baseball. You're going to need to put the ball in play because if you strike out, then you don't get to activate the base runners, which is a big thing that they do on this team.
Yeah, but that's the great thing that we are talking about right now is with the Pistons. And I know they didn't have a pick last night. They've got 37 tonight. No one's really going to care that much about who they take, 37 overall, but it's about the offseason moves because they're a team on the rise. It's talking about an edge or how do you make this defense better because the Lions are so close, and it's a team that's still on the rise, and I believe they're still on the rise. And when you talk about the Tigers, clearly they're a team on the rise. They did something completely unexpected last year. Everything has carried over to this season. They're the first team to 50. They're the first team to score 400 runs. Yet we know that no team is perfect. There's ways for them to be better. And we're not going to sit here and talk about 1 of 162.
No, it's not about that. It's big picture stuff for them. And that's to their credit. Like, I'm going to treat them like a big boy ball club.
Right.
And big boy ball clubs get nitpicked.
They've earned that right.
Yeah. But big boy ball clubs, we comb through it. I mean, big boy ball clubs have to buy. They have to get better. There's pressure. That's a compliment that you earn playing as well as they have. We are at the midpoint. 81 games, and they are at 50 wins. This is pacing as a 100-win ball club. We're going to treat them like it.
Yes.
No kid gloves.
And we are just shy of 1 month from the trade deadline. And we're sitting here just kind of waiting with bated breath as to what is Scott Harris going to do, because I don't think he's going to, in this trade deadline, I don't think it's going to be 4 o'clock on the 31st. I think there's going to be a lot of things that happen here in the next couple of weeks so that you don't want to waste time, but you don't want to do something and pull the trigger too early. So there's a fine line as to when it's going to happen, but I don't think this is going to be one where, hey, we're waiting all the way up until the last minute for something to happen.
Look, there's a world where after the trade deadline, fans are left wanting more, but I don't think they're going to stand pat. I mean, we had Scott Harris on. I would almost guarantee you a bullpen arm will be added. You may prefer 2. You may prefer a different arm. We all talk about a bat. I'd like a bat. But they'll do something, I'm sure of that.
Well, yeah, and maybe that bat, okay, we all want to add because we want to be as good as possible going into the postseason, but the best way to add a bat is to add your own. And right now, that's been Wenzel Perez. He's been really good, and last year he was right around 250, and it was a small sample size. We wanted to know what he was going to be this year. They finally bring him up, and he has been not just good, but he's been really good since they brought him up.
I've enjoyed having a switch hitter that can play defense the way he does, but let's not make the mistake of our guys are the additions. You can never have enough good baseball players.
Right.
Call it greed. I'm chasing the greediest team in the sport, the LA Dodgers. So if I got to add, even though I like Wenzel, or, hey, Torque figures it out and gets back in a groove again, that's not going to stop me from wanting to add a bat.
No, and it shouldn't stop Scott Harris either, and he talked about it when he was with us. We want to make this lineup as difficult to pitch against as possible. Wenzel is a step in the right direction, but it doesn't have to be the only step.
We'll ask AJ Hinch about what he's meant to this baseball team, where they're at the midpoint, trying to take the series against the A's today. He was drafted by the Oakland A's. He's very familiar with the A's organization. Get some of his thoughts on the team in transition right now. A team without a home.
It's so weird to think that there's no baseball on that side of the bridge, out in Oakland, and I mean it's it is a storied franchise, and you can talk about how it's run or whatnot, and the fact that you can't say that they're in Sacramento, even though that's where they're playing right now, and they're going to Vegas. It is going to be exciting when they're in Vegas, but boy, I wish there was still baseball in Oakland.
Before we get to AJ, Heather, we got to get to the news.
Yeah. Well, a suspect is in custody after a police situation led to a shelter-in-place order in this neighborhood in Van Buren Township on Wednesday. So yesterday afternoon, Van Buren Township Public Safety sent out this alert to the residents and said, hey, stay indoors because we're dealing with an active shooter. Hear those words, and it's very frightening.
Yeah.
Apparently, there was a man who was sitting out on his porch and started shooting at 3 young boys who were riding their bikes down a dirt road.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. We don't know why he was doing this. Police believe he may have been drunk. They had been to his house numerous other times on drinking-related incidents. Thankfully, none of the kids were hurt. A neighbor saw what was going on, grabbed these kids, got them inside into shelter in the basement, and this man then retreated to his home. It took about an hour for him to surrender, but he did so peacefully. So he has been taken into custody. So good thing nobody was injured. Sam Laporta, he's newly married, and he and his new bride, Callahan, they were blessed by the Pope.
Oh,
yes.
all
The
right.
newlyweds tied the knot on June 14th. Then they traveled to the Vatican afterward, shortly after their wedding. He did post some photos on social media. You can check them out. And the caption with the picture said, "Thank you to a very busy man for blessing me and my bride."
That's a really cool opportunity, and obviously he's the Pope. And to be able to be blessed by him, to be able to just take a picture, a video with them, it's super cool.
I wonder how long they had to wait.
Yeah, I don't know what the protocol is.
Well, I can only imagine
Yeah.
there's a lot of people who want to be blessed by the Pope. You wait in line. Does he have like a VIP pass?
You sign up ahead of time?
Well, yeah. Do you make an appointment?
Is there an app for that?
Maybe.
Career year incoming.
Yeah.
Yes. Maybe Super Bowl.
Yeah, Sabrina Carpenter, obviously we talked about this, received some backlash for her new, I guess you could say, suggestive album cover. And she did have some fun slamming her critics by releasing an alternative cover on social media. So this new cover, she's standing. She's not down on her knees or having her hair pulled like the original. Yes. And she is holding on to a man in a suit. There are other men behind her. I actually went to click on the photo, and it wouldn't. Oh, let me see. Okay, because the one I tried to click on, it said it was like restricted on Instagram. Like I don't know if she took it down, but I couldn't see it anymore.
Well, there's the side by side of the original album.
So nearly not as suggestive, right? As the original. Yes. But in the caption, she said that this cover was approved by God.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps it was, or perhaps she's just joking.
Did she get in line with the Pope too?
She maybe she did see the Pope. Anyway, her new album, Man's Best Friend, arrives on August 29th. So I'm not a big country music fan. I don't mind it, but it's not my favorite. But I am a fan of this. Zach Bryan is overseas right now. He's doing a series of shows in Ireland, in Dublin. And while he was there, he went to a local bar and he left a very generous tip. So apparently he was talking to a staff member there who said, you know what, I'm working nights. I'm working as much as I can because I'm trying to pay for college. So he stepped up in a big way. He left a $7,000 tip. Pretty incredible. He also left 2 tickets for his show to this staff member so that they could give it to a local children's hospital. That's where it really pulls at your heartstrings, right? It's pretty cool. Listen to this story. There's an officer in England who may lose his job after he asked a female coworker to pull his finger, and then he farted in her face.
What did she think was going to happen?
Well, okay, no. So she knew what was going to happen. So she said, "Get out of here, buzz off, guy." Like she knew, but so she didn't actually pull his finger, but he decided to turn around, go on his tippy toes, and fart within 6 inches of her face.
How short is she?
Or how tall is he?
Yeah, but even
that's what it says. That's what the article says.
Maybe she was seated and he did
yes,
that?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. That could be. That could be.
Missed that detail.
Anyway, this actually happened back in 2021. but the review committee is still reviewing his conduct to decide if he should be fired or not.
Did he have his mask on?
Apparently, or did she?
Stop the spread.
The board has to decide if this qualifies as gross misconduct.
Well, it's gross.
It is gross.
Yeah.
So
And it sounds like misconduct.
he may or may not lose his job.
Oh, boy.
Anyway, if you want to make some big bucks after you graduate from college, you're going to want a degree in one of these professions. So engineering, number one,
Makes
the median
sense.
average wage of workers with this degree, $100,000. Then, after 5 years, $500,000.
Cool $500,000.
Number two, computer science and computer information technology. Start right around $95,000. 5 years later, $475,000.
What are these 5-year plans? These are outrageous.
I know. That's what I said. Where is radio personality?
No, but anybody to make 5X 5 years into your career.
Nursing, number three,
All right, go Lucy.
86,000 to 450.
Oh, all right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Time for Dad to retire.
Accounting starts. They say the median is 80,000. 5 years later, 400,000.
This doesn't make sense.
I agree. And then let's see, biochemistry right there at number 5.
All right, so you got to check the nerd box.
Yeah, a little
Go
bit.
with numbers. Yes. All right, Heather
Or
with-
needles.
Well,
Yes.
it's Heather with the news. Coming.
Minus the drug dealer.
Well, yeah, yes.
Well, that could be lucrative too.
Yeah, and it might even be more than 5X. Who knows?
All right, AJ Hinch is next. Talk to the Tiger manager. It's 97-1.
Hey, I want to tell you about the D Las Vegas because if you want to watch some of the greatest sporting moments, you got to get to the D Las Vegas. And not just the D, but you got to get to Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view no matter where you are. You could be swimming. You could be poolside. At a cabana, you got a great view of their massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Tigers looking to take the series today, 110 against the A's. We're hanging out at Shanty Creek where it's kind of gloomy. I think the weather's a little better in southeast Michigan. AJ, are you becoming a Doppler expert? I hope it's looking better down there.
You know, it looks good now. You learn to read your own radar, and then you debate it with like 5 other people. You call the league. And my favorite is when there are people outside of the area that are telling you what the weather is. Because you're like, no, they're saying it's not raining. I'm like, no, it is. I'm standing here in the rain. Like, I can tell you because I'm on property. So this rain has been brutal, but it's part of it in summer.
It is, and how do you handle it with the guys, with the players, especially the pitchers who they're amped up, they're ready to go, and we saw Scoobel do it last week against the Pirates, where at some point, hey, you may actually have to start pitching in the rain. How do you prepare them mentally to attack that situation?
Yeah, it's hard because you make a judgment call around 6 o'clock for a 6:40, and because guys usually need about 40 minutes in their routine and get their warm-ups in. You want to be fair to the other team. So there's a cutoff about 6 o'clock if you're going to start on time. Once you go into a delay, that's when the dilemmas start, and that's what happened with the Scoobel start a couple times ago. And you do have the league weighing in. You have both teams represented. We're all weather experts, and you're trying to hit a mark where, like, hey, it's not going to rain, and if it circles back and rains during the warm-up, that's when it's the worst. So yesterday was a good example. We almost delayed it at 6 o'clock. It never rained, but there were storms all around us. The lake always kind of tends to play some games with the weather pattern, and the key is to try to just communicate with our guys to make sure they know when the start time is. The minute you delay it, it's sort of dilemma for the position players and the pitchers. Like, do they just hang out and kind of stop their pregame routine, or do they continue? That's the dilemma competitively.
Good time to have you on. I like how this lined up. 81 games in, midpoint of the regular season. The way you guys finished last year, how strong you guys have been this season. People are wondering about World Series. I know you're a day-by-day guy, but how would you assess how you guys stack up at this midpoint? If you could try to zoom out for us. I know it's against your nature.
Yeah, I love the question that ends with it, but I'm going to ask you anyway. I am very, very proud of where we're at the midpoint of the season. It is funny to think of, but we feel like we've been playing forever, and we're just at the 82-game mark. So I can do 2 things. I definitely can be proud of how we've built the foundation of the season and the things that we're doing. We're going to have a ton of things to get better over the course of the next, 81 games. But I think, when you go day by day, series by series, when you stack up against, we've seen the Cubs. I think is probably the best National League team that we've faced. We've still got the Phillies on the docket and the Mets we're going to see. The Giants are pretty good. Like, you start looking at the series you've won, the series you've lost, there's a lot more that we've won than we've lost. So I think we're in a good position to have a very special summer. We just have to do a lot of work to get there, and we'll see what the teams look like, down the stretch, who stays healthy, how things change during the trade deadline. There's just a lot of moving parts to be this, predictor of the next 81 games. And there's too many variables, but we have a good team, and we have a winning team, and we have a team that I feel we can stack up against anybody. And that to me is a good start when you're trying to win big series.
First team to 50 wins. First team to 400 runs, run differential. Everything says that this team is operating at high efficiency. And then last night you have a game where there's only 4 hits. How do you get the guys to refocus, bounce back? What's the conversation to get the bats going on the day after where you only have 4 hits?
Yeah, you just play the game. I mean, listen, we're going to have, like, plenty of losing streaks. I mean, I'm not like I don't want to be on the negative side, but even if we have like a remarkable season, we're going to lose a lot more games between now and the end of the season. So you can't get too reactive to one game. I mean, Jacob Lopez was deceptive. We couldn't really pick it up. We didn't barrel him up very well. You move on to the next day, and today's outcome has nothing to do with whether we had 4 hits or 14 hits. I mean, we bounced back to try to win the series, which was the goal, and get the guys ready. We don't have to refocus because we're always focused. We're just always going to play the game that's in front of us, and it doesn't matter kind of what happened yesterday, good or bad. So we don't ride the roller coaster that I think a lot of fans have to, because that we have to get ready for the next day. And anything, you either adding something to your preparation or you're taking something away. And we're just always going to choose to reset and get to the next game. Doesn't mean we don't care. Doesn't mean we don't address like bad mistakes or things that we do wrong. But we have nothing to do with last night, rolling into today.
Wenceel Perez. Let's just talk about him for a second because, and obviously in the media, we're always talking about, hey, right-handed bat, are they going to add something at the trade deadline? That's not where I want to go with this, but how impactful has Wenceel Perez been at the plate? But also, we saw the 2 assists that he had in the same inning. That was, gosh, it was so much fun to hear Dan Dickerson and then to see it, on the TV. How impactful has Wenceel Perez been on both sides for your team?
I'm glad you brought him up because he is pretty understated and very underrated. I think if you look back now, like when we start looking at his time in the big leagues, number one, he's playing at a position that he never played until the upper levels of the minor leagues. He was always an infielder. We moved him to the outfield. He started, kind of dabbling in center field, and we moved him over to right field, and he's become more and more comfortable. And he looks like someone who has played outfield his whole life, which is great job of development by both our PD people and our outfield coaches here in the big leagues. The other part is like he hit in like the 1 hole last year, hit in the 2 hole, he hit in the 3 hole, he hit kind of mid range of the order. He's been an instrumental part of the lineup construction that I've put out there. Because we really believe in the bat. We think he can move the ball forward. He puts the ball in play. He is a switch hitter who's predominantly been better left-handed. He's done some work on his right-handed swing, and we're seeing better production. So, he's not the name that everybody recognizes, or he's not the guy that everybody thinks is a key cog. But having a switch hitter who I can move up and down the lineup, and I can play in any outfield position, and the production that comes with it has been needed during this time where we've watched Riley Green go up and down. We've seen Kerry Carpenter have a good stretch and a bad stretch. Because everybody does. And you need somebody else to pick up the pieces when other guys are scuffling. And Wenzel's been that guy for us and is a huge part of how our lineup is tough to get through by the starter or the reliever.
Yeah, you mentioned a guy stepping up. I mean, Riley Green's put the team on his back in the month of June, helping pick up for some other guys who maybe aren't contributing right now. Torkelson for the month of June. Is this just a normal slump, or are you seeing anything that has you concerned? What would you make of Tork's month of June?
Yeah, he's had a tough month. I mean, it's, I've seen it with a couple guys that, as they get, they get, beat up a little bit, or if they start seeing some offers, they start to expand the strike zone a little bit. Tork's been okay with his swing decisions and his at-bats. But he hasn't really put it together for, those 8, 10, 12, 15 at-bat series, recently. But we're hoping that, I gave him a day off in Tampa. I ended up giving him a day off coming back here, just trying to reset him and get him back into the flow of like just contribute against the guys that you can. So he's back in there today in the 4 hole. We believe in him. We know he's good. And you got to ride some of these, peaks and valleys throughout the season. In a season where he's going to get 650 at bats or 600 at bats, these little 20, 30, 40, 50 at bat times are just part of the grind.
What are you seeing from or hearing about the rehab for Matt Vierling?
Vierling's been good. He feels about as good as he's felt through this whole stretch. He had a little bit of a scare when he came back the first time, and we got him checked out. Structurally, everything's fine. So we were able to do a little bit more strengthening and then get him out there. And then as soon as we got him in games, he got sick for about a 72-hour period. So we had to shut him down for the last few days, and then just got back in there. He'll be in there again. I think today, I think he's either playing or off, or tomorrow, one of the two he's playing, and we've got to make some decisions as we get to, series by series. But health-wise, he's throwing the ball well, which is key. He's also someone who is feeling physically like he's close. So that we should get him back at some time in the near future. It's just a matter of series by series, and once he's checked off a few boxes to have the confidence to go out and just play and not guard himself if he's got to make a throw from center or throw from right or a throw from third. we've got to test it maybe a little bit more until we're ready.
Reese Olson last night pitched. Do you feel like he's ready now for a call-up?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see him, but I haven't talked to him yet. I want to see him, and Fett's going to have him throw a bullpen in the next couple days. But on paper, he's done everything that we wanted. We wanted him to incorporate his changeup at a high level. I think he threw 17 of 74 pitches were changeups. That's a little bit more like what his normal game is. We need to talk to him and see him throw a little bit. But we're anticipating that the next thing for him is to come back into our rotation. But confirming it's premature until the next 4 or 5 days.
Talking to Tiger manager AJ Hinch, playing the A's today at 1:10. Series against a team that drafted you. You spent time in California. As an insightful guy that you are, do you have any thoughts just on what's gone on with them moving out of Oakland and now the journey they are on right now?
Yeah, I've had to separate two things, and I was just talking to Mark Kotsay, their manager, and I came up together. We played together as amateurs, and I want to separate the two topics, one being Oakland, which I'm incredibly bummed. I love Oakland. I loved playing there. There's a special fan base there. It's part of the history, certainly my history in the game. It sucks that there's not baseball in the Bay Area over on that side of the bridge. The other part is like Vegas will be cool. Like Vegas will be interesting. They're going to build a state-of-the-art stadium. It's a new fan base. You see other teams that have gone there and the love of sports and the transitional, kind of fan base. I mean, a ton of people come in and out of Vegas. It's going to be a very interesting place. So that's cool, while I'm still sad that Oakland doesn't have a team. So I think the A's are stuck. We're going to go to Sacramento. Ironically, I played in the first ever game in Sacramento when the AAA stadium was built in 2000, and that's a beautiful place as well. So I just wish that they hadn't had to leave Oakland, and maybe we could have expanded to Vegas, or you could get other ways to keep the A's in the Bay Area and create the buzz that's going on in Vegas the same.
Purely selfish question I want to end with. Any chance I get two CMU guys in the game today? I was there at Central when Dietrich Enns was pitching for the Chippewas. You got McKinstry playing today too?
We do. Yeah, we do have both. Yeah, just
Here
for
we go. Yes.
Yeah, just for you.
Thank you, AJ.
They'll be in there. No problem. I mean, you probably should have told me before I put the lineup out last night, but generally speaking, you're not one to tell me who to play, so I'll do anything for you right now.
Well, hey, fire up chips. And AJ, we always appreciate checking in with you.
You got it. Appreciate you guys.
Yep.
He's Tiger manager AJ Hinch. It's 97.1. Before Carson Anderson, a couple things I want to float to you, John.
Yeah.
The first, just talking a little baseball with AJ Hinch, it's from Bob Nightingale of USA Today. He wrote one of his many pieces ahead of the trade deadline. We're going to hear a lot of that name between now and late July. And he said when it comes to the Tigers that they would be all in on Alex Bregman if he's available. Yes.
It makes all the sense in the world. If they were all in on him in the offseason and they just came up 30 minutes shy at a few dollars or a few opt-outs, that they would be all in at the trade deadline. I mean, it's not a stretch to make that connection.
He writes, the Tigers tipped their hand when they offered Bregman 6 years, $171 in free agency last winter. If the Red Sox shop him, they're all in again. Still in need of a third baseman. The Tigers realize this is their chance to return to the World Series for the first time since 2012 and win it for the first time since '84. They've got Skubal under control only through 2026 and need to take full advantage. Look, it would have been better to sign him in the offseason and not have to trade anything in season, but there's an increased urgency when you're close to a World Series and you can still get a player you really love. And the goal is to win a World Series.
Well, and with the opt-out that he has after this season, it lowers the cost.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, it's –
and then you can rent with the option to buy.
100%. And it's you're not going to have to give up as much. You get a chance to have him for the best part of the season, which is obviously the race to the end of the season and the postseason. You get a glove, you get the bat, you get everything that you need, and you didn't have to make the full financial commitment.
The other thing was Deontay Johnson's quotes. NFL receiver, he's been on a million teams, and you can see why. He was on a podcast, and make sure I credit the proper podcast here, Sports and Suits. And he talked about his suspension when he was in Baltimore, and this is his explanation. Quote, I wasn't getting into no run plays, no passing plays, no nothing. It was cold on the sideline standing there, going to the heater back and forth waiting for my name to be called. End of the third, going to the fourth, they were like, Tay, we need you. And I was like, nah, I don't think it's a good idea for me. Like my legs, don't want to go out there and put bad stuff on film. He said he was mentally checked out. He said, so whatever happens, happens.
And the suspension came after that?
Yes.
Okay, shocker, not that it was a suspension. If I'm a teammate and I witness that or I hear that after the game, I don't want him getting on the bus. I don't want to get on the plane. Find your own way home. This is a total embarrassment. And I can't believe he actually – in football circles, I'm sure that this has gotten around.
Yeah.
Why would you make this public? Why would you say, hey, they asked me to go in the game, and I said, nah.
I was mentally checked out. Happens. It shouldn't happen. Baltimore's a damn good football team. They don't have 5 great receivers, dude. Go earn some more PT. Be on a team that could win something.
Yeah, or how about earn not only your paycheck now, but the one that you want to come next year? Because there's no team that wants to look at him and say, yeah, I'll sign him in free agency. I'll take him. I know he's with Cleveland right now, but that's a stigma that's going to stick with him the rest of his career.
Yeah, those quotes are going around today because they're just so outrageous. We got Gator standing by. Gator, what's up?
But it's cold.
This is a guy that played his college ball in Toledo. He's been in Pittsburgh. He's been in Baltimore, and now Cleveland. None of those are – he should be used to the cold.
But he's tired of it.
He didn't want to put bad film out there, John.
No, I don't want to.
When somebody makes a decision like this, as a teammate, I would be disgusted. As a former player and a guy that no one leaves the game on their own terms, you're told you can't play anymore. When a guy says, I don't want to play, it really makes me mad.
I get you're disgusted, as well you should be. But that's not how would you handle it? Yeah. No, be honest. I mean, if you ever experienced anything like this, I don't know if you did or did not, whether it was
I
high
said
school,
it.
college, or pros.
Yeah, after the game, hey, you're not getting on the bus. You're not getting on the plane. You're going home by yourself. You are not traveling with us. There's no need to get physical because then it escalates.
Get on the bus?
You're not getting on the bus. You're not coming with us.
But I'm coming on here.
No, I mean there will be 52 other guys that will say, nah. No, you're not. We're doing what's best for us.
It's too cold on this bus, buddy.
Yeah.
It wouldn't get physical. It's the threat of physicality.
Yeah. Yes.
The unspoken threat of physicality.
The impending doom of what might happen.
Yeah, no, that's brutal. How do you say that? It was too cold. I didn't want to.
How do you
You
even
just found
walk into a
yourself
meeting after that?
Ostracized from the rest of the league.
Yeah.
You can't have that.
No.
I mean, that is just ridiculous.
And the shame of it is he's not a top-end receiver, but he could contribute to a team.
Was he a first-round pick?
Deontay Johnson, was he out of Florida?
We said Toledo, right?
Oh, yeah, no, I said Toledo, yeah.
Unless it changed.
Probably not a first round.
Well, here's the reality.
No.
In today's college football, it could have been both.
It could have been both, yeah.
With a stop at Cal Poly along the way.
But, I mean, he's been in the league for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. There was a lot of promise.
And he could contribute for another 4 or 5 years as a third option.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
No.
I mean, how much money did he lose by just saying, nah.
Gator, how'd you sleep last night?
Not well.
No?
No.
Firm mattress?
I don't sleep well outside of my house.
Okay.
No matter hotels, it just doesn't really work for me. No, the room was fine. I just kind of toss and turn, and I'm up.
You miss Lois?
I definitely miss Lois. Yeah, but that's it's just it's always a rough go for me. It's all right. You guys?
I was good. Heather told us she had a headache this morning, and I thought maybe she had too much to drink last night.
Heather got liquored up last night.
My first text to them was, "Who has Tylenol?" But I didn't drink.
No.
I just woke up with a headache and a backache.
After the wine tour tomorrow, that
Yep.
text will be received differently.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys got coming up?
Well, we're going to certainly talk about the draft last night and then see what the Pistons are at today and who they're kind of looking at, what people are saying coming out of that draft. But Tigers, the game last night didn't go their way, but they're at the halfway point.
Mm-hmm.
So what are the expectations in the second half of the season? And, what's been the biggest surprise? Outside of Javi Baez, what has been the biggest surprise for the Tigers so far in the first half?
A lot of good stuff. Carson Anderson, they're next. It's 97-1.
All right, good to be with you here on a Thursday. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. I am Doug Karsh. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Hello, Scott.
Hello, Doug. How are you?
I'm good. Up here at Shanty Creek. Why are we at Shanty Creek? We're at Shanty Creek.
Yeah, there's a national bird calling tournament or competition, I guess. And fortunately, we were asked to be guest judges in the bird calling competition.
Well, I'm ready.
I'm all excited.
I'm ready for the bird calling. So no Tiger runs last night. No offense.
They didn't score?
No, they didn't score. Right, the runners in scoring position, they didn't cash in. 0 for 4. 4 at-bats with runners in scoring position. Losing 3-0 to the Athletics. Not the Oakland Athletics, not the Sacramento Athletics. They are merely the Athletics. But, hey, man, it happens in the course of a season. And you heard AJ this morning talk about we don't dissect every game and go over like we're going to lose a bunch of games. And games, when you have repetitive problems or big issues, they'll address them. But maybe the story of the game is a better outing from Jack Flaherty. I mean, 1 3-run homer is what he gave up in 6 innings. I mean, it wasn't like he was elite by any stretch of the imagination, but given his last 2 starts, which have been pretty bad, good, better outing from Jack Flaherty, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a rough start, and then he settled down. You'll take that. There wasn't a lot of there wasn't a ton of hard hit baseballs in the game, so that it's okay. Look, you don't want to see 4 walks and giving up 3 runs or whatever, but the fact that he did go 6 innings is good. The fact that Tigers ended with 4 hits in the game,
yeah,
that's pathetic.
Yep.
I get that the pitcher can sometimes have a nice game, and he did. And I knew he was a strikeout pitcher going into it, but the Tigers definitely struggled mightily in that. But fortunately, they get back at it.
Yes, afternoon game today here on 97.1 The Ticket. So, a halfway point. I mean, evaluating where this team is at 50-31. There's so much that went right. It's mostly praise for how this season has gone. I mean, I don't know that there's too much to complain about as far as how it's gone. It's what's going to happen next is on everybody's mind. I mean, the pace for 100 wins is outstanding when you go back to what expectations were going into this year.
Yeah, nobody – I mean, I think even the most optimistic person out there would say, if I go back to that day that Stoney and I did the season opener show, I think that the highest win total we had was in the low 90s, maybe 95 at the most.
Is that right?
Yeah. And look, halfway through the season, we're on pace for 100. Are they going to win 100 games? It's really hard to win 100 games in Major League Baseball. But they can do it.
Yep.
They can do it, but they're going to have to stay healthy. And I think that's probably the key. We saw what happened with the Lions last year, and we don't want to see that happen with the Tigers. Injuries can kill you, obviously. Even with the Red Wings, losing some guys last year at bad times, losing Andrew Kopp, I think really was underrated in how much that hurt them down the stretch. So you don't want to go through that. So let's focus that, hey, they're going to get some guys back, right? Reese Olson pitched yesterday at Toledo. They don't think he needs to make another rehab start, but they're going to see what happens in his bullpen sessions the next day or two and see how he feels. But he threw like 78 pitches yesterday and threw more changeups, I think 18% changeups in the games, and that's really what they have to work on. That's what the finger issue is with.
Yep.
So they could get him back. Matt Vierling is probably ready to come back at any time. But he hasn't exactly been tearing it up at Toledo, hitting like 200. But it's a rehab stint. So we'll see who they get back and then what the corresponding moves are going to be. Because, as you know, Doug, we got a new guy today on the Hill.
Yeah, right. Fire up chips.
Well, Costa wanted it, and Costa got it.
Costa ordered up 2 Chippewas today, and he's getting 2 Chippewas today. So, midway point of the season, outside of Javi Baez, what has surprised you most about this team? What is the biggest surprise of the first half of the season? Would you like to go first or you want me to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
I think it's Zach McKinstry. I thought Zach McKinstry was going to be this guy, kind of a jack of all trades, a super sub type player, but Donnie Kelly baby type player, and contribute here and there. But I didn't expect him to be as consistently good as he has been. He's not. I mean, Donnie Kelly baby had like a 680 OPS with the Tigers, and he was beloved. Zach McKinstry's like 100 points better than that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he's beloved, but people are starting to, and the fact that he's a local guy too, that helps.
I'm going to go with the fact that the Tigers have scored 402 runs, which is second in the American League behind the Yankees. Do you remember the Yankees at the beginning of the season? their explosion to start the year, and everyone's like, these torpedo bats, they should outlaw and blah, blah, blah. The Yankees have scored 407 runs. At the midway point of the season, the Tigers have scored 402 runs. This is on the heels of getting shut out last night. I think that is remarkable that the Tigers lineup, with its lack of star power, and we've talked about it, and why they're good, but its total lack of star power, relatively speaking, are second in the American League and fifth in baseball in runs scored. To me, that is an amazing fact.
It's wild. It's really wild when you look up and down this lineup and see that how everyone has contributed, and what's different from this year and last year. My surprise, and McKinstry has made a big stride into being a part of the everyday lineup and really being a big-time contributor and kind of setting things up for them wherever he bats in the lineup. But Gleyber Torres, that acquisition to start the season, I think it's another under-the-radar acquisition because it's not a giant name, even though it's a guy who played years with the Yankees, clearly has talent, and the way he has played with the Tigers it's been great. You talk about steadying influence, guys hitting 280, OPS over 800, had a little bit more of a power surge to start the year than he has lately, but lately he's been drawing a ton of walks. He's got more walks than strikeouts right now. Halfway through the season, 40 walks to 36 strikeouts. And he plays a pretty solid second base, too. It's interesting how that shifted everything, right? Before the season began, there was the talk, okay, Torres is now at second base, so what does that mean for Colt Keith? Well, we're going to move him to first base. What does that mean for Torkelson? Well, Torkelson's going to have to earn it. And for the first part of the season, Torkelson was red hot, so he got to come back to play first base, and now you're trying to find a place for Colt Keith, who now Colt Keith has been, I don't know if I'd say red hot, but he's been hot with an OPS of like 800 in the last 2 months. That's really good. So these are good problems to have for the Tigers, a lineup to try to make sure that you can fit everybody in.
We welcome in Kang, our producer, back in our studios in the Detroit area. And Kang, what for you is the biggest surprise? Other than Javi Baez, what is the biggest surprise here at the halfway point?
Yeah, you guys had some good suggestions there, so I'll go a little different off the board to change it up a little bit. And I'll go with Dylan Dingler, a guy who he's your starting catcher, and he wasn't on the team to start the year, the opening day roster, right? So when Jake Rogers says don't let the Tigers get hot, maybe for his sake, don't let Dylan Dingler get hot because I would have thought for sure Jake Rogers would be your starting catcher at this point if you told me they were doing this well, like, hey, he's the backstop, right? But no, I think Dylan Dingler's been a great surprise. And, some offensive power, which I think we all were kind of worried about heading into the year. Where's the offense going to come from? And he's part of the whole that helps, this team been scoring these runs.
All right, so for you out there, other than Javi Baez, what is the biggest surprise of the first half of the season? 248-539-9797. We'll take your phone calls and feedback on that. We've got some NFL and NBA stuff we'll get to as the show goes on. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You're going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. You might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel. Open the app today and see all the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get started. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Talk to the Tigers here on the Carson Anderson program. Other than Baez, what's the biggest surprise of the first half of the season? 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to DeVell. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, DeVell.
Hey, how's it going, Doug and Gator?
We're
All
good.
right. Good. So here's my surprise. Mine is the fact that the center field position was not a liability that was predicted early in the season with all the injuries. Because I remember one by one when they went down, Parker Meadows went down. We lost Parker. That's not good. Then we lost Veerland. Oh, that's really bad. And then they're like, well, at least we got Winslow Paris. He goes down. Doom and gloom. Doom and gloom.
Yep.
Then I listened to a spring training game, and they trotted out Javier Baez in center. And I'm sitting there like shaking my head like, what are we doing? And the next day, all the sports shows on 97.1. What are we doing here with Javier in center? This is what we were thinking. So to say that not only has that not been a liability this year, that we flourished, no one can predict that. And if anybody in the city of Detroit or the surrounding neighborhoods of Detroit, if anyone said that they thought that at that point that center field would be a plus on this team, then I have 3 of whatever that person is smoking.
I got to tell you, DeVell, I give you credit because by a judge's ruling,
right?
We said other than Javi Baez, what is the biggest surprise? And you found a way to make it Javi Baez.
And it was awesome.
I've been meaning to.
It was.
No,
you said
clever.
That center field, the way you did it, it was a workaround.
My first thought is, I'm like, wow, that's crafty right there. My man's got it.
He worked around the parameters.
Yeah. That's brilliant. Yeah, because they started the season like, well, who the hell is going to play center field? I mean, we're not terribly worried Parker Meadows is going to come back. We're like, well, when is he coming back? I don't know. It could be by May 26th, I think, was the date that they were hoping he'd be back. And sure enough, Javi Baez in center field was the emphatic answer. And not only was it was a glaring weakness going into the season, it became the strength of the team.
If nobody gets hurt, is he an all-star? Like, he could be an all-star. He could be a starting outfield, starting Javi Baez.
He is a starting.
I know, he could be.
Phase 1 today, people.
Yeah.
Noon. Stops at noon.
Feel the manufactured excitement and tension. Yeah, I mean, if none of those guys get hurt, is Javi Baez even sniffing the all-star game?
No. Well, I mean,
maybe.
It's easy to say no, and yet, okay, so would he have been starting at shortstop? And then as long as he was hitting, he was going to play. And he certainly has his impact felt as a shortstop because he's a pretty good fielder. But what he did in center field was just dynamic.
It's crazy.
For this team waiting to get Parker Meadows back. I mean, Parker Meadows is arguably the best defensive center fielder in baseball. I would say he's probably certainly in the top 5. And Javi did not miss a beat. Like, you weren't watching fly balls out to center field and thinking, oh, great, he's not going to get this. And then he's not Parker. Oh, wait a minute, he just made that play. I mean, it was unbelievable. He would play after play. He would just make routine.
Other than Javi Baez, what's the biggest?
Yeah, no Javi. But well done.
Yeah, well played. He finessed his way.
Position.
Let's go to Nolan. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Nolan.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I did have a hypothetical question after I make my point, but I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer. I do got to say, though, the bullpen has kind of been a surprise to me, especially after last year, just how dominant they were and kind of how they carried us at the end of the season. A little bit higher expectations. I know they've been flawed with some injuries and all that, and hopefully they do add. But I just wanted to back up your guys' point, too, on Zach McKinstry, especially coming off a one-year deal, and I know people were hesitant to bring him back and wanted to make a bigger splash, but I would have never expected he'd turn it into this basically all-star caliber player and make the impact that he had. I know he had, I think it was the same or higher OPS than Ohtani at one point, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, there's so many offensive stats with this team that I think back to the first series of the year. And that's why I said the 402 runs, second in the American League behind the Yankees, 407 runs, and how people were talking about banning torpedo bats. And here we are halfway through the season. and the Tigers have scored 5 runs less than the Yankees is remarkable to me. A lot of offensive stats like that.
Yeah, no, it's definitely exciting to watch. And then my question, not to go off track here, but if the Athletics were to somehow win the World Series, obviously they won't. Does Las Vegas get that ring? Or I kind of think it'd be a little bit funny if they were to win the World Series without having a city affiliation.
Where would the parade be?
Yeah.
Multiple parades. Just fully lean into it. We're going to have one in Oakland, Sacramento, and Las Vegas.
I have no clue.
3-day party.
Guys, I think Rob Lowe gets the ring.
Go team.
MLB.
Yay sports. Yeah, that's funny. I have no idea what they would do under those circumstances. 248-539-9797. Question, other than Javi Baez at the midway point, what is the biggest surprise of the season? Dylan Dingler is the biggest surprise of the season. After that underwhelming start last year, he surpassed expectation with his bat and defense, impressive offensive ability, and no one can run on him. Love Jake, but Dylan's the man. That's from Luke in Detroit. Jamie writes in, biggest surprise to me is Dylan Dingler. We've heard about him for years, but he's never really tore up the minors. Now he's a full-time starter. He's one of the best catchers in the American League. Zach Mack, baby. That's from Steve in Madison Heights. Zach McKinstry. Admin Royal Oak says, my biggest surprise is how mostly ineffective Holton has been. That's a second mention here. And it is,
it's surprising.
It's surprising.
It's funny because when we do this topic, usually it's all about the positive side, but you cannot ignore the negative. And looking season to season, Tyler Holton, his first year with the Tigers was 2 years ago. His ERA was 2.11. Last year it was 2.19, and he lowered his whip from 0.87 to 0.78. This year, his ERA is 4.46, and his whip is 1.27. That's a struggle, and hopefully he gets back on track because he was such an integral part of the bullpen. Now, if you want to look at a positive, for the last 5 outings, he has not given up a run, but one of those he gave up 3. The outing he gave up runs, it was 3. So nothing in his last 2. Maybe that's a good sign.
Yeah, it would be awfully useful for him to return to form. And there's a lot can change in the next 81 games, and God, he was good last year.
He was so good. The last 2 years, he's been amazing in the last 2 years, and it's such an integral part of that bullpen because of the versatility. You could use him at the end of games. You use them to start games as an opener. You use him as leverage because you like the matchup. Hey, throw him over here, and I want to get this. It's the 1, 2, 3 part of the lineup, but it's only the 6th inning. It's all right. Throw Holton out there. And this year it's been a struggle, but he knows how good he can be. We know how good he can be. The whole second half of the season's in front of him.
Other than Javi Baez, what is the biggest surprise of the first half of the season? Let's go to Mike. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, listen, for my pick, it would be Tommy Kahnle. The guy's done an outstanding job, since we picked him up from the Yankees. The guy's got a 1.35 ERA in 32 appearances. He's got 8 saves, and he's really nailed down that 7th, 8th inning role and has done a fantastic job. I feel real comfortable when he comes in the ball game.
Yeah, he's been a really good pitcher for a long time in Major League Baseball, and but he's having his best year as a Tiger and playing for this team. Those numbers are well below his career lows, and last year had a really good season. His ERA was 2.11 with the Yankees, and his WHIP was 1.15. But as you mentioned, the 1.35 ERA and the 0.75 WHIP, it's outstanding. He has become one of the absolute go-to guys in the bullpen. He and Will Vest both are two that you feel really, really confident about. But Kahnle's been maybe the best of the bunch.
Great call. We thought he'd be good, right?
Yeah.
We were told he'd be good, but
I thought what a great move to sign him in the offseason. It helps to solidify the bullpen. It's not going to be a big, sexy signing.
Nope.
Gleyber Torres wasn't a big, sexy signing, and both of those guys have been excellent additions to this team when you consider that before that this team got to almost to the ALCS and then you add these two guys, it's a better team, clearly.
I don't know why, and I'm asking you and me this question of ourselves, why we didn't make a bigger deal over the offseason. They got 3 key contributors from the 2 World Series teams in Flaherty, Torres, and Canely. Why weren't we making a bigger deal out of that?
We certainly talked about it, but we didn't speak glowingly like we can now for the most part, although, Flaherty with the up and down stuff. But I think because Canely, he's not a closer, so the bullpen arm you're adding is just another bullpen arm, even though he's got late inning leverage stuff. But he's not a guy who gets a ton of saves. So I think that speaks to him. And Gleyber Torres, I was quietly confident about Gleyber Torres. However, he was displacing guys. So that was great to have him, but what does that mean for Colt Keith? You just gave this rookie who had never played an inning of Major League Baseball, you give him a contract, a pretty decent contract for him, and now you're telling him after 1 year, hey, you're not going to play there anymore? What was that going to do? So it was just a lot to kind of digest. It might be great for the individual players you brought in, but what was the effect going to be on the rest of the team?
248-539-9797. Other than Javi Baez, what is the biggest surprise of the first half of the Tigers season? They've reached the midway point, still the best record in baseball. Hey, it's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways, just like the team at Sarah Chevrolet in Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Is this you?
Well, that's my read.
Yeah, it is your read. My apologies. Kank said the number, and I'm like, this doesn't look familiar, and it's yours.
That's okay. No, the good folks over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, they're awesome. And
they are awesome. I'll speak to that.
They're making sure that everybody's going to win on every deal, and the deals right now are unbeatable. You can start with the Equinox EV or the Blazer EV. These are awesome. It's only $248 a month. The Chevy Trax, that's only $289 a month.
$289.
The Chevy Trailblazer, that's just $299 a month. And the best thing, Doug, it's just with $999 down. That's taxes and fees included because there's no games or gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for the customers. And if you need more money for your trade-in, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. It's big money, right? Huge money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service, only to feel like you're in the cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting right behind the dugout. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. No appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph, or go to sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, some of the feedback coming in. We asked people what is the biggest surprise of the season at midway point here, outside of Javi Baez, which is pretty clearly the number one surprise of this team. And some really good answers have come in. Jim in Sterling Heights says, my biggest surprise is the home run power. And then Jeff in a car says, Torque surprise, McKinstry surprise, Perez surprise, Dingler surprise, and Baez, of course, a surprise. Overall power is my surprise. They could put out 9 hitters with an OPS higher than the league average of 715. The power, I mean, their team OPS is 743, 6th best in baseball. Their 98 home runs in their park, mind you, is what, 4th in the American League? Yankees, Angels, Mariners, the Athletics, 5th in the American League, 6th in the American. My apologies. They're 9th overall in baseball with 98 home runs. Hey, man, yeah, I'll take it.
Well, you'll take, yeah, because compare this to last year, right?
Yep.
So last year as a team, they hit 162 home runs. As you said, they already have 98. Their OPS last year was 685. What do you say it is now?
It's their team, 743.
My goodness. I mean, that's a monster difference in the offense. And sure, the Tigers were much better last year in the second half of the season, but the way that this offense has continued for this half of the season has been great.
248-539-9797. Biggest surprise is how much Jack Flaherty has struggled. Keep hoping he can get it together. I mean, yeah, it's huge. It's, getting him going. It feels like a critical piece of winning a World Series. They've got Skubal, obviously, at the top. He's the one. Who's the two? Who's the 1-2 punch that they can come at you with? And I'm not sure it gets done without Flaherty being the best version of himself when the games mean the most. He may be up and down the rest of the way, but if he gets the baseball in game 2 of a series, we just got to hope he's up. We got to hope it's good,
Yeah, well, they've strangely enough, this team is just they find ways that other people step up, and the margins in the games they're not that terribly close. Like they just find a way. Like in the first game of the series on Tuesday night, they get down 2-0 in a Skubal start in the first inning.
Yeah,
that's all right. They come back, score 2 runs. They get down 4-2 in the second inning of a Skubal start. That's all right. We'll tie it up at 4, and then they take off, and then they just score runs in bunches. And because of their aggressive style, it's in the other team's heads, and they're able to manufacture more runs because the catcher isn't paying attention to what's happening there, and guys are taking first to third base, and Perez is coming from second to home on a ball where the guy in front of him was running home, should have been thrown out by 10 feet, but wasn't. It's just all this stuff that they do. It's the little things that make the big difference, and it's not the difference necessarily in winning a game 3-2. It's the difference in taking a game that was 3-2 and making it 6-3.
Feedback coming in. Kerry Carpenter riding the struggle bus is a first half surprise to me. Really thought he was set for a breakout year. Not so much.
Well, he does have 14 home runs halfway through the season. But, yeah, hitting 247 is not where you expected him to be in the 740 OPS. He has been struggling lately, but he had the home run the other night. He had another ball that he hit over the weekend. It was narrowly missed being a home run, ended up being a double. Maybe that's a sign that he's starting to warm up again.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have a career high in home runs, but probably needs to hit for better average, show more consistent pop. But
what they have, because he struggles against left-handed pitching, what the Tigers have are situational right-handed hitters now that can step in and they're getting the job done against lefties, like a Jahmai Jones or Wenzel Perez, because Wenzel's doing everything. That he may just take at bats away when you've got a left-handed pitcher on the hill.
Yep.
Wenzel goes and plays right field, and Kerry goes to the bench and waits for his opportunity when a bullpen comes up and there's a right-handed pitcher.
Unnamed texter says 100% Torkelson is the biggest surprise other than Javi. He was struggling for a roster spot last year, and now he's our cleanup hitter.
Well, he has struggled lately, and AJ Hinch talked a little bit about that with the guys in the morning show. But he's at 220 right now at the average, which isn't great. But the 789 OPS is well above average. But these numbers have dropped significantly over the last couple of weeks. But the 16 home runs, the 49 RBIs, we're halfway through it. So you're looking at 30 home runs, over 30 home runs, and maybe 100 RBI. You'll take that kind of production.
Sure.
Even if you're having a Gorman Thomas like 220 season.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was a zero, like an empty set. We didn't expect anything out of him. There was talk that he might not even be on the roster. So the idea that he could have a Gorman Thomas type of.
I just bring up Gorman
You did
Thomas.
bring up Gorman Thomas. I'm not quite sure why.
Well, because that's what I think of with guys that power hitters that couldn't hit for average.
Well, he
from 1980.
Yeah, 30 home runs and 100 RBIs is 30 more and 100 more than some people expected.
Yeah, because they thought, well, he'll be at Toledo.
Torkelson having a pulse has really surprised me. It's from Ryan and Holly. The ineffectiveness of Flaherty. That's from Scott in Grosse Pointe. 248-539-9797. Feedback from Elsay on Twitch. My biggest surprise is Casey Mize been doing great. If he stays healthy, will keep us going even if Jack Flaherty struggles. From Fish Shadow 87, I think my biggest surprise is how long the Tigers had the best record in baseball, let alone to achieve it at all. I expected us to be competitive in the division, but not be at the top of the league for any lengthy amount of time. You know, it's so refreshing to be so pleasantly surprised. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The sports fans, and they say at the beginning of the baseball season, hope springs eternal, and everybody's optimistic and everybody's excited, and it actually's paid off. Like it's actually was it's been validated. The hope and that everybody goes into the season with for us has been validated, which for so many years it felt like we weren't allowed to have nice things.
Right. I want nice things.
Yeah.
I want to be able to nice things. And this Tigers team right now is providing us with some nice things, even with the sour taste in the mouth of last night's game. Got a chance this afternoon to win another series. That's just what they do.
Yep. Well, we'll, of course, have it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. By the way, I don't think we've talked at all about the Wilson kid, the leadoff hitter or the two-hole hitter for the Athletics, and his pre-pitch routine, his ticks and his the way he locks in.
I don't know if I've paid attention. Jacob Wilson?
Yeah.
Who's killing it this year? He's
Yeah.
like 345 or something.
It's almost uncomfortable to watch the way like if you haven't paid attention, I don't know how you couldn't notice.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, that's funny. I'm not mad at you. I
hear you. It's, I guess because with pitch count, things happen so quickly, or pitch clock, things happen so quickly that, I mean,
yeah.
if the old human rain delay, Mike Hargrove, you could notice, like, wow, that's a lot going on. But I guess I haven't paid attention to what Jacob Wilson's doing. What does he do?
Well, he starts with the most open stance you've ever seen.
Okay.
And then as the pitcher and he's twitching like crazy with his hands, and then he closes the stance and he twitches, and it gets quicker, and then he settles down. I mean, it's funny. I once you've seen it once, I don't know that you can unsee it.
What is it? Is it like Beavis on sugar or something? You have to tell him to settle down, Beavis?
I mean, I'm going to try and find a video of it for you right here. Because it's quirky as can be. Here's a video of it. If I can get the video. There we go. He does this whole thing. He's rocking
he's
back.
like dancing.
Yeah. He's like rocking back and forth. And, I mean, it works for him.
Oh, it clearly works for him.
Yep.
It's like a rhythm thing, though. It's right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Close it up, swing the bat.
Yeah.
That is quirky,
Yeah.
for sure. There's got to be a song in his head, right?
Maybe.
I am a real American. Fight for the rights of it. No?
No, I don't think that's it.
It's not doing the Hulk Hogan theme song?
No.
Okay.
But Tiger baseball coming up this afternoon. We'll get into some trade stuff a little bit later on because the Tigers are mentioned as expected to be a buyer, which will please a good portion of our audience. Let's face it, in Detroit right now, there is angst and sometimes outward hostility over the term falling in love with your own guys.
Uh-huh.
And it sounds as though, I'm pretty surprisingly, the Tigers are going to be a major, major player. They're in the group in Bob Nightingale's list had that Alex Bregman story today, the 5 teams expected to be most aggressive. So for those that don't want a team to stand pat, most people think that this Tiger team will not stand pat as we Move in on the trade deadline, just a little over a month away. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Got some thoughts on the NBA draft last night and whether or not you ever found yourself in a similar position as these draftees last night in the NBA draft. Of course, Pistons don't pick till today, day 2. Awesome 2-day event. We'll get to what the Pistons may do a little bit later on. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Listen, they specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they will communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. Remember, my family needs a lawyer for an auto accident. I'm sending them to Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Gator, I feel like it's like cliche for sports talk radio guys to complain about what the NBA draft used to be. Like, it was a familiarity with the entire draft because guys were typically staying in college for much longer. The international market was mostly untapped.
Mm-hmm.
There was just you kind of knew and had seen almost everybody that was drafted play, and the dynamics have changed. We all know that. I'm not sure that there's, the hardcores, God bless you, that have watched everybody, but even the guys who play in college play for a year, and you have to almost seek them out because you don't know. At the beginning of each year, you almost don't know who's going to be the guys that are going to declare for the draft. It feels like it's.
Well, no. I mean, if you had said halfway through the season, before Jace Richardson was inserted in the starting lineup at Michigan State, you think Jace Richardson is going to go pro? You would laugh. Like,
wouldn't have thought
why
so.
Why would he do that? And then he makes a decision. He goes, or I should say, he then becomes a starter. Has 29 points against Oregon and shows up, and everybody's like, wow, look at this guy, averaging over 15 points as a starter. He's got all his potential. He's a true freshman, and he makes a decision to go pro. And he got drafted last night, albeit probably not where you would have expected to go. Maybe I'm sure he thought he was going to go higher than what he did, but he goes on the first night. But, yeah, there's absolute uncertainty with the draft and has been for a long time. And some of it is kind of cool, though, in a way. When you start thinking about the international prospects that none of us has heard of.
There's great mystery.
None of us have seen. Like we know the whole Darko thing now. That you go back to that. That's 22 years ago.
Yeah.
When they drafted Darko at this time, and we had the grainy footage. You had like the empty gym stuff with him knocking down 3-pointers. You had all the I've seen him in person. And he's really impressive and all that. But now it's different. Now you have literal highlights of these guys that are out there. You can watch games internationally on a stream and all this. So, there are more entrants, it seems that way. And it's just adding to the pool of talent in the NBA. I mean, it has become such an international game. And I'm not saying it's dominated by international players, but we're seeing so many more international players play in a dominant fashion. It's kind of exciting to see where it goes.
It's funny. I don't want to overstate it, but I'll tell you what was close for me. My interest in the NBA draft was close to my interest in the NFL draft at one point in my life.
Wow.
And that, it wasn't as big. I always liked I remember the first time I was sick and at home during an NFL draft, and we had ESPN, and I was, a kid. And I had no idea. It was draft day, believe it or not. And I'm sitting at home and I'm watching TV, homesick from school, and the draft is on, and I was like, "Oh, this is kind of cool." But I was so into the NBA draft. Like I would plan around it. I would, Kang, what about you? Would you ever said that the NBA draft was close to your interest in the NFL draft? Or you're a big basketball guy. Was it even more?
Yeah, it was. Definitely on par at one point, Doug, for sure. And it's exactly what you guys are kind of just saying, where I was more familiar with the draft class coming in. And there were times, I told this story before, I would sit in my car during the NFL draft. I'm talking on day 2 and day 3 back then, right? And just listen to the draft because I loved it so much. The NFL draft. I used to do the same thing with the NBA draft. It was during the summer. There would be times where I had to be at some kind of barbecue or, some kind of event, whatever. And I'd have my phone or ask somebody if they had a radio just to, hey, who's going to pick 14, 15, all that stuff. Because I knew these guys. They stayed in college for 3 years, 4 years. They were all Americans, right? All that stuff. And unfortunately, that's gone away a lot. It's a lot more based on potential now than it's ever been. You don't know, how these guys are going to project. And with that being said, that you don't know who these guys are as an average fan. And I'm a hoop head, right? And so if I have trouble with some of these guys, I can't imagine the average basketball fan or just average sports fan jumping in on the draft going, who the hell are these guys? And then these guys they're not, like I said, they're not even All-Americans. They're guys that were like not even starting on their team, but they were 5-star McDonald's All-Americans going lottery, right? So they didn't even see them play in college, even though they were in college.
It's crazy. It's so different. They used to, I liken this to like fruit on a tree. They used to let the fruit ripen. They'd have it sit up on the tree, and they'd wait till the fruit was ripe, and then they'd draft it.
Here we go.
Now, they're like, okay, that looks like it might ripen. I don't know. Let's pick it now. And by the way, the tree, all the ripe fruit's gone. Like there's no There's very little ripe fruit on the tree in the
Pick
NBA
clean.
draft. Yeah,
Yeah, or that fruit is too ripe. We already know what it is. I don't want it. That looks like a perfect banana. Don't want that.
Yeah.
What did they say last night? There was a record 18 freshmen drafted in the first round.
Is that what it was?
It seems crazy because that's just freshmen, let alone the international players that get drafted too. But that's, I'm curious to see how this is going to look in the next 5 years because of NIL. If it's going to keep kids from entering
going.
the draft because they can make a ton of money and stay in school and really improve their stock for the next year.
Well, as a fan of college sports, and it could, and that's something I like about it. I mean, the early usage of NIL has been interesting to see because, like for Michigan, for instance, did the one more year fund to keep guys from going pro and help build that national championship team. But other, there are many examples. That's just a local one of keeping a guy there instead of going to the league, keeping a guy at the collegiate level. Anyway, so a couple things from last night. Ace Bailey, the kid from Rutgers, was really, and there weren't, the pre-draft talk about him was that his pre-draft process wasn't great, but some people feel like he thought he was going somewhere, and when Utah picked him, ESPN said he did not prefer to go to Utah, and I don't know if it showed as much as it did with the kid, Colin Murray Boyles from South Carolina. When he was picked by Toronto, his reaction was less than enthusiastic. You could tell. Do you think there's any team in sports that if you were an athlete you got drafted by that team, you would actually be disappointed?
I mean, you're about to become a professional athlete.
I know,
it's hard
right?
for me to really kind of think about that. I guess
we have no contact.
Yeah, I mean, hardly any at all. I'd think, okay, would I want to be drafted by a Canadian hockey team? Well, I mean, the game started there, right?
Yeah.
It's like if you perform well, you'll be beloved, no matter if it's Winnipeg or Vancouver or Toronto or Montreal or wherever. I mean, I don't know if I mean, there are teams that I don't like that I can say I don't like, but if I was a professional athlete, you just want to play at that level.
Yeah, I don't want to. I wouldn't want to play in New York. Okay, I really wouldn't. I don't know if I'd be outwardly disappointed, but I guess one of the reasons, amongst many, that I'm not a good athlete is I'd hate the pressure. I would hate the pressure. I mean, some athletes would totally thrive on it, and again, this is the only thing that kept me from being an elite athlete. But going to New York and playing under that kind of pressure, that scrutiny, that microscope, I would fold. God, I would fold.
Yeah, I would not. I mean, look, I don't like New York for the sports teams. I've been to the city a couple times. It's a lot. I mean, I get it's a fantastic city, but it is not my pace of play right there. I do not like that city is just too much for me. It's it was fine to visit a couple times, but I could not live there. And knowing that now, I guess, so would New York be on the list? It might be, but you can't refuse to to do it. Unless you're, I guess, Eli Manning or John Elway.
I mean,
I want to do.
I was thinking about organizations that are just an absolute utter mess.
Right.
Like the Bengals right now seem to be a mess.
But it's the NFL.
And
they won a 32.
I don't think I could be outwardly disappointed. I mean, the Foot Commanders all those years, and John was there under clown ownership. Like I could see how that kind of thing could wear on you, but
I'll give you an honest answer.
Okay.
Winnipeg.
You wouldn't be stoked to go to Winnipeg?
No.
Yeah.
No. I mean, I remember watching games years ago, like when I was in my 20s, and they'd play in Winnipeg, and Dave Strader, Mickey Redmond doing the telecast, and they would talk about how it's minus 61 degrees in Winnipeg. I'm like, what's that? I'm sorry, how much? Oh, hell no. Or as John was saying this morning, hell nah.
Yeah.
So I would say Winnipeg, followed maybe by Calgary.
Okay.
I don't know why they're taking strays here, but yeah, I mean, I'm answering the question.
Yeah, you are. I mean, fair. Kang, is there a city that you would, like if you got a team you got drafted by, you'd actually show the outward disappointment?
So Hockey's probably number 4 on my top 4, the big 4 sports. But if I was a hockey player, I wouldn't want to be drafted by the Buffalo Sabres. For many reasons. Like, one, first of all,
organization.
Yeah, I hate the cold.
Snow.
No one cares about you in your own state. They probably care more about Toronto than you do. I mean, it just seems like, no, please not Buffalo. And, yeah, that would be mine. For basketball, probably be something like Utah.
You'd be Ace Bailey.
Yeah, exactly. I'd be like, can I get any other hat other than this one?
You know, it's funny because, like I said, we can't understand the context because it all just feels like, oh my God, I'm a professional athlete. I'd love it. I can't believe I'm in the league. How exciting. But have you ever, and this is a question for everybody out there, did you ever take a job and get transferred to a place that you didn't want to be? Because that's all these guys are. They're they're getting sent to the Utah office,
contract employees,
the Toronto office.
Right.
Did you ever take a job? Yet you took the job. You knew you'd get placed somewhere, and they placed you in a part of the country that you just flat out did not want to go. But you went because you needed the job. You took the job.
Right.
248-539-9797. What is it for you? It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Former Central Michigan Chippewa Dietrich Enns makes his Tiger debut on the mound and first appearance since 2021 with Tampa as the Tigers go for a series win over the Athletics this afternoon. The Tigers look to bounce back after being shut out for the fifth time this season, 3-0 last night. The A's' Jacob Lopez silenced the bats with 7 scoreless and 6 strikeouts. Right here on 97.1 this morning, manager AJ Hinch says there's never any pressing after a shutout. Jeffrey Spring starts this afternoon for the A's. He struggled to start the year, but he's been great in June, an ERA under 3 during that stretch. First pitch, 110 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 12:45. First round of the Rocket Classic, Zach Johnson, Hayden Springer, and Minwoo Lee lead at 6 under right now. Plenty of local names in the field, including former Michigan State golfer and U.S. Amateur winner James Pyatt, Pinckney High School grad Otto Black, and Detroit native Joe Hooks. Hooks is making his first PGA start after growing up playing the course and later winning the John Shippen. And 3-time WNBA MVP Asia Wilson is now the fastest player in league history to 5,000 career points. Wilson hit that milestone last night in an Aces win over Connecticut. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We're at Shanty Creek for the show. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. We're talking a little bit about the NBA draft. Couple things, whether or not there's a team in sports that if they drafted you, you wouldn't be able to hide your disappointment. Like a couple of players. We cited Ace Bailey and certainly the kid from South Carolina, Colin Murray Boyles, who was drafted by Ace Bailey, went to Utah. Colin Murray Boyles went to Toronto. Is there a team that if they drafted you, you outwardly would not be able to hide your disappointment? That is one. Two is, did you ever take a job and get transferred to somewhere you didn't want to go, but you took the job and you had to go? 248-539-9797. Let's go to Rob here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hey, Doug, I'm going to try and turn the tables a little bit on you and say, like, what if a team like the Jaguars called you up and was just like, we love what you're doing in Michigan, and we want you to come down and be our radio guy. Is there a job at maybe the next level up that you would say absolutely not to, or maybe even like championship league soccer or something like that? Like, you know,
it's a great question.
What a fantastic question. I assume that job comes with a huge pay increase. Because I'm not leaving for the same money.
No, it's got to be money, right?
It's got to be a significant pay
so
increase.
for the right money, Jacksonville is a nice enough place for you.
I guess it would have to be a significant increase for me to leave what I'm doing now. That's funny.
Is there a place in the NFL that you would just go for the same money, like Denver?
No.
I know you like the mountains or whatever.
No.
You know what?
Well, you're working me over here, but no, I would not. I would not leave for the same money.
All right.
I had a job offer once. Thank you.
It.
Appreciate it. I had a job offer once somewhere that was for more money and probably more prestige, but I said no. I was not. I wasn't going to uproot my family. I love it here. I really do.
Well, that's the thing. Like in our business, I love what we do. I've been here my entire life, and I don't think if I took the show on the road somewhere else that I'd be anywhere near.
It's funny. I have that same
success.
I have that same thought.
All my experiences are here in this state.
You know how sick of people would give me relating everything to Detroit and Michigan, and like I think the new market would.
I've thought of that. Like, would I ever try to chase a job in like a more major market like New York or Chicago or L.A.?
Yeah.
When I was younger, I probably would have been more open to Chicago or L.A. Now, absolutely not. In New York, absolutely not.
Yeah, I think it'd be hard to do these jobs in a place that you just don't have the familiarity with.
Right,
I have a lot of respect for people that have come into our market and made it work.
Yeah.
I think it's tough. Every area is provincial. Every area, has their own guys.
Yeah.
So, excuse me, 248-539-9797.
Thought I was doing the show with RFK Jr. there. What was
no,
going
that
on?
was pretty.
Sorry. There you go. Water. Good.
Water good, yes. All right, feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. I would hate to be anywhere near Los Angeles. Went there once and have no desire to ever go back, but would never have a reaction to be drafted like those guys. That's from Jim and Fenton. The biggest problem with L.A. is you can't get anywhere. You can't get anywhere easily. I would go, you know me, I would go insane in L.A. traffic.
Yeah. It's if you think any kind of traffic here is bad, multiply it by 3, 4, 5 times.
Oh, my God.
Depending on the time of day. Like it doesn't matter if it's 9 o'clock at night in Los Angeles on a Wednesday night. It's still bad traffic. But God help you if you're anywhere, in the hours between 3 and 6.
I have no cope when it comes to sitting in traffic. I don't know how these people cope. Anybody who's lived in Los Angeles, how you get around where it's just backed up everywhere. Everywhere you're crawling.
My best friend has been there now for almost 30 years.
Yeah.
I don't know how he does it.
Yeah.
I really have no idea. And I remember one time, I think it was the first time I went out there, and this is back when he actually worked for MTV Networks at the time. And he's like, "Yeah, you want to come into the office with me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, absolutely." And we drove, and I'm like, "Is this seriously your commute every day?" I'm like, "How far is it?" It's only 18 miles. I'm like, "Oh, 18 miles." So is it about 25 minutes? He goes, "No, it's about an hour and a half." I'm like, "What?"
Oh God.
Huh? Like everything in Los Angeles, it's going to take you 90 minutes to get to.
Feedback coming in. Chicago White Sox. That's from Steve downtown. The White Sox feel listless right now. They feel like
They're lackluster.
They have no pulse. No pulse. I wouldn't want to be drafted by the Rockies, especially if I'm a pitcher. Career over. That's from Kyle in Toledo. James in Lake Fenton says, easy, the Browns or the Bengals. Yeah, I've noticed the name the Cleveland Browns has come into the feedback quite a bit. I thought of this question before. My answer is always the Pittsburgh Pirates. I'd be very upset. That's from Ian in a work truck.
Pirates.
Interesting.
It's a great stadium. Great city.
Yeah. Huh. I want to know more. Why the Pirates?
Interesting.
In the Navy, asked for any ship out of California, got an aircraft carrier out of Virginia. I was crushed. We've asked, have you ever taken a job, and they, just like in the NBA, you get shipped off to a place you don't want to be. 248-539-9797. I used to paint for Abercrombie and Fitch. Wherever they open a store, they'd fly me, and I'd be there for a month or so. After 2 years, they sent me to a job in Dayton, Ohio, instead of Las Vegas. I spent 1 day there, rented a car, quit, and drove home.
And you want me to go to Dayton with you to check out the play-in game?
Yeah, I do. You would have to be disappointed if you were drafted by the A's. They don't even have a home. So if you're drafted by the A's, here's the interesting thing if you're drafted by the A's. In all practicality, you're not playing for the Athletics right out of the gate. So your future home is Las Vegas?
Right. Exactly. Like 2 years you're going to be playing in Vegas?
Yeah.
In a brand new stadium that's, by the way, going to be air-conditioned controlled in the middle of the summer.
Yeah.
Vegas might be the destination for players to go to.
It's going to be interesting, that's for sure. I worked for a data firm in New York. Admittedly, I nodded off in a meeting. I got transferred to Tulsa. My wife was upset at first, especially since she just got a new chef job, but we made it work. I eventually quit and switched to advertising. That's Simon near Kalamazoo.
No, that's are you sure that's not Chandler from New York City?
Yeah, good call. Good call.
Do you love sharks?
Right.
Do you have an addiction to shark porn?
Good call. Nice catch by you. 248-539-9797. As far as the draft tonight, you got a favorite? You got a guy they want him to take? A guy you think they'll take?
I think the guys I've seen. You know, it's the player from. You got the guy from Auburn, is Jemai Broom.
Johnny Broom, yeah.
And
John Tange from Wisconsin.
And Tange from Wisconsin is the other one. Yeah, those are
the
two
one.
guys.
The one I want is Chaz Lanier, the three-point shooter from Tennessee, 6'4" guy, over 40% from three. I mean, I'm always at this point in this league, I want a shooter. Here's who I think they're going to take. Elijah Martin, the guard from Florida. And you know why? Because he's a guy who at the top of the resume is his defense. And that just feels to me like a second-round Piston type pick.
I was trying to read up this morning on guys that are available and looking at like power forwards or centers and specifically guys that had size. The problem was that none of them were thought of as being good defensively. And so I was with you. I'm like, It's got to be somebody who – something like that they would be looking at. But you asked me who I would be looking at. I mean, I'm thinking about two guys I saw a lot. And Broom was like a finalist for the Player of the Year.
Yeah.
A lot to like offensively. He's got good size. I mean, he's a solid body, but might lack some other things. I'm not going to sit here and just stare at the 3-point stats and say that I got to have that.
No, I hear you. Yet I'm doing it.
Yeah, no, I know. And
I'm intoxicated
I've done
by
it in
it.
the past before. And I guess because I'm thinking they're going to sign Malik Beasley, so it doesn't matter. And they've got other guys on this team that can shoot. I mean, if you have a healthy Jaden Ivey and a healthy Malik Beasley, those two guys last year both shot over 41%. And that's crazy good. So I want what this team needs, which is size and defense.
248-539-9797. Did you ever get transferred somewhere you didn't want to go when you took a job, just like these NBA guys? A couple of them seemed disappointed to be headed to Utah and Toronto last night. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights summer savings in full swing at Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. Right now, you can lease a new 2026 model year Equinox 2LT for just $349 a month with zero money down. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount, finance through Ally Financial or DORT. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Talking a little bit about the NBA draft. There's a player you covet tonight. Heck, it's hard to follow the first round anymore, let alone the second round. But Gator and I, Gator's into John Tonje or Johnny Broom. I'm a Chaz Lanier guy from Tennessee. I think, Elijah Martin sounds like the kind of player that they would go after, the guard from Florida. Kang, is there a player you covet or somebody you don't want to see them take tonight?
So my prediction for tonight, day 2 of the NBA draft is I think they reach for a guy like a receiver from Arkansas, Isaac Tesla. That's a name you may not have heard of, but I got a feeling that could be the guy. No, seriously, though, yeah, there isn't a guy that I covet. The second round here is going to be a crapshoot. I don't really like Johnny Broom, though, Gator. He just has no athleticism whatsoever. I mean, going back to the Lions thing, he's like the opposite of a Brad Holmes guy. I think his RAS score is -4, actually. But I mean, I am best player available, whether that be a shooter or not. A guy who's not a shooter, I would kind of look at Vlad Golden from Michigan, just because he's a 7-footer. And what happened last year during the playoffs when Isaiah Stewart went down was they had to put in Paul Reed. And Paul Reed did what he could do, but, I mean, he's an undersized big. And in this case, I mean, I don't want to plan for injury, but you need someone behind Jalen Duren to be able to guard guys in this league, a big guy. And Vlad's a legit 7-footer barefoot. Yeah, I'm not trying to count on a rookie to come in and help you during the playoffs, but you could develop him during the season. I think size is a thing that the Pistons may be lacking after, Beef Stew and Duren. And Beef Stew is only like 6'8", maybe 6'9" at best. So I think size could be something they look at there. But, yeah, it's BPA for me.
From a name standpoint, there's a young man from Serbia, Bogoljub Markovic. Played a KK Mega Basket. 6'11". What do you think he weighs in at 6'11"?
248 pounds.
Can you try 190 pounds at 6'11"?
Bogoljub Markovic.
6'11", 190. But he can shoot.
Wow.
Apparently shot 38% from three-point land, almost 39%. Yeah,
Bogoljub Markovic expect to be a second-round pick?
Yeah, well, he's being considered. I'm looking at these article in the Free Press. It says, The Buzz. As a teenager playing in Serbia, Markovic has showcased an all-around offensive game. Listed at 190 pounds, he'll have to add strength to survive as an NBA forward. You don't say.
I want to see a picture of this guy. This feels like the closest thing we've seen to Darko.
Wow, him and Wusuk Go in the same town?
It's not big enough. Actually, it is because, 190.
Right.
Yeah. Darko had size. Darko was remember the talk. He had the NBA body, Doug.
Oh, yeah.
And he had a mean streak.
Oh, yeah.
Giannis was probably like 190 pounds when he came in the league, to be honest with you.
Who was?
Giannis. I mean, he was crazy skinny, too. And he
was. Okay, so today is the Rocket Classic going on right now at the Detroit Golf Club. It is underway. With the wet conditions, Tony Paul tweeted out something, and I want to get your take on this. Earlier, I guess it might have been last night. Don't be shocked if we see some super low scoring tomorrow and maybe Friday. And then he puts in parentheses, 59 watch. Then see things get tougher on the weekend as the course dries out. I guess the opposite of the U.S. Open is a bunch of guys making a run at 59, I suppose.
Yeah, but I mean, that's fun, too. I mean, I get that there's a couple tournaments every year that are going to be like this. And I think it's fun to see guys threaten to shoot low scores.
Yeah.
But you still got to play the game. And just because the rough isn't as punitive as it is as a U.S. Open, I don't really care. It's a nice changeup. So it's the Buick Open was the same way. Those guys were shooting crazy low scores, and we seem to like that tournament as well.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me at all. I mean, if they're gonna shoot low scores, I mean, you may as well be on the map for something.
Well, and think about it from the standpoint of an observer, of a fan in attendance. Isn't that what you want to see? I want to see guys. I want to see the mastery of the course. Like these guys they're keeping it on the fairway, and the thing about Detroit Golf Club is those fairways are fairly narrow. But if you keep it on there, you're going to be rewarded. And now that the greens are saturated, they're going to hold the greens as well. They just got to dial in your distance. But these guys, you want to see them play their best. I want to see guys put it on the green 6 feet from the hole from 200 yards out. That's fun.
Currently, there are 12 players at 5 under or better. Right now, atop the leaderboard is 4 golfers at 6 under. Andrew Putnam, Minwoo Lee, Lee Hodges, and Zach Johnson are all 6 under, and then 10 others are 5 under as it stands right now. So they are shooting low here to get this thing going.
What about my man Lanto Griffin? Is he teed off yet?
Lanto Griffin, it doesn't look like he is teed up. He's 5 under? Did I miss his name somewhere? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. He is 5 under. Well done, Ev.
Maybe you want to look at the top.
Yeah, your boys.
My man? Lanto of the Griffin clan.
He's no Bogeljube, but he's he's good nonetheless.
Yeah.
All right, so I want to bring this up. USA Today writer by the name of Bob Nightingale covers the major leagues. Put together, kind of a month from the trade deadline. 6 players will be available. Teams who will be most aggressive at the trade deadline. Those teams are the Philadelphia Phillies, the Chicago Cubs, the New York Yankees, the Los Angeles Dodgers, and the Detroit Tigers. And, he writes as though he knows something. I don't know if he's just connecting dots here. But of the Tigers, he said the Tigers tipped their hand when they offered Alex Bregman a 6-year, $171.5 million contract last winter. If the Red Sox shop him, they're all in again. Still in need of a third baseman. Do you want Alex Bregman? I mean, we can debate the premise of whether or not he's even going to be available. And I still find it hard to believe that the Red Sox will be sellers.
Well, you're going to tell me he's going to be healthy.
Yeah, he's been out for a month.
Yeah, he's got a quad strain right now. So if he's going to be healthy, yeah, I'd love to have him. But adding him at what price now? Now it's a different game because now you're having to give up prospects to get him. Before it was just money.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, it's not just prospects. Now it's money too, because I ain't just going to get him for a rental and have him opt out of the contract at the end of the season so he can re-sign with Boston because that's what Boris is working on. I'm not going to do that. You'd have to have guarantees. And if they're looking at the contract they offered him there as a baseline, I'm not really backing off that. If I'm the Tigers, I don't need to improve that offer by too much. Now maybe you want to go ahead and up it to $30 million a year and make it a 6-year, $180 million deal. Maybe you can go up a little bit more than that and make 6 and 186 to give him $31 a year. But beyond that, I'm really not that interested. And frankly, this team doesn't need offense. You just said they're the first team in baseball to hit 400 runs this year. They're the first team in baseball to win 50 games this year. They have such an advantage this year over last year with their team OPS. They're on pace to hit almost 200 home runs. And do they need Alex Bregman? I mean, does it put him over the top? Sure, it does. But that's not the need on this team. The need on this team is bullpen help and perhaps a starting pitcher. And when I say bullpen help, I mean like 2 arms out of the bullpen.
They just to be clear here, they have 402 runs. They're not the first team to 400. I don't know where that came from. I thought they were too, but I mean the Dodgers have 459. So unless they put up 59 last night, apparently the Dodgers beat them. I heard that too, and I went and looked it up, and I'm like, huh. But anyway, and maybe there's some variation. First Tiger team, the quickest Tiger team to 400. I don't know. But the point being, I don't want him either. And I mean, I'd take him, but if you start listing priorities, Alex Bregman's down the list. He's even down the list of third baseman I want. And he's hurt. And I guess part of this has to do with, you know what? No. If you know what I'm saying?
You're bringing in the Boris bias.
I'm bringing in the Boris bias and the fact that you had your shot. This is stupid of me, I'll admit. You had your shot. You said no. We'll move on.
I totally get where you're at, and I'm looking at this. It's funny because normally I'm the spiteful one.
Yes.
I'm looking at this without any spite whatsoever. I'm just being practical about what the team needs. The team doesn't need a third baseman. The team needs bullpen.
Yeah.
That's what they need. I mean, and again, I always bring this up when we talk about adding a bat. Okay, so who leaves? Who leaves the lineup? Or where are you going to – let's say you get Bregman or you get Suarez. Because I think we're more open and warm about Suarez than we are about Bregman, even though we probably should be more warm about Bregman, or even Arenado or whatever. It's – okay, that person's now at third base, so what does that do to Zach McKinstry?
Right.
And not that I need to kowtow to Zach McKinstry, but Zach's having a heck of a season. And until he proves otherwise, it's not really the need to upgrade there. And oh, by the way, they're still trying to find reps for Colt Keith, who, as I've mentioned, over the last 2 months has an OPS of around 800. So if Colt Keith can be serviceable at third base, while Torkelson's playing first and Torres is at second base, and then you can just use the guys like McKinstry and Wenzel Perez as rovers. They play almost every game, but they're all over the place. Do you need that? Veerling's coming back. It would be a cold, hard decision, Doug.
Yeah.
To go out and get someone to play third base on this team. Someone's going to have to go if that's what you're going to do. And if it's an upgrade, it's an upgrade. But again, from a practicality standpoint, do I need to do that and sacrifice one of my top 3 prospects likely? If you're Boston, you're asking for give me Kevin McGonigal, give me Max Clark.
Sure.
And there's just different stages to it. It's like, okay, if I'm willing to give up a prospect like that to get him, I have to also be willing to sign him to a long-term deal.
Yeah.
And it's not none of this crap with, we'll give you a 5-year deal worth $200 million and opt out after each year. Can't do that. You got to have guarantees. So it's kind of a hard no. Not a hard no.
I'm in the hard no camp, but 248-539-9797. Do you want Alex Bregman? Bob Nightingale, writing of the trade deadline and the teams he expect to be most aggressive, says Detroit kind of tipped their hand when they offered Alex Bregman a 6-year, $171.5 million free agent contract. If the Red Sox shop him, they're all in again, still in need of a third baseman. Do you want Alex Bregman? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Do you want Alex Bregman? Because Bob Nightingale's writing about Alex Bregman, that the Tigers would be all in again if Boston decides to shop him. I flatly reject the premise that Boston's a seller, but what do I know? In the meantime, Scott, the fact that Detroit has shown up on this list of the teams expected to be most aggressive at the trade deadline, just because you're on the list doesn't mean it's going to happen. But let's face it, we have this growing angst in Detroit where I feel like it is concern, the levels between concern and straight up hostility towards our teams not being more aggressive. I think there is a Brad Holmes, Trajan Langdon, Scott Harris, good job, but concerns that they won't finish the job. How to take the next step. Debate over what the next step should be, right? It's give this thing gas and do it now, as opposed to the dreaded, we like our own guys. We're gonna re-sign our own. We're gonna let our roster mature. That whole talk. Clearly, there is a disconnect between some fans and how I think pretty much the stated way Trajan Langdon said this offseason was going to go, coupled with what Brad Holmes is clearly executing, which is putting their resources into making sure that they re-sign the own players that they drafted. So what's the concern? The concern is that they're going to blow this opportunity, right? That they're going to pass, that they're never going to get to the mountaintop because they never got more aggressive. That's the concern, right?
Yeah, I guess that is the concern, and from people that really want them to go out there and be aggressive. I mean, they made smart moves in the offseason. We talked about it. Torres was a really smart move. Tommy Kahnle was a really smart move. To go out and get Jack Flaherty, even though Flaherty hasn't pitched as well as you'd want him to this year, in the offseason, we loved the move. Everybody loved that move. You had the guy the year before, you traded him, you got assets for him, and then you went out and re-signed him, something that nobody does. And the Tigers did it. They got it done. And they've made other really smart moves along the way. But, yeah, they've got needs. And I think people want to focus on the flashy stuff, which would be somebody that can come in here and, add to the offense, but it's not where it's needed. You can still be aggressive, and you can make a big move if you were to go out there and get a big-time starting pitcher or some big-time bullpen arms.
So, and if you look at Holmes, Langdon, and Scott Harris, right? Again, good job, like what you've done so far, but you got to get to the mountaintop, right? That's the goal.
That's why you play the game.
It's why you play the game. It's fair to question whether or not, and I do think it's fair to question whether or not them making, not getting super aggressive in the offseason, whether or not that's the right move. It's fair to question it.
Sure.
But and it's also fair that guys can be exceptionally good at one part of the job and not good at another. And an example is like Dave Dombrowski when he was here. Did a really, really good job of A, signing free agents, B, trading prospects for established players, and building a contending team. But one of the big holes in his game was building a bullpen.
Yeah, finding that closer.
Yep. You talk about Al Avila. Al Avila apparently was really good at drafting and finding talent at the amateur level. Not very good at acquiring major league talent.
That's the weird part of it, right? Is that able to, he and his scouts were able to determine who the players to draft were, whether they were college kids or high school kids. But when it came to scouting the minor leagues, that's a big hole in the game, or just being overmatched as a GM and not being able to negotiate well enough. I'm not sure what's appropriate there or not, but I mean that's the fact that the Tigers had that problem. They weren't able to get any kind of return for J.D. Martinez, for Upton, for Justin Verlander, for Nick Castellanos. I mean the list goes on. David Price was actually David Price haul in return was very promising for a bit, and then it wasn't because they had Fulmer and others there too. But it's just everybody's got their flaws. There's not that perfect guy out there. But I do like what Scott Harris has done, continuing to draft well. I think he's very calculated in free agent acquisitions. It's the trading stuff, okay. He's got a hit. He's got a miss. When it came to trading Eduardo Rodriguez a couple of years ago, that was a big miss that fell in the last minute. Details matter, I guess. Talking to the player would have mattered. But then again, the haul they got back for Jack Flaherty was pretty good. And here's something else. Nobody knows what Scott Harris is going to do. Bob Nightingale can write his column, and good. I like to hear it and say, and it's just going to be his opinion. And he thinks the Tigers are going to be aggressive. He doesn't know. Nobody knows because the Tigers don't talk to anybody.
No.
They keep all of that in-house. They are really good at that. Steve Yzerman and the Red Wings are really good at doing that as well. You may not get the result that you want, but I can appreciate that they're not going to let anything leak out. So at this point, anything is just going to be speculation. Now, I can tell you what I think they should do, and I think very strongly they have to go out there and get a stud bullpen arm, at least one, and have to look at and kick the tires on and see if some really good starting pitching is available. So you got to start shaking the trees and seeing if teams are ready to talk about it. Is Baltimore ready to start moving players? You look in the
Arizona
in
is one.
League.
Arizona is one of those teams that just keeps hanging on.
Yeah.
They're there. I think they're 3 games out of the playoffs. So what are they going to do? What are they going to be? I think that's the team. That's the team to raid for me personally. But the Bob Nightingale story puts the Tigers in the category of teams that are most likely to be aggressive at the trade deadline and basically said if Bregman's available, they're back in on Alex Bregman. Do you want Alex Bregman? 248-539-9797. Hell yes, I want Bregman. Start him at third base. Bench that bum Torque and put Keith at first base. That's from Tom in Rochester. Torque might give you 30 home runs and 100 RBIs, man. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
He's in a slump now, for sure. AJ Hinch talked about it a little bit this morning.
Mm-hmm.
It's 50 at bats he's looking at. Everybody has the 50 at bats that they struggle with. Hopefully, this is the time that it comes and goes. Torkelson's in the lineup today. We'll see if he can get back to that swing that he had to start the season where he was so good.
Hell no to Bregman. That's from John in a truck. So the first one's hell yes. The second one is hell no. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. It's a story by Bob Nightingale. It says, if Alex Bregman's available, the Tigers, they will go after him again. And he might just be connecting dots. I don't know if it's inside information, but that is the conclusion that he draws in a story about the teams being most aggressive at the trade deadline, and he expects Detroit to be one of them. He writes, the Tigers tipped their hand when they offered Alex Bregman a 6-year, $171.5 million free agent contract last winter. If the Red Sox shop him, they're all in again, still in need of a third baseman. Feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. We're asking people, well, there's two things about it. One, are you happy with them being on the aggressive list? I mean, I don't know that anybody would be against a trade, but I'm anti-Bregman, and it's a little bit a spite. I'll admit that. But there's other guys I'd rather have. I'd rather have Suarez. I'd rather have a bullpen arm, believe it or not. We talked about early in the show. We started the show. What was our first topic? Our first topic was, what is the most surprising thing at the midway point outside of Javi Baez? And to me, it's 402 runs. It's fifth in the majors. It's the fact that they're 5 runs behind the Yankees. Remember how the season started with discussion of getting rid of torpedo bats because they were so ridiculous and the Yankees were going to score 1 million runs?
Ban the torpedoes.
That's right. And what has happened? The Tigers are 5 runs behind those guys, and that's coming after getting shut out last night. 248-539-9797. Here we go. Colt Keith is not serviceable at third base. He can't field the position. Get Bregman and let McKinstry be the Don Kelly of this team. Next text. Gator, stop looking at being worried about our current guys. Look at it as if, who would you rather have at third? Keith McKinstry or Alex Bregman? Simple answer. Move Keith to first if he stays batting somewhat decent. Torque is cooling off, as everyone figured. A run in Toledo would do him some good.
I understand that. What I'm saying is that the bigger priority is in the bullpen. If the lineup is good enough right now, I'm all about adding to it. By the way, I'm not. I shouldn't say all about. I'm not opposed to adding to it.
Right.
But I need to take care of this priority first.
Yep.
It's triage, right? Somebody comes into the emergency room and they complaining, I got a little bit of a headache. It's not terrible, but I got a headache. And somebody else comes in and I think I broke my arm. Go talk to the dude who broke his arm. You're going to treat that first, and that's the bullpen. So that's why I'm looking at bullpen arms from bad teams and seeing if you can get some of those guys from those teams.
From Josh and Warren, no, I would not trade for him. We could have signed him. He said no. I'm not giving up assets for an injured player. And that's the other thing is, at that injury, I remember when that happened, I was like, something really bad just happened there. The day it happened, I can't remember if I was watching it live or saw it just after it happened, but it came up on my TV, and I'm like, that looks serious. And like the kind of injury that keeps you out for a good long time. He's been out for a month. They're saying the earliest is post-All-Star break. That's July 18th. Now, the trade deadline's, 13 days after that?
Yeah, July 31st, yeah.
So, clearly, the idea that you could trade for him and, when he's still injured, I'm not doing that. There's no way I'm doing that.
Right, and that's you're not trading for him now.
No
one's going to trade for him now. You're going to wait till you see him back in the lineup, and assuming he comes back to the lineup before the trade deadline, because if he's not back in the lineup by the trade deadline, that's a big-time gamble that you're taking. And, again, you're talking about having to give up major assets to acquire this player, which if it makes sense, yeah, do it. But not right now. Right now,
so if he's healthy, when you say major assets? Because there's no way I'm giving up major assets.
Well, because the problem is there's steps to it. So you're going to have to tell me that, first and foremost, that I am able to sign him to a long-term contract that's friendly to the Tigers, friendly in that, not about the money factor, but friendly in that it's not an opt-out after 1 year so we can do this mess again next year. That you'll have to sign him to a different kind of contract that locks him into this team for the next 5 or 6 years. That's the first big hurdle you have to get to if you're going to go ahead and make that trade. Then second of all, now you got to negotiate the prospects and what you're going to give in return. And it's Alex Bregman. He's really good. So it's going to cost you something significant. And if you're comfortable trading Max Clark and other pieces for Alex Bregman, then I guess go ahead. But I'm not loving that idea right now because he could be a free agent at the end of the season, and you could do this all over again without having to give up the asset of the prospect. Again, I'm putting my resources into building up the bullpen. I'm picking up the phone. I'm calling Baltimore and saying, Felix Bautista, let's go.
Right.
You guys are going nowhere. You're floundering. Let's go.
I wouldn't use that approach. Telling someone they're going nowhere.
Right. You guys really suck. You have your head up your ass. You don't know what you're doing as an organization. Give them to us for nothing.
Let's do some business.
Yeah. What do you say? Put her there, partner.
Yeah. And, I mean, even if the Red Sox are selling, would you rather have Bregman or would you rather have Aroldis Chapman?
Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, yes. Bullpen. Hello.
So the funny thing about it, and what we're seeing now with people, bench torque, that's coming in a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it when a player's struggling, but notice the bullseye of criticism just moves all up and down to this roster. Guys aren't all hot at the same time. And we went through it with Keith. Heck, Carpenter, not that he's breaking out, but he got a home run the other night.
Yep.
After he was taking some heat. I just kind of feel like if you let these guys keep playing, they're going to be ebbs and flows with everybody on the roster. Everybody gets cold doesn't need to be sent to Toledo.
You're right. Now, the other side of that is that guys that have been hot, they can get cold too. So as great as, and I said my biggest surprise is Zach McKinstry, what he's been able to do this year. He's been great for this team this year. However, could you see him regress in the second half of the season?
Probably.
You could. So,
Yeah.
And that's a reason why you would say, well, let's go out and get someone like a Eugenio Suarez or an Alex Bregman or Nolan Arenado to play third base, or McMahon or whoever it is, just to solidify that spot. But I have to see it in my own eyes that they absolutely need to go do that. Now, fortunately, they've got 4.5 weeks before the trade deadline. So there's a large sample size still to come where you can make that final determination before, July 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st, of saying, okay, now we got to go get that third baseman.
All right, Redwing2244 on Twitch says, Detroit teams have problems with falling in love with their own guys and being resistant to adding new faces. Maybe.
I think every fan base is.
He says Detroit teams. He doesn't say fans. He says Detroit teams. If you've drafted well, then those are the guys. It's okay to fall in love with your own guys, right?
If you see it, well, I guess maybe this is this person assuming that's the major league level, or are they assuming we fall in love with our own prospects?
I don't know. Actually, I don't know if he's...
Because I can see the prospect thing. I fully admit I fall in love with prospects. I can't wait to see them play at the major league level. I get that, and I'm to blame for that.
For context, his previous post was, are we really suggesting not adding at the deadline because of McKinstry? And then he says Detroit teams have problems falling in love with their own guys. I'm not suggesting not adding at the deadline because of McKinstry. The one that's intriguing to me is Wenzel.
Yeah.
Wenzel might be quelling the need for a right-handed bat. He's only in his second year. He's only 25 years old. This feels like it could be a breakthrough player that could be a real asset, and I'm watching this one. I'm monitoring this one.
It's fun, but he doesn't even have 100 at-bats yet this year. And, what kind of a scouting report is really on the guy at this point?
Right.
We'll see how he adjusts. His teams get to see him a second time
Second time through the league, yeah.
But I'm encouraged by what he's done. I like the young man. I like that he's versatile as hell, can play anywhere in the field, basically. He's a switch hitter.
Yeah.
So and he's hitting against both sides of the plate. 420 against lefties and 260 against righties. Gotta like that. So we'll see. Do I think that's sustainable for the rest of his career? Absolutely not. But do I think he has potential to be a plus player? He's got potential. I like what I've seen so far, and in the minors, he showed an ability to be a guy.
Nayrock writes in, I'll be happy to get Bregman, but if the choice is between Bregman and, say, bullpen arms, I lean bullpen arms.
That's all I'm saying.
Yep, I'm with you. And if your choice is between Bregman or Suarez, if they're both available, Who would you prefer?
That's interesting because, Bregman's better defensively, I think, than Suarez is. Is it a wash what they do offensively? I mean, Suarez will hit for lower average, but he's got more bang in the bat, so to speak.
Yeah.
But I think you'd have to give up less to get Suarez.
Yeah.
So it'd be more of a practicality thing.
Yeah.
But you got to tell me you've already addressed the bullpen before I think about third base.
I'm Suarez all day. Suarez all day.
But you're spiteful.
I am spiteful, admittedly so. 248-539-9797. Do you want Alex Bregman? As Bob Nightingale on USA Today suggests that the Tigers, if he's made available, they will make another run at the player. Part of that, too, is it's really hard to say, yeah, we're going to go pay for a player and give up assets that we tried to get without giving up assets. You're bringing in a guy and saying, yeah, we still want you, but this hurts our organization even more than we were just trying to pay you, dude. 248-539-9797. Tiger Baseball next hour. The best of what AJ Hinch told the morning show today, coming up in the noon hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, doing a show from Shanty Creek today. Scott Anderson, the Tigers are coming up this afternoon. Shutout last night by the A's, 3-0. But best record in baseball after 81 games. We're at the midway spot of this season. And we discussed it earlier in the show. Surprises outside of Javi Baez. What would be your number one surprise outside of Javi Baez?
For me, it's Zach McKinstry. And by the way, it's great to be up here in Shanty Creek, being invited to go on the donut tour in northern Michigan. I didn't expect you to want to do that, but I'm glad you did. You're big on the cronut, and we're going to find the best one in northern Michigan.
Just like me.
Yeah, but for me, it's Zach McKinstry and how they've been able to actually rely on him. He's played 72 games this year. He's hit 269 in the season with a 769 OPS. He's actually a 2.1 WAR performer at this point. I don't love the WAR stat, but people be impressed by that at the halfway point. It's 2.1 for Zach McKinstry.
Right.
This guy really wasn't, he was fine last year, but he's upped his game this year where he deserves to be in the lineup every day.
Mine is the fact that the Tigers have 402 runs, just 5 behind the Yankees at the midway point. When this season started, it looked like they were going to score 1 million runs, and the torpedo bats and all that. And here are the Tigers with the most. They have the second most runs in the American League. They're the first American League team to 400 runs, by the way. That's the stat.
There you go.
But they trail the Yankees right now in terms of total runs. But they've been one of the most productive teams offensively in Major League Baseball without having a star-studded lineup. Like, this is not a star-studded lineup. There are star players or players who are acting like stars. And, hell, we may have 3 all-stars, starters, but let's call it what it is. This offense is a bit of a surprise. I mean, you compare player for player to the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Cubs, the Mets.
No, and the thing is, this offense could actually be better. Yes, if you added another player like a Bregman, certainly it makes them better. If they had more of a base-stealing threat, it could be better. I think McKinstry actually leads the team in steals with 8. He leads the team in triples with 7. You know who's second on the team in triples?
No.
Wenzel Perez with 2.
Wow. How many?
Just wild.
Yeah.
But the team plays aggressively on the base paths, going from first to third. They do it better than anybody else in baseball, and it matters. They take the extra base when they can, despite the fact that they don't have a real base-stealing threat. McKinstry's probably the number 1 threat. Parker Meadows is probably up there as well once he gets his feet really under him and starts to add to that. But, again, it's not like they've got somebody on this team that you expect they're going to write in, they're going to steal 40, 50 bases in a season. That's not Tiger baseball. That's not AJ Hinch baseball. They just don't steal all that much, and yet they're the first American League team to 400 runs.
Kang, our producer, back in our studios, when we asked this question the first time, you had a good one, a great one, actually. The biggest surprise outside of Javi Baez for you is?
Mine was Dylan Dingler. I just did not expect him to play this much and this well. You speak of unexpected offense, Doug. There it is right there, one of the players helping this team score runs that I did not pencil in for that. I mean, we all thought that Jake Rogers would be the backstop for the majority of these games, and he hasn't been because of injuries. And then once he got healthy, I mean, it was too late for him. I mean, Dylan Dingler, don't let him get hot, right? And he did. Right. And so, that's unexpected offense, but we were always wondering heading into the season, how are they going to do offensively? And it's been a bunch of guys, but he's been one of them, and he's my big surprise outside of Javi Baez.
He had a big month of May. He hit 329 in May with 2 home runs and 10 RBI. And in June, he's only hitting 186, but he's got more home runs with 3 and more RBIs with 12 than he did in fewer at-bats than he performed in the month of May. So despite the fact that his batting average has dropped, he's still very productive. And he's one of those guys, when he steps into the batter's box, I think he's going to do damage when he swings the bat. Like, I don't expect him to pop it up or hit a weak ground ball. I expect him to barrel it up, hit it hard somewhere, if not over the fence.
Dude, and that throw, I mean, we keep bringing it up, but it truly is amazing. The throw he had a couple days ago, maybe it was last week.
Yeah, it was like a week ago.
You couldn't have picked the baseball and placed it in a better spot.
No, that was fun to watch. Maybe not so fun to watch the other day when he threw the ball wide of the man covering, trying to steal the base and gets the third. But Dylan Dingler has been a very, very pleasant surprise, and some people aren't surprised by it because, yeah, they expected at some point Dylan Dingler is going to be that guy. He was that guy at Ohio State, steadily hit well in the minors, and he's just doing it at the major league level now.
NBA draft last night, and if you want to get in on that, what's your biggest surprise outside of Javi Baez? 248-539-9797. We'll take phone calls and texts on that. NBA draft last night. Pistons didn't have a pick. Day 2 coming up tonight, second round. The Pistons pick at 37. The guy I'm looking at is Chaz Lanier, the three-point shooter out of Tennessee, as the player that I would target if I were them. Gator, for you, the guy you would target, is it Bogoljub? No, it's not Bogoljub.
It's not Bogoljub.
No.
Markovic, but it's one of the players that we saw a lot of. Broom from Auburn, who was just a scorer. I just like having scorers, even though he may not have a complete game.
Yep.
And the other was the kid from Wisconsin.
John Tonje.
There you go, Tonje. I like him a lot as well. They may not be the best fits for the Pistons, but you're picking at 37. The player you're getting is likely going to have to be a project, so maybe you do go for one of those tall, thin guys from overseas and just try to feed them and see if they can be defensive assets.
248-539-9797 from Tyler. The bullseye does keep moving throughout the roster. We have the best record in baseball, and the fans need to have some confidence in these players. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Jim. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jim.
How you guys doing?
We're good, Jim.
Yeah, I was going to I think I agree a lot with Gator in regards to the bullpen. Other than the back end, 8th and 9th inning, they're fine. It's the middle relievers that I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about Holden. I'm concerned about quite a few. So I think you need to pick up maybe a couple middle relievers. And Invesco's down here in deep trouble. So, you might want to pick up 2 or 3 relievers if you can. I don't know if you can, but I'm hoping Brisky can come back. I'm not sure how he's doing down in Toledo. I still like to get a bat, but I agree with Gator. The more important thing is the bullpen's not like it was last year, and that concerns me because you get down 3-4, get down a couple runs, you got to take your starter out because he's got 90, 100 pitches. I don't trust any of those middle relievers right now to come in and not give up a run and try to get back in the ball game, maybe win 5-4, 6-4. They don't have that right now, and I'm concerned about that.
No, I understand that, and
I'm not fighting Jim on this one.
No, it's about you go back to the last 6 weeks of the season last year when they had to go with pitching chaos, and everybody in the bullpen contributed, and every single night those guys were rock stars. This year they haven't had to do the pitching chaos a whole lot. They've had their games. I don't know how many it's been, maybe 10 or 12 starts this year where they've gone to pitching chaos, and it has not worked out well. I don't know if it's just the sense of urgency isn't there or if guys have regressed. Bo Brisky pitched last night at Toledo. I think he had one shutout inning, but by and large his rehab stint, not even a rehab stint, his stint at Toledo has not gone well. He's got a really high ERA, but he hasn't pitched a ton there. We've talked a lot on the show in the last couple of weeks about Matt Manning. Is there any way they can repurpose him?
Yep.
Matt Manning threw 2 shutout innings last night in relief. But he still has a lot of work to do before he's going to earn the trust. And
Alex Lang?
Yeah, Alex Lang's another one who is rehabbing right now and could come back real soon, which that'd be helpful, to get guys you can rely on. But that's where I'm looking. Go and look at the bad teams and find their best bullpen arms and see if you can get them. If it's going to be a middle relief guy as opposed to a closer, the price can't be terribly high. And, again, the Tigers have so many players right now that they just don't know really what to do with it. Toledo, guys that have had major league experience, they're not great players, but you would think that maybe some team that needs to add some more depth to their roster and willing to give up somebody in a middle relief role to acquire someone like that.
Let's go to Mike next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Mike.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, right, Mike.
Yeah, I've been thinking about this question myself lately. That Casey Mize has really surprised me this year because last year when he would, if somebody would make an error or something in the third inning, he'd let it get to him and he'd fold. But this year he's working his way out of jams, and if we didn't have him, I don't know where we'd be really. I mean, I know Scoop was the main man, but after that,
Mize,
the starters flared.
I mean, him staying healthy's been big. Him staying healthy, and he hasn't been a straight line of health. Let's be clear.
No.
There have been hiccups along the way. And, but yeah, when Mize has been out there, it's been a lot of good. A lot of good.
Yeah, there
Some
have
bad
been
mixed
games
in.
that it surprised me that he didn't fold up, and he stuck in there for another 2 or 3 innings, let a couple runs.
I'm thinking specifically about a Chicago start. That's a great call by you. You're right. There was a Chicago start where it took him like 60 pitches to get through a couple innings, and they were able to get a couple more innings. I don't remember how long he went in that game.
The White Sox?
Yeah.
Yeah, he went 4 2/3 innings, gave up 6 hits, 4 walks.
Yeah.
But only 2 earned runs. But found himself out of the game before the 5th inning was done. But only 2 earned runs and only 2 runs total in that game gave the team a chance. Fortunately, the Tigers didn't offer up any offense. They lost the game in extra innings 3-2.
248-539-9797 outside of Baez. What's the biggest surprise of the season? A lot of feedback coming in on that. And whether or not you want Alex Bregman. Bob Nightingale writing that if he expects the Tigers to be aggressive, and if Bregman becomes available, he thinks they'll make a run at him again, or at least he's connecting dots to say that he thinks they would make a run at him again. We will get to your phone calls and feedback. The best of what AJ Hinch told our morning show. Tiger Baseball coming up at 1:10 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, let me tell you about Twin Peaks and a great deal they got going on all summer long on Thursdays. Let's talk about quenching the thirst at Twin Peaks. You know what I'm talking about. If you haven't been there, what are you waiting for? Their draft beer is second to none. Chilled lines pour their drafts at a bone-chilling 29 degrees into a mug that's been freezing for a minimum of 6 hours. That combination creates beer crystals. You will literally see the glacier in your mug and the foam rise out of it. And they keep the mugs, so many mugs on hand. Each mug is only used once per day. So there you go for your beer experts out there. In the meantime, you'll be shocked at the selection of special bourbons, tequilas, and high-end craft cocktails they have available. Daily buckets and shot specials, along with happy hour, make it the best spot to wet your whistle. And the best part's all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. You won't want to miss the weekend either, with pay-per-view fights Friday and Saturday. Boxing and UFC fans rejoice. Maybe we get to see Jake Paul get knocked out. You won't want to miss fight nights. They just hit harder at Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Tiger baseball coming up this afternoon. 81 games in. It's the midway point. AJ Hinch gives his assessment of the Tigers after 81 games. He gave it to the morning show. You'll hear what he had to say coming up shortly here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. A lot of Tiger texts coming in here as people are fired up about their baseball team, and understandably so. Tigers always knew Wencel Perez would hit. The way he has embraced the outfield, he's virtually untouchable. Virtually untouchable?
I wouldn't go that far, but I certainly like how he's played in a very short sample size this year. He's only got like 75 at-bats, but I like Wencel Perez for sure.
Heck yeah. Virtually untouchable?
Yeah.
That's a bit aggressive.
It's a strong stance.
Bregman? No. Too many risks with recent injury. Suarez, yes. He should demand less prospects. Then add a rotation piece and a back-end bullpen arm. Then start planning on buying World Series tickets. Great show, guys. That's from Dave and Kenton. I would like that plan. I would like that plan a lot. If you could get Suarez a starter and a back-end bullpen arm, that would be an aggressive trade deadline.
It would be.
Yep. Screw Alex Bregman. He didn't pick Detroit. He thought Boston was a better shot of winning, and he picked wrong. Don't bring him on our winning team. I'd find someone else who wants to be here. Bringing on Bregman would be a big mistake. Big mistake. I'm spiteful too. I admit it. And it's not like Bregman's the only third baseman you can go get. And he's hurt. You know?
Right. There's a lot of reasons why I'm hesitant to do it, but my number one hesitancy is because that's not the screaming priority. That's just not it. Address the bullpen.
Yep.
Then you can think about going over the top by adding another bat. But adding another bat without addressing the bullpen doesn't make any sense.
Greg and McComb writes, the fact that we're only 5 runs behind the Yankees is an amazing stat considering they play half their games on a softball field.
It's true.
Yep.
It's a joke.
And the Tigers play at Comerica National Park.
Right. Certainly easier to hit the ball over there.
No on Bregman. He would be this year's Aubrey Huff. I'm intrigued as to why he feels that way.
Interesting. Those don't remember Aubrey Huff. The Tigers made the acquisition at the trade deadline to acquire Aubrey Huff and Jared Washburn at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Huff was leading the American League in RBIs, I believe, at that time with Tampa. He provided very little to the Tigers down the stretch. Jared Washburn was one of the league leaders in ERA at the time. He was not after his stint with the Tigers.
And last one here. My biggest surprise is how much I love Gleyber Torres. Totally unexpected. That's from Phil in Wixom.
Phil.
I mean, Gleyber Torres. He's probably the number one guy I wish we'd been more excited about when they signed him. Maybe I'll just look in the mirror. I don't want to pull you in on this into criticism, but I should have been way more excited about Gleyber Torres.
You're right. You should have been.
Yeah.
I mean,
I let you down and the audience, and I apologize for that. Tiger baseball coming up this afternoon. Now, there may be a rain delay because right now the Michigan Bandits are on a rain delay, which is my son's team, and I'm watching on Game Changer, and they're playing in Howell, so I'm worried that the Tiger game might get delayed.
Well, that's
nothing new to getting a rain delay.
No. Apparently, it's severe weather that's approaching Metro Detroit. So,
in the meantime, Bandits bow your neck. Get the job done today without Coach Doug. I don't like not being there. 248-539-9797.
So I pulled up Aubrey Huff's statistics with the Tigers.
Yeah.
The Tiger actually got him from Baltimore, not from Tampa Bay. In Baltimore, prior to that trade, he had 13 home runs and 72 RBIs, right?
Mm-hmm.
With the Tigers, in 40 games with the Tigers, he had 2 home runs and 13 RBIs. Whoops.
And the pitcher was Washburn?
Jared Washburn was the pitcher, and that was another disaster. Jared Washburn, who came from the Angels, I believe.
Yeah.
Angels or Seattle? Seattle. Okay. This was his last season in Major League Baseball. With Seattle, at the time, he had pitched really well, a 2.64 earned run average in 8 starts. Or I'm sorry, in more than that, but it was 8-6 at the time, 20 starts. In 8 starts with the Tigers, 7.33 earned run average.
I wouldn't have predicted it was that bad. I thought it was closer to 6, but it was. All right, you ready for some You ready for some AJ Hinch sound? The best of what he told the morning show?
Am I?
Yep, here we go. 81 game assessment. Here's what AJ Hinch has to think as they've hit the midway point. The most fascinating thing he said in there for me is, we'll see what happens. Things shake out at the trade deadline. Like that, because we can sit here and talk about what the Tigers are going to do. Is somebody else in the American League going to do something that frightens us? That
fortifies their lineup or their bullpen or their starting pitching.
That gives us the oh crap, and probably would bring a hailstorm of criticism because we didn't do it.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because it's like you would think that good teams going to the trade deadline probably don't need to add too much. And yet, what happens at the trade deadline? The good teams add. They
Right.
always try to fortify. And the Tigers are in that position. They're a good baseball team. In fact, they're the best baseball team in the league right now. So they do need to fortify. Clearly, they have areas to do it. It's the bullpen or it's the rotation. And to a lesser degree, you can certainly bolster the lineup.
Also from AJ Hinch this morning, what's the conversation the day after you only have 4 hits? The way we talk about the previous night's game, I know this, as the summer goes on, if they're still doing this in July and August and September, the amount of scrutiny on every game, every inning, every pitch just ramps up and up and up.
Well, it does. I mean, the game ends up being a game of inches in a lot of ways, or a play here or play there. It costs you a game, and in the end, it can cost you a playoff spot. It's funny, and ironically, we mentioned that the Aubrey Huff and Jared Washburn acquisitions in 2009, that was the game 163 year.
Was it?
Yeah. If Aubrey Huff had just provided a little bit. Just a little. If Jared Washburn had just one good start, we wouldn't have had to go through game 163 and the controversy was Hinch hit, was he not hit, and Fernando Rodney pitching way too long into that game, but he had to out of necessity. All that stuff, Ryan Rayburn, that's where you don't want to get. Fortunately, this team, an 8.5 game lead in the division right now, best record in baseball, on pace to win 100 games. Now, they got to duplicate in the second half what they did in the first half to do that, and that's not going to be easy. But this is a good baseball team, like AJ Hinch said, and I do expect them to add at the trade deadline to make them more formidable.
More from AJ Hinch coming up. Tiger Baseball after that. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, I got some great news. I mean, it's hot, which is better than being cold, I suppose. But if your AC is struggling, that's no bueno. But the great news is that people are on the way to help you out. My great friends over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They've been keeping homes in Southeast Michigan cool and comfortable for over 20 years. So whether you need a quick repair or a seasonal tune-up or a brand new system, their expert team is fast, friendly, and local. I can tell you this firsthand, literally in the last 3 weeks, that, I went through a seasonal tune-up. My friend went through a brand new system, and a quick repair was in need at my mom's house. It's all been taken care of by Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are amazing. Check them out at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so getting you set for Tiger Baseball, AJ Hinch was on our morning show and had some interesting things to say. Got his 81-game assessment, conversation with the team, any conversation the day after 4 hits. Played those for you. But now, how great has Wencel Perez been? Here's what AJ Hinch had to say. So there's a couple things there. One is we knew he could hit. Remember the guy who said he's untouchable?
Right.
which was strong and aggressive.
Very
but
strong.
you think about if they really knew he could hit, did they know he would hit like this? I suspect not, but man, he's been good for them. But he's still relatively young, still a guy that is, and as you pointed out, second time through the league this year, people are going to probably start pitching him a little different, and we'll see if he can make adjustments. You have to be able to make those adjustments. But did we take one call from anybody saying wait till Wencel Perez comes back?
No, but I mean his name was brought up in the beginning of the season when it was in relation to all the issues they had in the outfield with all the outfielders being hurt, because Perez was another one of those guys. There's another outfielder who's hurt. And AJ Hinch brings it up about he wasn't an outfielder. They made him an outfielder, which is again crazy to think that he plays. He's very athletic and he's very competent in the outfield. It's like, should we be surprised that infielders can make that transition to the outfield and do it well? Should we be surprised?
I mean, maybe not. This year's proven it.
I mean, Javi Baez is like, put Javi on another team, he'll be a starting center fielder and be really good. I can't believe how good Javi was in center field this year. But that's just the case, man. It's a credit to their player development program and their coaches that work with these guys. And when somebody calls up and says that Colt Keith can't handle third base, there's no way he's just not going to be able to do it. Well, why do you say that after seeing him play there for 3 games?
Yeah.
Like, give it some time, because he was a third baseman, hurt his arm, and they moved him around at different positions because he hurt his arm. He wasn't able to make that throw just yet. Now they're confident. Now that he can make that throw, they're willing to give him reps back at third base. Now, is that because Gleyber Torres is playing a great second base and because Torkelson was hitting again? Probably part of that, but maybe, just maybe, the end game is to see if Colt can play third base, because, anybody can play first base, despite what they said at Moneyball. But just about any major leaguer can play first base. That's where you want your big power guy. But if you got a guy at third base, that frees up first base, that you can go out and get somebody that's a big bopper.
All right, speaking of that big bopper, it could be Torque, could hit 30 home runs this year, could drive in 100, but hasn't been swinging a hot bat of late. AJ Hinch, are you concerned? Here's what the Tiger skipper said today. It is part of the grind. Last year, when things would go south, and really the last couple of years, they'd stay south for a long period of time. We knew this was going to happen at some point. It's a matter of not pull out of it, right? I mean, At some point you got to pull out of it. And he has had stretches here where he hasn't been like elite, but he's got work to do.
Yeah, he's 3 for his last 32. He hasn't hit a home run in 11 games. It's a little bit of a slump here, and he's hitting well below 200 in the month of June. But it doesn't erase what he did in May and April and the few games he played in March as well. He's been a very welcomed addition. Welcome back, Spencer Torkelson, to the lineup. He's starting today. Let's hope he gets back on track. There's a lot of guys you'd like to get back on track here, whether it's the offensive players or the players that are coming out of the bullpen. And I think Torkelson and Holton are probably 1 and 2 that you'd like to see get back on track soon.
All right, so we're trying to figure out if it's going to rain and this game is going to get delayed today. If so, Jeff Rieger will keep people company until they get this one going. I mentioned my son's team is in Howell, and they stopped the game And apparently he's called us with an update.
Yeah?
Yeah. AJ, you there?
Hello?
Hey.
Hello?
What do we got? Yeah, what's going on with the rain factor out there?
For the rain delay, it rained for like a tiny bit for one at bat, and then it kind of went away. But we're in a lightning delay, but everything else is clear skies and sunny. Beautiful. Pretty hot out, actually.
When do you start the game up again?
Probably like 10 minutes.
Okay.
We got a question.
Oh God.
For you guys.
Yeah.
What?
All right, so we have Cash, who has this. His arm got cold. I mean, he was out there. He's probably around 40 pitches. Do we stick with Cash, Dad, or do we go to the next guy? Because we have to save pitching for this tournament, you know.
I know.
And the audience.
Is the next guy you?
Indeed it might be. He's gonna pull his neck either way, Dougie.
I think, you get him loose right now and see
how
if Cash can
feels.
still go.
See how Cash feels.
Yeah, maybe go at least
You
another
keep
inning.
Cash out there?
Are you going to hit three? Are you going to hit three
ringer?
batters? Are you going to hit three batters again?
Oh.
Nah, if I get time to calibrate my arm, man, I should be good. I just need to calibrate the sidearm.
It's all about calibrating.
Well, good luck. Good luck. Bow your neck, kid. And sucks not being there. All right, Tiger baseball coming up next. This kid, unbelievable. Okay, so career of Dietrich ends. This will be his 12th major league game. 2 stints, one in Minnesota in 2017, one in Tampa in 2021. Let's go, Dietrich ends.
Yeah, pride of Central Michigan. He's 34 years old at a low ERA at AAA. Hasn't pitched in the majors since 2021. Where, ironically enough, he actually pitched pretty well during that time, but let's see.
Tiger baseball next here on 97.1 The Ticket.